Yo, 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 yo. It's that special day. It's draft day. We finally made it. We yo, we finally made it. We finally made it to draft day. Give it up for yourselves. Give it up. Give it up for yourself, man. Give it up. Yeah, to my what up, no? Everybody in the chat, what up, no? I know I ain't been live on the channel in a minute, but y'all know what today is. It's that special occasion. I gotta bring the energy, man. Y'all get your mind right. Get your mind right. Today is draft day. We're expecting fireworks. Apparently, there's supposed to be fireworks. The Panthers, we talked about all that trading and rumors and stuff. They want to move back. The Panthers want to move back. They need to move back. Is what it seems like. They want to move back. Is what it seems like. You know what I'm saying? And apparently, if you into this type of stuff, the odds in Vegas are changing. The odds in Vegas are changing. Apparently, the Panthers are the number one team rumored to be. They're the favorite to get Ted. The Panthers are the favorite to get Ted McMillan, wide receiver out of the University of Arizona. Steve Smith's wide receiver 7. Look, man. Look, man. Let me get some shout outs in this thing. Knucklehead K, my brother. What up, though? Say, I hope all is well. I'm on your head, brother. CPT at his best. Dr. D said you're on time if you're early and you're late if you're on time. I apologize because it's a marathon, not a sprint, brother. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I'm bringing the energy. I'm bringing the insight. I'm bringing the rumors today. I got some guests coming on. We're going to have a good time. But a bunch of people are open. A bunch of people are open to trading back. The Panthers ain't the only one. The Panthers ain't the only one. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to move back. Nobody likes where they are. Nobody likes where they at. Nobody likes where they at. So everybody trying to move back. But we get into D Davis. What up, though? Money and merch marketing. What up, though? The Cutter. What up, though? YGK Blazing Europe. What up, though? Nicole. What up, though? Rap Central. What up, though? Charles Pierce. What up, though? See, I can't do draft day without you, brother. I appreciate all y'all tuning in. Y'all know I got the giveaways because we giving away some stuff. I'm going to show y'all. Love your content, bro. Appreciate it, man. Who ain't won? Nobody's gone yet. Nobody's got picked yet. J Issue, what up, though? Said no, thank you. Smitty don't have our best interest. Hey, man. Smitty got beef. Smitty got beef with Ted wide receiver coach. Nice clean cut. Appreciate it, man. Paid a pretty penny in this economy. Pretty penny. I know it's all love, man. I appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you. I hope y'all tuning in, rocking with me all weekend. I'm here all 3 days. I'm giving away some stuff. I'm gonna show y'all what we giving away. So it ain't much talent this year, straight trash. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Anything but my Kel. I ain't gonna lie. I done got cold on my Kel myself. I done got a little cold on Jalen. And right now, Ted McMillan is the favorite to go number 8, according to DraftKings. Let me show y'all what we're giving away. Y'all ready for this? Y'all know I got to give away hats. And just so y'all know it's fresh, I got a draft hat. We're pulling this out the wrapper. All this stuff is being pulled out of the wrapper. It's brand new. You got a draft hat. It's a snapback. So you can be like whoever our first round pick is, get you a draft hat. You know, we reviewed it on the channel. I got a snapback for all the dread heads on the channel, just in case you got dreads. I got the snapback for you. One size fits all. But y'all see the details, the Ivy, whatever's, and the Panthers. It's a little shimmer to it. You know what I'm saying? With the logo. Got a draft hat. That's one. I got a Super Bowl, and it didn't go our way. But I got a Super Bowl snapback. Super Bowl snapback, vintage, not vintage, but 47 did the best Super Bowls ever. They redid merchandise for the best Super Bowls ever. Super Bowl 38, Houston, Texas, Panthers versus Patriots. I know it didn't go our way, but it's a dope memory. We've only been to the Super Bowl twice, giving it away. One of my favorites. I like this. I have a shirt that go with it, but I ain't giving away no shirt. I ain't giving away that shirt. I got to keep that. I only got one of them. Next up, getting it out the pack. We got a little splash paint snapback. It's a golfer snapback. It got that little golfer liner on the inside, but it's this paint splash. The paint splash gray and black. Very, very nice snapback. I love this one. It was so nice. I had to do it twice. With the A cap right here, we're giving away one of them. Right? Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Another one, 47. Got the diamond 47 one. The diamond 47 cap. Yes, this is a dope one as well. That's a nice one. You've probably seen it. It reminds you of a vintage one. Another one. I'm opening this stuff out the pack, man. I caught this stuff just for y'all. I ain't trying to keep it. Got some house slippers for the people. House slippers, Panthers house slippers. They jumbo house slippers. They oversized house slippers. They look like sneakers, but they're house slippers. These are dope. I got to get me up my own pair. They got some laces. You know what I'm saying? They got laces. Love these two. Giving them away. And then got a book bag. Out the pack again. Just so y'all know this stuff ain't used. Nice little cooler. It holds beer. I think it holds up to 18 beers. But it's a cooler backpack. If you're in the beer, you can do that. If not, you don't have to. You can just put regular stuff in it. It ain't got no pockets in there, but it's lined and cooler. Dope. And that's it. I guess I got a couple more hats too, but y'all see that tomorrow. Anyway, we back on here. I had to get that up. So make sure you tune in all weekend. What we're gonna do, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna let you know when the giveaway is happening. What you're gonna do, I'm gonna give a secret word. All you have to do to enter is put the secret word in the chat. All you gotta do is put the secret word in the chat when I give it for that giveaway, and I'll do a random drawing. I'll do it on screen, and you'll win on the spot. You're gonna DM me or email me. You can DM me. You can DM me on Twitter, or you're gonna be able to email me if you're the winner. Right? That's how it's gonna work. And then I will be before the weekend is over. I will be giving away. I'll be setting up the giveaway. Our rookie, whoever our rookie first round draft pick is, I'm going to do a big giveaway. It's going to be like a week long for that rookie's jersey. All right. Woo. All right. So let's get into this stuff, man, because I got to turn my TV on, turn the TV on, and get to this draft stuff because it's crazy out here, guys. Like this is supposed to be one of the best drafts of all time. The hype, I hope it lives up to the hype because this is supposed to be one of the best drafts of all time. Jay Issue, you can just email me if you win, bro. No, in case they just send me the link. I'll drop a link at some point. But Yeah, they're presenting the colors right now. But we got a lot of, man, the Panthers, they look like they're focused on moving back. You got Panthers beat writers, Sheena and Vashti. I'm already fumbling my words. Talking about how crazy this draft is going to be. Talking about how crazy it's going to be. So you got to stay on Twitter. Yeah, I'm staying on Twitter. Yeah, that's the number one rule. If you're watching it, no spoilers. When the Panthers are up for their pick, no spoilers. No spoilers, please, because everybody ain't on the same track. Some people internet slower. Some people internet like mine, it's slower. So don't spoil the Panthers picks in the chat. Okay? Do not. That's all I asked for. Y'all talking about my cut? I got a mohawk. Let's get hype, man. Kevin got it. Kevin got the spirit, man. Let's get hype. Because, man, this is going to be an amazing, amazing night. The depth of this draft. I just seen a Bryce Young jersey on screen. Shout out to BY. Very, very good year for defense to be. Look, this draft has depth in all the areas of need that the Panthers need. Edge rushers, safeties, interior D-line. It has it. It has it. It has it, man. So there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to leave with a nice haul. We should be leaving with a nice haul of players. And stuff is going crazy. We're hearing about the Browns talking about trading away the opportunity to get Travis Hunter. They're trying to get out of that number 2 spot. It's crazy. Let me get back in this chat, though. At work, but what up, though? Appreciate you rocking with me, brother. Did I see Mikhail's pro day tape? I did, bro. He apparently he's still hurting. That's what he say. He's still hurting. Apparently he's still hurting. Look at all them people. Apparently he's still hurting. So let me get it. Said Dunk got the unk cut for real. Hey man, this is a mohawk, man. Y'all talking about my cut? I got a mohawk with the twist. My guy Doug, what up, Doug? Said just stopping by to show some support and love. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you rocking with me, dog. I'm thirsty. I'm already thirsty. Got plenty of water. I'm drinking on Basil Hayden. I'm starting off with some brown. But I'm pacing myself. What y'all drinking on tonight? What y'all drinking on? I'm drinking on Basil Hayden. So I'm going to be sipping that tonight. Really taking my time. I got my Mandalorian. I got my Mandalorian glass that I'm drinking out of, making an old fashioned. I'm ready. Look at this glass. It's so dope. Look at that glass. So dope. But I'm ready. Is the phone line gonna open tonight? We'll see. Got that UFC debut fighter starter cut. Chill on me, man. I do though. Chill. So dunk in between two ferns. Y'all got jokes tonight, huh? Thoughts that we trade down to 15 for a higher second. We're trading to 14. 15 is the Falcons. I'm hearing the Colts want to move up to our spot at 8. The Colts want Tyler Warren. So Tyler Warren is there. Only person I think can take Tyler Warren is a trade up or the Jets. If he gets past the Jets, I think it's a done deal with us trading with Indianapolis. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it's exciting. So thoughts that we trade down around 15 for our second though. I don't like Eamon Moore's fit personally. Personally, I don't like his fit. I think we need a deep safety. I think Mo Rig is the type of safety that Eamon Moore is. Eamon Moore is that guy that needs to be close to the line of scrimmage. I think we need a deep free safety that can roam the back end. I think Mo Rig is that more physical style that Eamon Moore is personally. Shout out to my guy Knucklehead Kate on the super chat. Appreciate you. Say I don't want the shoes. I need the link. I'm gonna get the link to you. Kev Nasty, what up, though? Say hopefully Mason Graham on the way. I heard it's down to Walker, Graham, and Tet. Walker, Graham, and Tet. The IP, I don't have no IPA. I got regular beer. The beer coming though. The beer coming. B Dukes, let's go. What up, though? What up, though? Rob Rich, what up, though? So you brought your JC Horn jersey. Perfect for the occasion. Yes. Number 8. We have the number 8 pick. He was selected at number 8. It's perfect. It's perfect. Am I going to do draft grades? Yes. I'll do draft grades after tomorrow. Pause. I'm going to do draft grades after the whole draft is over. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to try to get a best available video out to say who the Panthers should target tomorrow based off of who got picked and who didn't. So stay tuned for a video for the channel tomorrow morning. That's my goal. So pay attention to that. But I will be breaking down every pick as we go. The draft begins in 8.5 minutes. Marquise Allman, what up, though? So you got your cup in hand. What up, though? Me too. I'm about to pull up. I ain't did it yet, but I'm about to pull up. So what's our take on Mason? Mason would be a good pick. If it's down to Mason, Walker, and Tet, my priority, personally, my heart says Tet. But my head says the team is going to go defense. I think the order would be Mason, Tet, Walker. I prefer Mason or Tet over Walker, in my opinion. I think we're going to get a greater impact from one of those two right away versus Walker. That's my opinion. Kev Nasty, what up, though? Mike's Hard Lemonade. Okay, good choice. Good choice. What flavor, though? Is it the grape? Was it blackberry? They got a blackberry. They got a grape. They got a couple different flavors. At work till 10. So thank God for you, my dude. I appreciate you. And I'm going to update this bottom line as we go. So if you ever got any questions or who we pick, check that bottom line. And I'll be updating every pick, announcing it too. But again, if you're watching, when the Panthers pick, do not spoil it. Your internet is faster than everybody else's. You ain't got to flex on us. Don't spoil it in the chat. Do not spoil it in the chat, right? No spoilers, please. Everybody internet ain't as fast as y'all's. Everybody ain't got that gigabit fiber. I'm not going to gagillionaire. I don't have that big gig energy like y'all do. I don't have that big gig energy, so I might have a little bit of lag on my internet. I'm streaming the channel on the channel, and I'm streaming the live. There's a lot of Panthers fans out there. Wow, there's a lot of Panthers fans out there in Green Bay. I'm watching. But say add a dance with the daughter, but gonna hit that Voodoo Ranger when I come home. Hey, that Voodoo Ranger be hitting. That Voodoo Ranger be hitting. But shout out to you, man. Shout out to being a good dad, dog. I'm looking forward to my daddy-daughter dance one day for my little baby. She growing like a weed. Like a weed. So taking it easy, got work in the morning. Hey, I can't blame him. I do too. I do too. That ain't gonna stop me. That ain't gonna stop me. I'm telling you that right now. I'm doing. This is the way. Shout out to Dylan on the super chat. Said, "Let's go, Don." He got the fro hawk. Man, you know what I'm saying, man. They said I got a UFC cut. Y'all gonna make me put my hat on. Y'all gonna make me put my hat on. Shout out to Dylan on the super chat. If you want to show some support, you can leave a super chat as well, man. Really like a tip jar. You know how it works for me as a creator on this grind. We're going 3 days of streaming. 3 days of streaming. Well, we getting to it. Shout out to my boy Dylan. See on that Juicy J, baby. Hey, Don Julio. Ooh, you must ain't got to work tomorrow. You must ain't got to work tomorrow. So you're very down for additional one next year. It's going to be tough. Everybody wants to move back, so it may end up being a second, third, a combination of picks. Offense was decent. Our offense was 29. Our defense was dead last 32 in the league. At 14, Walker could be there. Walter Nolan could be there. I don't think Tet makes it that far. I think Tet is going to be a Cowboy if he makes it there. But if you want to do Mikhail, he'll be there probably. But the good thing about being at 14, if we trade back with the Colts, is that the Falcons are at 15. The Falcons definitely are going edge rusher. They're definitely going edge rusher. Most likely Mike Green, but they're definitely going edge rusher. That's a fact. That's a fact. My boy KB in the building. What up, though? Low in the building. What up, though? Shout out to the pregame. What up, though? Day one Panthers fan was good. Said that fade going crazy. I appreciate you. I just need my beard to connect. So you want Tyler Warren. So what have you been doing to prepare for the draft? And who do you want? I've been doing a lot of film breakdowns, a lot of film study. My heart wants Tet. I like Walter Nolan, man. Apparently, I've heard there was a connection there with him. So I like Walter Nolan. We'll see. So give me Tet. So what up, though? Got my L rolled and ready for that fire. Yes, sir. Am I showing the draft on the screen? I can't because I'll get copyrighted strike, so I can't show it on the screen. Unfortunately. But we're gonna talk through everything and react as we go. No spoilers in the chat. That's the only ask. My boy Anthony Montgomery, what's good, What up, bro? So you want Ted at 8-2. Honestly, Colin Cross. So prefer Walker, but you study this game more than me. See, my only issue with Jalen Walker is the usage. He's that versatile chess piece. But if they're not, apparently they're going to use him as a full-time edge. And I get it. But if you're not going to use his versatility, that's his superpower, in my opinion. If you're not going to use Jalen Walker as a versatile piece, he doesn't hold that much value in my eyes. The value for me is to be that Frankie Louis replacement we've been chasing. To move him around, bring him at linebacker, bring him up the middle, off the edge. J47, what up, though? I'm Tez, what up, though? Josh Fry said, no broadband flexing. Come on. So you might have to pull out some bourbon depending on the pick. I already got it, bro. I got that Basil Hayden. So the Panthers are favorite to draft Tet on FanDuel at 210. So still got dogged us saying like, no trade. Please make a simple, smart move. Jalen Walker, come on down. I'm watching on ESPN. I may go to NFL Network because I like Daniel Jeremiah. You know what I'm saying? I like Daniel Jeremiah. But I don't know. What channel y'all watching on? ABC? Is Nick Saban working? I'm not watching no Pat McAfee. I'm sorry. I'm not watching Pat McAfee stream. I'm sorry. I respect the hustle and what he's doing with the show. I would love to get my internet show up to that standpoint, but I ain't watching that one. I think that's where Nick Saban gonna be at. I would like to hear Saban, but it is what it is. Kevin, what up, though? So happy to see our team going the right direction. Found a good strength for the draft, so I'm gonna head out. Much love. Appreciate you, Kevin. Check back in a little later. Jay Campbell has a shoulder injury. He has a shoulder injury that's going to hold him out to at least training camp. That's why his stock has fallen. He may be there on day 2. That's why we may need to trade back, get an extra second-round pick, because I'm willing to take that risk. Boy is a dog at linebacker. A dog at linebacker. You know what I'm saying? But this top 10 is going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Lord have mercy. The odds, the Vegas odds are changing. The Panthers are the favorite. I mean, Tet is the favorite to go number 8 currently. Said, looking fresh, man. Appreciate it, man. Can't wait to see the Carolina Reaper next year. Me too. Luther Burden in the second. If he falls to the second round, bro, that's why we need to trade back. In my opinion, if we can get another pick, you got a Luther Burden probably gonna fall. Some of y'all like James Pierce. He's gonna fall. Jihad Campbell is gonna fall. Extreme Chun, what up, though? The Titans officially on the clock. You said watching 5 YouTube channels in the MacBook and the draft on the ESPN flat screen. Might be in and out of chat. I appreciate you tuning in, bro. So we can debate everything we know until the, I'm saying. Let's go, man. We under the way. Am I pulling the captain's hat out? I might. Yeah, I'm on NFL Network. I'm a big Rich Eisen fan as well. So I got The Crown on deck, watching on Prime Video. Okay. Yeah, we got a lot of Eamon Warrior fans. I just saw a Cooper Flag, endorsement. I'm excited to see what we do tonight. We underway, guys. The Titans are on the clock. I'm ready, man. But he may be going to Charlotte for real. Are the Panther priority Graham or Walker over Tet unless they get stuck? That's what Joe Person said. But if you haven't heard, Tet, apparently, according to Vegas, the Panthers have the best odds to land Tet at 8. That's what they say. Let me see. Sorry, guys. I'm on Twitter trying to find the latest. Like a bunch of stuff is going on. I'm gonna update y'all as best as possible. I'm gonna have Twitter on, bring some tweets up as well. Go 5, what up, though? Panthers boy 85, what up, though? Donald Gonzalez, what up, though? You haven't been this anxious since we drafted Bryce. Why were you anxious for Bryce? We already knew it was coming. So I want to see some fireworks. Me too. I'm here for the chaos. I'm here for the chaos. Why is Roger Goodell riding a bike, guys? Roger Goodell is riding a bike. He's trying to be like the Packers. So y'all taking Shador? No, y'all gonna take a tackle. Donald, y'all gonna take a tackle. Oh, Wayne came out. Then I brought Wayne out. That's why. Look, Lil Wayne was doing all that crying about not performing at the Super Bowl in New Orleans, and he a Packers fan anyway. I know you from New Orleans, but you ain't got no loyalty to the city. That's why they picked Kendrick. We underway, man. Time to pull up, guys. My ice melted. So my Saint, so how am I feel about training camp news, man? I'm gonna talk about that in a whole different video, man. I'm devastated. Y'all know training camp. Y'all know how I get down on training camp, man. That's like my Super Bowl. You know, training camp like my Super Bowl. So taking that away from me, it hurts me because I love being that resource for y'all. But it hates y'all because there's a lot of excitement being built by the type of content that me and other creators are able to make. You know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of it's hard to get excited when your team has been trashed for 7 years in a row. But training camp is that one thing that gives us that little smidgen of delusion and false hope. Because I try to give y'all clips. I try to give y'all accurate day-by-day breakdowns of what happened. Specifically, I answer all y'all questions. But they taking it away. I gotta make something shake. We gotta make something shake. But it hurt. Appreciate that super chat though, bro. Said Abdul Carter Jerry hitting. Bro, is it actually cold up there? Is it cold up there? It's cold in Green Bay? I see quarter zips. I see hoodies. So why the Titans taking so long? No spoilers in the chat for the picks, please. Especially the Panthers, but no spoilers in the chat. Every pick counts because things are going to change. Depending on who falls, that's going to change who wants to trade up with us, who wants to move back. So every pick is crucial. They talking trash to the Bears. I'm mixing my drink up, y'all. Don't mind me. But any chance we take Tyler Warren? I don't think so. I think we're going to use him as trade bait. You know what I'm saying? I think we're going to use him as trade bait, but I don't think we're seriously going to go after Tyler Warren. I don't seriously see that personally. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Cheers. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. So okay, let me get Donald Gonzalez. It's been a minute, man. What y'all Saints gonna do? What y'all gonna do? Y'all taking Jackson Dart? You take Jackson Dart. Tyree Ross. What's good, brother? What up, man? Said Wayne couldn't make the Super Bowl. Now they bring him out for the draft. I'm saying they give him that little pity thing. He said it's crazy that Wayne a Packers fan, but I can't talk to a Panthers fan. I just didn't think it would still be cold in April. Yeah, no spoilers in the chat. I'm mixing up an old fashioned with Basil Hayden. Old fashioned with Basil Hayden. Shout out to Basil Hayden. They ain't a sponsor. I got my simple syrup and my bitters. You know what I'm saying? Stream is at 9:00. Nah, the stream is starting now, brother. Hey, the draft is going on right now. The Titans are on the clock. I'm a laugh too. I need him to do it. I need him to do something crazy like that. Apparently, the Broncos are being very, very aggressive to try to get into the top 10. They want Ashton Genty. They want to get above the Bears. The Bears are trying to get Ashton Genty. I don't know how far Ashton Genty falls. If he was to fall to 8, whew, That would be crazy. But Ashton Genty is the coveted piece. Nobody wants to trade up for quarterbacks. Everybody wants to trade up for running back. Everybody wants to trade up for a running back. Nobody wants to trade up for a quarterback this year. Ashton Genty, one of the best players in the class. The Bears want him. You know how Ben Johnson wants to get down with the running game. The Broncos want him. If Genty falls, man, we could be in prime position. I also think, like I said, Tyler Warren is a guy that people would want to trade up for. It's a lot of stuff going on. I don't know, man. It's a lot of stuff going on, man. It's a lot of stuff going on. Shout out to everybody that's going live tonight, man. We could definitely fleece somebody. I'm ready. We overdue. We done got fleeced too many times. We've been on the wrong side of a trade. Just got service. How's it looking? The Titans are still on the clock. I don't know what's taking so long, man. The time sync is 8:12 Eastern. 8:12 p.m. Eastern. 8:12 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I'm glad I picked NFL Network because I like Kurt Warner. I like Rich. I like Daniel Jeremiah as well. Good crew. They comp Cam Ward to Baker Mayfield. Wow. They comped him to Baker Mayfield. That's a crazy comp, huh? But definitely got to pay attention, man, to everything that's going on, dude, because the Colts are a trade. The Broncos are definitely a trade candidate. The Dolphins are a dark horse trade candidate to move up with us. A lot of people want O-line. A lot of people want Genty. ESPN comp to Mahomes. They just be throwing any kind of comps on. Bruh. Hey, the tet steam is building, bro. The tet steam is building, bro. The tet steam is building. I don't know what's going on. What does Vegas know? Vegas don't be knowing nothing. This is exciting, bro. And it ain't even started yet. It's so much gonna happen after pick number 2. But even if the Browns might trade, that's the thing. So the draft really starts after this pick because the Browns are crazy enough to pass on Travis Hunter. That GM, bro. That GM passing on Travis Hunter. Sheesh, man. The Jags and the Browns just completed a trade. The Browns and the Jags just completed a trade. The Browns, let me see if I can pull up X. Hopefully it don't slow down my connection too much. The draft really starts at number 2. We got to trade. The Browns have officially traded with the Jaguars. Wow. Going to get Travis Hunter. Got to be going to get Travis Hunter, right? Moving up to 2. This is nuts. Insane, guys. Insane. Let me share my screen. Bro, the Browns are trading the number 2 pick and the 4th round pick and a 6 to the Jaguars. The Jaguars are doing 5, a 2nd, a 4th, and then a 1st next year. Blockbuster trade. Blockbuster trade. So now the Jaguars are about to be on the clock. Wow. The Jags got to be going after Travis, right? It's got to be Travis, right? Look at that. Cam Ward got the pick. Shout out to Cam Ward. We knew that was going to happen, though. So the Browns got a future first, a 2nd this year, a 4th. So they pick swap 4th rounders. And then they got a 2nd. They got not too bad. But man, to pass on Travis Hunter to the Jaguars, it's got to be Hunter to the Jaguars, right? This is insane, guys. Not a terrible deal to move 3 spots. You give up a future first. Oof. A future first. Uh-oh, man. Uh-oh. Next year's first, a 2nd this year. They pick swap 4th, and they gave up a 6th. Woo! Travis Hunter is the type of player you actually trade up for. It's getting nuts. Yeah, if you hit on both sides of the ball, the price don't matter. Yeah. 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 That's the type of player that you trade up for. Woo! Travis Hunter. Potentially trading up for Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter. It's got to be Travis. You don't give up that haul to not get. You don't give up that haul to not get the best player in the draft. I think Travis Hunter is by far the best player in the draft. Look, man, Abdul Carter's cool, but he ain't Travis. He ain't Travis. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He ain't. So, man, listen. Look, man. The pick is in for the Jags. The pick is in for the Jags. Joe Klatt. You think Carter gonna fall to 5? Carter gonna fall to 5 to the Browns? Yeah, Carter not falling to 5. I do have my concerns about Travis. I mean, about Abdul. Somebody called him Brian Burns 2.0. He said he was sweating at pick 2. I'm gonna move to the couch soon, but so much stuff happening. I need to keep updating my screen. Unfortunately, I want to move to the couch behind me and chill. So they got. That's tough. Jacksonville, that's tough. They already got Brian Thomas. If this is Travis Hunter, it's so the Giants apparently tried to move up. But they didn't take the offer. The Browns gave a better offer. The Giants tried to move up from 3 to 2. So they don't want Carter? They don't want Carter? Nuts. So not with T-Law. So this office can't be special. Not with T-Law. Let me see. All right, let me I'm about to bring my boy Low in to the presentation. Copy. Warm in here, man. I gotta turn my fan on. Hold up, man. Hold up. Travis Hunter. They saying he playing both ways. Oh, that's his pops. They let his pops out of. They ain't look just like his daddy. they let his pops out of jail. Shout out to my guy Kelvin on the super chat, man. He said had to add to the chaos with the super chat. Big time super chat, bro. Always showing love, always showing mad support, man. You know how we get down, bro. It's draft time, man. This is the marathon stream. Appreciate it on the big time super chat, man. The support means everything, dog. Support means everything. I do it for y'all. It's all about community. It's all about the love. I'm drinking to that. Big time super chat, man. Huge. I can't say thank you enough. I'm looking at Travis, bro. Man, this is a big time thing. So unnecessary bluntness forever. No doubt. You be over everything. You be over everything. Man, I appreciate that, bro. I'm trying to get this. Let's see. You the man, Kelvin. Dude, I can't. One second, y'all. I got to old school this thing. There we go. Jazz could be decent. They got Travis and Brian Thomas Jr. That's a lot of speed. But one more time for Kelvin, man. One more time on the super chat, bro. To add into the chaos of the draft night with a super chat, man. To dunk unnecessary bluntness forever. Appreciate you, bro. It really, really means a lot, dog. I know you say you ain't doing it for the attention, doing it for the love. I gotta show love, though. You're gonna get the attention just because I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So Jazz could be decent. Did they give up too much for Travis? Nah, man. I don't think so, bro. When you want to talk about generational players, he's generational. He's generational. He's worth it. He's worth it. He's worth it. So as a fan and from the UK, I look forward to seeing Travis. You're going to get a good look at him. Shout out to my guy, Todd Lewis, on the super chat. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, man. Showing the love. I got to bring up a special guest. About to bring him in here from the host, the owner, coach, and quarterback of the pregame podcast. I'm using StreamYard, y'all. This is outside my wheelhouse, so give me a second. Bear with me. The Giants pick is in as well, but right before we do that, I'm going to bring my guy Low. Hey,
shout out yo, we in the building.
What up, man? This it's already getting crazy out here, man. Look,
we in here.
Travis, what you think about that trade? Before the Giants pick gets in, because they finna make their pick. I'm assuming it's gonna be Abdul, but what you think about them moving up to get Travis at 2?
So I was driving, bro, so I didn't see what they gave up.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
So if y'all can tell me what.
Let me see. My bad. Here we go. So it's the number 2 pick, obviously. A 4th and the 6th went from the Browns. The Jazz gave up. Pretty much they did a pick swap of 4th round picks. The Browns, the Jaguars gave up a future first, this year 2nd. Yeah, a future first, this year 2nd, and a pick swap 4th round picks this year and pick swap 1st round picks to move 3 spots for Travis.
Ew, that's a lot. I ain't gonna hold you.
It is, and according to Sheena said that the Giants tried to move up. All they offered was a future first. They didn't offer anything else. They just offered a first.
Hey, look. You know what they say, bro? When you got conviction on the guy, you go get your guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they lost bro. They for them not to be. Oh, I think the pick just went in for Giants.
Yep.
We knew that. We knew that was about to happen right there.
Yep. As expected, Abdul. I think that suit he got on. That's a little different.
No, it's clean. It's definitely different.
No,
you can't hide money, bro.
The diamonds dancing, ain't it?
You can't hide money, bro. You can't hide it.
The diamonds dancing.
Can't hide it.
Look at his neck, bro. Look at his neck.
And then the neck match the teeth.
Bro, swole.
The neck match the teeth, bro. For the Jags, going back to the Jags real quick. For the Jags to be like not that good of a team and to give up that much, like that's to me, I don't know if that's going to take them back a bit. Now, granted, he can play both there, and he probably will play both there. I don't know, bro. I don't know about that one. I really don't.
My thing is, man,
I really don't.
He the best player in the class, in my opinion. Some people say it's Abdul, but it's hard for me to not call him the best in the class. Both ways. Travis already said, put me on the phone with both coordinators, put me in the meeting room, whatever. They got speed, bro. Putting him with Brian Thomas. They have to make sure Trevor Lawrence. They gave Trevor Lawrence like $200 million. So they have to make sure he works.
No excuses.
So giving him weapons, and then you get somebody on the other side of the ball too to play defense as well. Obviously, the only really person you got to really rock with in the division is the Texans. I don't really see the Colts making a big move. They're still trying to figure out a quarterback, of course. The Titans, who knows what they're gonna be like? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I like the aggressiveness. They said they was gonna be aggressive, but I wasn't expecting. I didn't think it was gonna be real. I didn't think somebody would trade out of the pick to not take Travis. That's the thing.
For a first-year GM at Jacksonville,
yeah,
I'm impressed with the aggressiveness. You know what I'm saying? But like you got to make sure. And I agree with you. I do agree that Travis Hunter is the best player in this draft. Like everybody use that G word, a generational.
I'll throw
you know
it.
What I'm saying? I'll throw it. Yeah,
you can take the label.
He's definitely that. Yeah, he's definitely generational for sure. Now, my question for you,
don't think we're going to be able to see somebody playing size of the football again, man.
Yeah, there's apparently this is one guy. I can't remember what team he's at, but apparently it's another guy who has is trying to play both sides this year. We'll see. I can't think of his name.
Oh, he's in college?
But, he's in college, yeah.
What positions?
I think it's safety and wide receiver. He's played running back in high school too. I can't remember his name.
Ain't gonna be able to make it playing running back and something. Nah. But because at least like receiver, you can get down and control the hits and stuff. And corners, they barely tackle anyway in the NFL nowadays. So like the running back, playing running back by itself is tough.
Nasty.
You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. The Patriots, they on the clock now. Apparently, the rumors. Go ahead.
No, I'll say this is where the draft gets interesting.
Yeah, apparently they went down to Louisiana sometime this week for like some special dinner. So you know what that means? It's probably Will Campbell. Is what it seemed like. There were rumors they may take Jalen.
Jalen? Ain't no way.
A lot of people like he's a likable guy, bro. That's the thing. Like, and I know they get a little hype of coming to us because the intangibles, but I feel like that was a selling point for everybody. You know, everybody like his off the field, like the demeanor and the leadership in the locker room and stuff. So I don't think it's mutually exclusive to us, but we'll see. But I don't know if you saw that Joe Person tweet. About
which one?
That is down to pretty much Walker, Graham, and Tet.
Yeah, I did see that.
Is the Panther the favorite to get Tet according to Vegas? Whatever that means. I don't think it means anything, but it flipped quick. Like it went from 12-1 to like almost 1-1.
Hey, I won't be mad at it.
Look,
I wouldn't be mad, bro. Hey, I wouldn't be mad at it, bro. I won't be mad at it, bro. Look, y'all. I mean, look, I said it on my channel before plenty of times, man. Y'all know how I feel about T-Mac. I won't be mad at it, bro.
I like the depth of the defense of this draft. That's why I think I'm comfortable with them going offense. You know what I'm saying? Just go ahead and get out of the way. Yep. And then maybe get me an old lineman at some point. But after that, you can go all defense with the rest of them picks.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
My question for you, Dunk. I see the pick is in, but my question for you. What are they going to do with Kayvon Thibodeau? Because now you got Abdul Carter. You got Brian Burns, who you paid a lot of money to, so you know he's not going anywhere. You didn't pick up Kayvon's fifth-year option. Is he out of there?
Oh, they didn't pick it up?
They haven't picked it up yet. The deadline's May 1st.
They may pick it up just for, he's getting traded this weekend, in my opinion. And then you got to let whoever gets him make the decision on the 5th-year option. That's what I like. I mean, obviously we did it with Sam. We got him before draft weekend, but like we got him and then we gave him the 50 option sight unseen. But I think he's getting traded this weekend. Where? That'd be a good question.
Yeah. That's gonna be very interesting to see what's gonna happen with Kayvon. I see somebody in the chat. Jonathan said trade Kayvon to us. But I want Kayvon. I don't.
Go get Brian Burns back. Like it.
Yeah. Hey, look, hey. He said it, not me, but I agree. Okay.
Nah, he making too much money now. They gave him the bag. We ain't want to give him. Ain't no way we taking him back.
Yeah. Ted ain't it.
Ted ain't it. People talking about the Smitty criticism.
Stop.
Smitty got beef with his receivers coach. I don't know what. That's
what it was.
Deep.
That's like that. Deep. That's like you need to go to therapy beef. Like that beef it was strong. It was strong, bro. It was deep within him, bro. The darkness was within him in that point.
All bro said was he said, man, you just need to watch more Ted. And then Smitty went off. I'm like, man, listen, golly. I'm like, that's some deep rooted hate. Talking about his career and why he ain't do this and why he ain't do that. I'm like, bro, we just talking about a prospect.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was shocked about that. I was like, dang, bro, like he going for this man's whole life. Like, this is crazy.
It's real hate somewhere in there. I don't know what the root of it is, but it is what it is. Shout out to Chris 2030 on the super chat. I ain't got Ecamm live, so I got to do the manual applause. Unfortunately, I appreciate that support, brother. You ain't even say nothing on your super chat, bro. You ain't got nothing to say.
Hey man,
he said, "Oh yeah, you said Burns trash." That's what he said. Okay. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Apparently, the Browns were trying to field calls for 5.
Ooh, what just happened?
I ain't no spoilers in the chat. That's the only rule. No spoilers in the chat. I'm on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, I got notifications on. I like to live react to it, but I keep looking at my phone because I'm like, if we end up trading, I don't want to miss it. But then I look at the phone and then like,
I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna look at the phone, but I don't see nothing yet. I'm not even going. I won't spoil it.
No spoilers for our pick. I don't. These picks ain't no crime. But like our pick, I want a raw reaction to me hearing it on the TV. I'm putting my phone away across the screen. across the room, and I'm gonna try to get a raw reaction to it because after what's going on, it may get interesting.
I'm with you. I'm right there with you. All right, what's going on? Oh,
all right. So Campbell locked in Campbell for this dude a little slim, bro. For O-lineman, that suit, that Riddler suit. I'm a sucker for pinstripes though, man. I ain't gonna lie.
A pinstripe would do it, bro. A pinstripe to make it look a little slim.
That's what I'm saying. The vertical stripes. He know the game.
But that man 319.
Yeah. Agility, awareness, Michael Roos. What channel you watching?
I'm watching NFL Network, man. I like Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah, me too. And
I like DJ.
I like Rich as well.
Yeah.
I'm a big Kurt Warner fan too.
Yeah, Kurt be doing this thing on the analysis standpoint. But yeah, I like NFL Network.
Few dudes that like all he really care about is ball. He ain't got no biases. He don't have no beef with nobody in particular. I mean, he complain on Twitter all the time, but he's mainly just talking about. He complains about football in general. He complains like an old man that used to play the game. They don't like what the game is. Like he complain about quarterback play as a whole.
Yeah, pretty much. But hey, look, shout out to Kurt Warner because Dunk got that notification from Kurt Warner. You know what I'm saying? You know, give me an applause right there for Dunk out here.
Look, man. That's what I'm saying. He like ball, bro. He just like ball. So anybody he'll engage with. He like talking to coaches online. He'll be asking like opinions and stuff. He'd be like, man, look, and he a Hall of Famer. He'd be like, I don't get why this, and this. He'll be complaining and be like, anybody explain this? A high school coach will say something to him. He'll go back and forth with him, like just trying to figure out why, you know. And so like I can appreciate that, bro. You like just actually like the game because most people these days, bro, they just want hot takes and like agendas and stuff like that, and that ain't it. So I can really appreciate that. Like I said, Rich is pretty funny. And of course, Daniel Jeremiah, he's fairly unbiased as well, in my opinion. And he kind of just, my only issue with him is he lets what he hears. I mean, you have to do it, obviously, but
yeah,
I'm a person of like trust the tape. If you interpret the tape different than somebody else, it is what it is. If you're wrong, you learn and move on. But like he gets word from coaches and stuff, and he'll flip his opinion based on that, and that's fine, I guess. But because he had Tet in the 20s, bro, and most of his mocks up until yesterday, he dropped that mock and had Tet going to the Cowboys at 12. I'm like, okay. So one, y'all was talking about Tet wasn't the best receiver for a minute. Two, y'all was talking about Tet was going in the 20s. I'm like, okay. Now reality actually struck in. The 6'4", 215-pound receiver that had 1,300 yards back to back.
Thank you. Make it make sense.
Yeah, like the logic prevailed. Thank you.
They were trying to be different, bro. But you know
what I'm saying? Like, you zigging when people zagging, and that happens when dudes be good for too long, man. They just start picking them apart. Unfortunately, you get numb to what they are. Yeah. Shout out to my guy, Mr. Luke Cage. He said he just glad Siles Manders ain't on the team no more. Shout out to Mr. Luke Cage. One, you've been gone for a minute, bro. Where you been, dog? I know I ain't streamed in a minute, so that's probably why. Hey, I know you only tap in for the streams.
Can I say something though?
What's up?
Luke, that man is funny,
bro. He a comedian. He ain't been on Twitter in a minute either. That's
bro. I know. I follow him on Twitter, and I seen him in some of the comments and super chats, bro. That man is funny,
bro. He's hilarious, dog. And so, like I said, I ain't seen him in the chat in a minute. Especially on Twitter. And Twitter, I haven't seen him at all, but definitely in the chat. I haven't been streaming on the channel much. I've been doing the Bleacher Report thing, and I try not to simultaneously stream it just because I try to double dip. I got to get my ad revenue on
As
YouTube.
You should.
I get a little check from Bleacher Report, but I'm trying to double dip. You know what I'm saying? So
as it is what it is.
But shout out to him for the super chat, bro. He is Miles Sanders' number one op, bro. Number one op. Even after that Falcons game, bro, the last game, he wasn't feeling it, bro. He was not buying it.
Oh, so they did not trade. The pick is in.
The pick is in for the Browns.
What you thinking, Dunk? What you think here, bro? If you were Andrew Berry,
it got to be offensive line. Later offensive line, good. Like you got all these picks. You clearly not going quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I think you got assets. Either move back one more time or just go O-line. Build that O-line up. Get it right. Build a defense up. Something. I guess could do defense, but like I say, build O-line, bro. Get that right, and then wait till next year for a quarterback, bro.
So do you go Mimbu or do you go Josh Simmons here?
Apparently, people like Banks. I like Simmons, but Simmons is injured. But people like Banks. Mimbu has been a fast riser.
I think he had a good
right
combine.
Dude, them rumors that he may come to Carolina is crazy to me. I'm like, if Moulton was to retire tonight, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that's a good pick. But picking a lineman that you know is going to be on the bench at number 8, we will burn this. We're going to burn this down, dog.
Talking about March on Bench Street.
Down, all right. Bro. No spoilers in the chat.
No spoilers in the chat. Here we go.
Ooh.
Oh, my gosh.
Here we go.
Wow.
Here we go. So no Mason Graham for the Panthers. You see Tet in the background. They high school teammates.
I was not expecting that.
Mason looked kind of slim too.
He looked like that at the combine too, bro.
He lost a lot of weight, bro. So I'm like, I don't understand why these dudes be doing that, bro.
So I looked this up because I was trying to figure out what was going on with that. Like, why did he lose so much weight? What they were saying was he wanted to look a lot more agile during like some of his workouts and all those different things. However, his team is saying he plays at like, call it 3 something. He could play comfortably at like 310, 315 or whatever.
That's what listed at.
But he was like at the combine, he was like 297. So he lost it to kind of show his quickness and everything, but he plays at 315.
I heard that. And then he like, I don't know if he tweaked something. So he just didn't end up working out anyway. And so like, so like, he gained 10 more. His pro day, he was 306. So like, to me, I mean, he's not the most built together guy. He's a little bit soft in the midsection anyway. It don't matter. He's a big boy regardless. Some dudes are slim and trim. They be that big playing on the inside. Like Aaron Donald, obviously he was the outlier per se, but like
For sure.
to me, man, just let it ride. As long as you in shape and strong, bro, and you can and the tape gonna speak, just don't look out of shape. Like Mikael was looking a little bit rough at his pro day. I don't know if you saw them clips. Mikael Williams.
Yeah. Yeah.
But as long as you don't look out of shape, bro, and you actually like got your conditioning up, I mean, it is what it is. You're gonna play at your playing weight. So
I wasn't expecting this one.
I wasn't, bro. But it's a safe pick. He may not have the ceiling of like some of the other deep tackles. I know Walter Nolan has got a lot of steam for us the past few days, but he's a safe pick. I think he has a high floor, maybe a lower ceiling because he's not huge.
Yeah.
But it's a safe pick.
I agree.
I don't think it's not a bad pick. You can't be mad at it. Like somebody said, drafting linemen is like eating your vegetables. Like you get socks for Christmas. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't like it in the moment, but like you're gonna need them, you know what I'm saying? And it's gonna pay off eventually.
Hey, right, that's a heck of an analogy, bro. And it's so true, man. You need like you like, like you get them on Christmas, like, gee, thanks. But then you need that, especially if you get like a random color sock, you ain't gonna wear. But then when you got that fit, you're like, oh, those red socks gonna hit now because I got X, Y, and Z.
Right.
Here's the thing.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, here's the thing about Mason Graham, man. I think Mason Graham did not get a lot of love during this combine, not the combine, but the whole draft experience, because I think a lot of people were just questioning either his arm length, his size, all those different things. At the end of the day, man, one thing that never lies, women lie, men lie, numbers don't, but film doesn't either. And the production and the film that we saw from Mason Graham, what he did for 2 years at Michigan, from the championship run to even what they did last year, man, he was a dominant force. We will see what happens there. I'm not saying he's going to be as dominant. I can't talk. Dominant.
You on that Brown just like me.
Hey, look, man. You know what I'm saying? He can't be that dominant. I'm not saying he won't be or will be, but I do think that he's going to be very productive his first year. So shout out to Mason Graham on that.
Yeah. And I had the same concerns. Arm length coming to us. I think in a 4-3, he'll be fine. He has quickness. He's a good penetrator. But we don't. That's not our type of defense. When you're 4-3, you attack and then you react to what's going on. You like create disruption and then you figure out what's going on. Ours, we read and then we react. You know what I'm saying? So like you got to have long arms. You got to be able to control the guy in front of you and be looking to see what's going on and then react and get off the block. Obviously, when you have a good player, you just make it work. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. But not real quick. Not breaking news. Update rumors. Sheena, our own Sheena, quick shout out to Sheena. One time, she has said that Dan Morgan's phone is ringing. They may have a trade partner for that number 8 pick. Lo, who is your theory? What team are you thinking? What team are you thinking?
So are you saying what team I'm thinking or what team I'm hoping?
Either or, bro. It don't matter.
Colts. I need the Colts to be on the line.
You think it is, or you want it to be?
I want it to be.
Okay, so the Raiders just made their pick.
Wow.
And they took Genty. So that's a trade-up target that's off the board. Mason Graham was a trade-up target that's off the board. Tyler Warren, I think, is the guy that people will trade up for. And if it's the Colts, like you say, that's who they probably be going up for. Everybody and their mama know they want a tight end for some reason, so they're going to get one.
Yeah, I would like the Colts. I think that's as far as I'll go.
What you want back? What you need back?
I need that second round
talking
pick.
About taking less value all week and stuff like that. What you need back?
So here's the thing about the less value. All that sounds good until we see what the Browns got from Jacksonville. So forget all that talk. They gave all that up to go up 3 picks. I don't want to hear about no less value, bro. You went up 3 picks and you gave up a first rounder in 2026. I'm gonna need a second. I'm gonna need at least a second round pick. At least this year's second round pick.
Net a second, or you want to move up in a second?
Oh no, net.
Okay,
net.
I'm just trying to clarify.
Net, bro.
Mike K, the Charlotte Observer, was talking about you made net a third and then like move up in the second. My bad, bro. I spoiled Raiders pick. I didn't know. Like I said, the rules are a little bit looser for other teams, but our pick, I'm gonna react to it in real time for our pick. So just FYI, if I spoil it for us. But I'm just saying, I'll be reading the R in real time. But everybody else, if rumors happen or anything else happens, I'll let y'all know. But
But yeah, bro, I need a net second round. I need two. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think, and this is my theory, and even if Mason Graham was on the board, it would have been. I think we would have traded back regardless. I think Dan Morgan, and there's not one player in this class. Like, even if we take Ted, he's not going to put us over the top. Mason Graham wasn't going to put us over the top. Travis Hunter wasn't going to put us over the top. But, like, can I trade back? Maybe even still get Jalen Walker? Can I trade back? Maybe get a Walter Nolan or whoever you want to, Jade Barron, the DB, or somebody like that, and then get another second round pick when everybody and their mama knows that all the value of this draft is going to be tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, because, like, there's a bunch of second round picks that could probably start for us this year. They say this is a starter draft. We need them type of players. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need a safety. Clearly, we need a safety. We need pass rush help. We could use O-line to make sure we have an insurance plan for Moton. And we definitely need a receiver if we don't go receiver in the first. So, to me, getting more swings at the plate makes sense. Like I said, I don't want to lose value. But it seems like it's going to come down to either a trade back, Ted, or Walker. That's what it's going to come down to.
I think it's a trade back, bro. I think this draft is working in our favor, bro. So many people have done so many mock drafts in terms of what was going to happen, how it was going to happen. This is in our favor. So breaking news. This doesn't involve, like, the pick or anything. But shout out to my brother. He just sent this to me. He said the Giant, this is from Josina Anderson. She said the Giants GM Joe Schoen just said they already told Kayvon Thibodeau that they are exercising his 5th-year option.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, you can never have too many pass rushers. All right. So I'm not going to spoil it, but the Jets pick is in. They just announced it. So the Panthers are technically about to be on the clock. I'm turning my phone over. No spoilers in the chat. I'm not going to spoil it on the chat. I'm not going to talk about anything until the Panthers are on the clock, according to my TV. Then I'll react to it in real time. No spoilers in the chat. I'm not looking at the screen anyway. I'm just going to be talking. So I'm going to put us.
Look. All right. So look, Dunk, I said that I wasn't going to look at my phone, but I lied. But I ain't going to spoil it, though. But I'm going to look at
which number?
What number what?
The Jets?
No, I'm just saying.
In general.
I'm saying I'm looking at my phone. I lied that I wasn't looking at my phone, but I'm looking at my phone. Yeah, bro.
The only thing I'm really concerned about is if we trade. Now, I'm gonna have to jump on, unfortunately, if we get a trade. But I don't want to know our pick.
I'll give you a hint. Like, if I say, like, yo, don't look at your phone, then you know that it's not a pick. I got you, bro. I got you. Look, right. we in this together, my boy.
All right,
we in this together.
I just want this raw reaction because I know it's gonna come down to Walker. Is Walker, Ted, and trade?
It's it. That's it.
Walker's at the bottom of those three in that list for me, in my opinion. I'm down with trading back. I would love Ted, but I fully expect them. I understand. I'm just say this. I understand reality.
Yes.
They want to trade back more than they want probably anybody that's on the board currently.
Yes.
Because Mason Graham is gone. That's probably the only person that would make them second guess.
Yes.
Staying put. But I think they locked in on trading back. Hearing them stay stuck. Hearing people say that we're desperate to move back. We're most aggressive to trade out of the top 10. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Oh yeah, and it's burning up in on Main Street right now. My thing, Dunk, is who do you think is that player that a team would have so much conviction on to jump up? Is it a Tyler Warren?
It's got to be. If it's since Genty is gone, it's got to be Tyler Warren. He's the only. Right. He's the besides Ted, but yeah. I don't see us. I mean, we could. It would probably hurt my feelings, but the last premium position. He's not a premium position. Tight end's not a premium position, but he's one of the best players in the class, and he's the top guy in his position.
Right.
So now, he's the one guy I think people think is a difference maker that they would move up for. Or it's a quarterback. It could be Shador. But
I doubt it too. Dart been getting a lot of noise. But before we get into Dart and Shador, my second question, my follow-up question to that, Mr. Duncan, is what team do you think would jump up to get Tyler Warren?
It's got to be the Colts. They wanted the tight end, or it could be maybe the Dolphins. I don't know. I don't think the Dolphins would do that for him.
I don't think I don't think he fits their system, their scheme. Yeah, I could be wrong.
You gotta be fast.
Right.
Everybody's saying ESPN is faster.
I'm on NFL Network.
Somebody said it never fails. It's always a commercial when we on the clock. It do though. They disrespect us, bro.
Every time.
Mason Graham got picked at 5, bro.
Bro, I was not expecting that one. I had a feeling. You know the funny part about it? He was always going 5 in all the mock drafts.
Yeah,
everybody thought it was Jacksonville.
Right.
It's actually Cleveland.
Right.
Ain't that something?
The Bears could move up, but I don't know who the Bears are. The Bears wanted Genty, so I don't know who they would move up for. People are saying the Niners. Joe Person just tweeted out the Niners. I got notification on my watch. I looked out of habit, unfortunately.
He started.
I beat the spoiler allegations, so I'm good. But Roger Goodell about to walk to the podium on my TV. I'm not gonna spoil it.
He's on mine as well.
Very soon, the Panthers are about to be on the clock. Woo! Yeah, I had to refill my drink.
I feel that. That cup is crazy.
I got it from a Disney cruise, bro. The Mandalorian.
Hey, shout out to that. Yes.
The bar thing. I forgot what it's called. The Hyperspace Lounge is what it's called.
All right.
Yeah,
he said it.
He African for real.
Armand Mimbu is the pick, y'all. Everyone should see it now.
Is he Nigerian?
It looked like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We on the clock, bro.
Here we go, y'all.
Oh Lord, here we go.
So Dunk, I'm not even gonna pull it out yet. I'll wait to see what we're gonna do first before I show what I got over here.
All right, I'm gonna turn my volume up so hopefully the mic picks it up a little bit. I'm gonna clip this later and we'll see how I react. So the first O lineman's off the board. So that's another thing people could trade up for. I think it's gonna be a run on tackles.
It's got to, yeah.
It's very top heavy of a class. There's not a lot of depth at tackle in terms of like day one starters. That's why I think we can find somebody. I think we can find somebody on day 2 if we get an extra pick.
Mm-hmm.
Chat is saying the Panthers pick is in.
I don't see it on Twitter, but they could be right. Maybe
they must be watching ESPN. Am I behind?
No, I'm not behind. Oh no, the pick is in. The pick is in, bro.
I'm changing channels. Yeah, everybody on commercial.
The pick is in, bro. They decided to stay.
Oh Lord, here we go.
All right, Walker or Tet. That's all we got, bro.
It's Walker, Tet, or curveball.
Or curveball, which it better not be no curveball, boy. Don't do that to me.
No spoilers in the chat. No spoilers in the chat.
I see people saying, "Dang, we should have traded." I mean, they looked maybe the offer was not good enough. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I'm glad for them not forcing it. I think he regrets saying stuck, and I don't think we were stuck. We got some options here. So
I changed the ESPN just for a second, but they're not on commercial, but they're not giving the pick. I'm not looking at my watch just vibrated. I ain't looking at the chat. I'm looking at hardware commercials. A lot more commercial on right now. Pick number 8. I'm nervous. We stopped. Damn, I wanted to trade. That's the other thing. The pick is in. We allowed 404 yards per game last season. Good.
Oh, bro.
I didn't know it was 400.
Oh, gosh. Hey, yo, Dunk.
What's up?
Don't look at your phone.
Okay. I'm not looking at it.
Don't look at your phone. Hey, Dunk. One thing I will say, as you still in commercial, right? I'm gonna talk to you real quick.
Yeah.
You mind if I talk to you, my boy?
Don't give it away.
I won't.
You sound a little nervous and uneasy.
I'm not nervous or uneasy, but one thing, everybody say, I always say this on my channel of like, you got to sip the Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying? When you get excited about Carolina Panthers, But since I'm on this channel with you right now, I had to do something that you always do. I had to bring in this, bro.
The blue.
Shout out to my guy Dunk. Okay, applause
Shout out
for
to
Dunk.
the blue bottle. Actually, matter of fact, let me get.
I had to bring in the blue bottle for Dunk. I did it for Dunk, bro.
I gotta get prepped just in case. Just in case
I did it for Dunk. I did it for Dunk, bro.
The blue bottles. That's I celebrate.
Blue bottle boys.
That's for wins. That's for wins. So, maybe something good happened. We'll see. I don't know.
No. This right here. This right here was. I was gonna start off with that, but I was like, no, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till we get to our pick.
You must be off tomorrow. Oh, you gotta work from home tomorrow.
Yeah, I work from home tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I might not even pop it open. That was just for show. That was for show, bro. I bought that for show.
Are we back from commercial? The pick
All right, here we go.
In. Oh, they got a watch party in the stadium. Dang, so you could be in the stadium. I guess I went to Nashville for the draft party. The draft is dope, man. I love the experience. I hope it comes to Charlotte.
That'd be fire.
I'll go up there for that.
They showing Tep. They look excited. They showing Tep on the screen. Dan clapping.
And Morgan and Dave Canales looking at each other.
I'm intrigued, bro.
Tepper is on the phone, of course, yapping, doing what he do.
Don't look at the chat. Don't look
Jeremiah
at the chat.
Is not even the best available. Yeah, he has him as had him as wide receiver 3 currently. Look at that. Let's see if I can see Curtis. Oh, there go Curtis right there.
You see him?
Yeah, I seen Curtis on the screen. Yeah.
Oh, are you on ESPN or Network?
I'm on NFL Network. They just showed the fat heads with Xavier Legette and Bryce Young.
Shout out to Curtis, man.
All right, I'm turning the TV up for a little bit.
Don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat, Dunk.
I ain't looking.
They weren't staggering, but you saw them improve and grow throughout that process. So if they go in that direction, you're saying, hey, we're giving you one, we'll give you another opportunity. Maybe it gets someone on offense.
All right, here we go.
Be a defensive pick. Mason Graham, he's off the board. Jalen Walker was what I had in mind. Well, the mystery's about to end. Here's the commissioner with the 8th overall pick.
All right, here we go.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Hey, what's up, man?
Let's go! They did it! They did it!
They did it, bro.
They did it!
They did it, bro.
Them boys did it!
They did it, bro.
Oh, he represented by what's her name? Ashley Nicole Lynn.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Let's go, man. It's up. It's up.
That's how you do it, bro. That's how you do it.
Let's go. Where we at? Come on, man. Come on, man. Where we at? Where the chat? Where we at with the chat? Where we at with the chat? Where we at with the chat? It's time, bro. You got the captain's had it. Y'all been asking for it.
It's time, bro. Captain Dunk in the building, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen.
Look, man. Where's my phone at? Where did I throw it? I'm trying to record this man on the show. He over there barking at the Panther logo on the wall. He ready, bro. I want to see what happened when Steve Smith come to camp. What's gonna happen? How that convo gonna go? He hyped.
Bruh, I done got so excited. I'm broke my daggone mic.
The thing I want to see, bro, I really want to see Steve embrace him, bro, and like take him under his wing. Like have a man-to-man conversation, bro. Not no complaints, and put the rah-rah aside, even if he need to hash it out with his old coach, bro. Like have that grown man conversation, bro. Take him under your wing like you tried to do Mingo. He did it to Mingo because he stamped Mingo. He put his reputation on the line. But set your pride to the side, bro. We'll take him under the flaws you saw on tape, bro. Like show him.
Nah, facts, bro. Facts.
That's what
we got T-Mac, bro.
bro.
We talking about right now, bro. Come on,
that
man.
McMillan jersey up, bro. Let's go. Ooh, I'm about to
Hey,
order
yo.
one tonight.
you seen T-Mac's documentary, right?
I watched
the Nalo
this ball thing. Like, yeah, I've been watching.
Yeah, you know, he's like, hello,
Yeah,
hello. That's how.
Nalo boy,
Nalo boy.
bruh. I gotta get on Twitter because I want to see what Monty do. I know Monty turning up on that thing. He. Woo, I gotta put my glasses back on because I need to see. I can't see. So we got people hating the pick,
bro.
Let me get into the chat. Chat.
I got so excited, bro. I broke my daggone mic, bro. It fell off, bro. It fell off. I'm trying to fix it over here. Hold on, what are you talking about?
Everything I do is not only to glorify him, the man of Blue, but to put on for my Polynesian people. So shout out to all my Polys, man. We did it.
Polynesian Player of the Year. Hey. The Cali connection, the Cali. And now I gotta figure out how to really pronounce his name. Nalo boy.
It's Tetaroa McMillan.
Yeah. I wonder what the Saints gonna do. The only thing that's gonna make this night better, they take Jackson Dart right now.
The Saints will probably take Jackson Dart, and that's gonna be the crazy thing about it. I gotta fix my mic, man. Hold on.
So bro, Ted McMillan. The captain had that, bro. The captain had out. Let me put my shades back on. Look, man, it's up. It's up. Hold your glasses up, man. The outfit, this is a stamp. They gonna give Bryce Young whatever. They gonna give Bryce Young what he needs, bro. They gonna give Bryce Young what he needs, bro, to be successful. You're gonna get the answer. We're gonna find out if Bryce Young, what he did the last part of the season. We're gonna find out if he's really that guy. If he's not, the next quarterback that's coming in is gonna have some weapons. The next quarterback that comes in is gonna have some weapons if Bryce ain't it with these guys. If Bryce can't get it done, look, we're gonna find out. We got enough help. But the Panthers took Ted McMillan. Ted. Wow. We got a Panthers. We're going to watch the press conference whenever it comes up. Crazy, bro. Crazy. Man. Let me get in this chat really quick. Said Captain Dunk. I can't read without my glasses on. I'm sorry. I'm blind as a bat, bro. I'm legit. I'm like, I got astigmatism. That's what it is. My eyes shaped weird. I'm sweating here. Hold on. Let me see what the Saints do real quick. Okay, they went O-line. Okay. Hold on. Here we go. All right, dude. I think you muted, bro. Ted said it's only worse if we trade back up in the first and get an edge. Captain Dunk, let's go. You know, I had to put the hat on. Bryce going for 35 touchdowns. Trade up for an edge next. And then I say our wide receiver room was good. I guess they're looking out for Bryce Young first. It's who Bryce wanted. More slow receivers. You know, this means Evero is gone, win or lose this year. Yeah, we got Ted. Day one weapon. We've been saying it for months. Where everybody gets draft fatigue, Carolina gets smart. Bingo. Bingo. He's a wide receiver 7 on Steve Smith's list. He's wide receiver 3 on his list.
We're not worried about Smitty and what he said right now, bro. Like you said, I hope he embraces him, bro.
Yeah. They issue said, I hate the pick. You ain't want Walker. You ain't want Ted. Who did you want? Because Mason Graham gone. Yeah, Danilo, we got Ted. Shout out to my guy Kelvin B on the super chat, bro. He said an extra 50 piece for that boy Ted. Yeah, bro. Raise the glass, bro. I'm gonna have to switch the beer soon, bro. I'm too happy. We have to pick 9.
Hey, yo,
pick 9. I'm gonna have to put a big.
I might have to pop open a bottle, bro. I'm excited about Ted, bro. I'm excited about him, bro.
What I say earlier, they can draft defense the rest of the draft. I'm cool. It don't matter who name. I mean, it do matter because there's some good players that we can actually get, bro. Like we can really. Why they showing Shador now? Are they about to get picked?
Nah, it's the Bears. Bears pick is in. Yo, this draft is showing you that all these insiders don't really know nothing, bro.
Listen, bro. I think so. I'm gonna get your opinion. Shout out to my guy Kelvin. He said he don't like all the attention, but bro, you've been dropping super chats like crazy, bro. I gotta show love.
That's $150. We appreciate you, dog.
That's why I do it for y'all. So the support means everything. Your boy's independent. The goal is to be able to do this full time, so I can really give y'all everyday content at the level that I do it now. But I got kids and stuff, and I can't really. I got bills. If I got my real job is right here to the left on this monitor, right here that y'all see. I just pivot back and forth. But anyway. What do you think this says about how they feel about Bryce? Is this like an endorsement? Is this like, hey, we're giving you everything you need, bro? Show us that what we saw is real. Because to me, somebody else brought it up. Bryce has this is year 3. Obviously, you have next year. Well, year 3 is coming up. You have the following year. It's a long way going forward. Obviously, extension talks and 5th-year option. But like to me, if Bryce ain't it with these guys, it's going to show a lot. I think we still need a little bit more speed, and you can get that anywhere. There's a lot of fast guys later in the draft that they can get or undrafted if they need to, or even a running back if they want to. But somebody could walk in. This is you talking about a good complimentary wide receiver in Jalen Coker, whether he's wide receiver 2 or whatever he ends up being. Xavier Legette, who has the speed, who's going to get better. He looked healthy in OTA so far, and now you got Ted, a guy that has traits to potentially be dominant. If he can put it all together, bro, he has dominant traits. You know what I'm saying? The height and the weight. He's fluid.
Yeah.
He's like Gumby, like adjusted. That's what they call him. He's lanky like Gumby. Is what they really the way he moves, bro. He's not like a typical people like he's not Mike Evans. He don't be pushing off and Moss and dudes. I'm like,
we don't need him to be that though.
I don't got to be that. He can play inside. He can play outside. He's a big target. He can catch the ball dependably. You know what I'm saying? And he's good as his quarterback he played with. He's great in the scramble drill. I can't wait to do my film breakdown on this for the channel.
I can tell. I can feel. I see it. I feel it.
I just didn't think this was a possibility, bro. I didn't, but it happened. So I want to get your thoughts though. Like, what do you think? How this? What statement does this make as far as Bryson? We're gonna pull up the live press conference whenever they go live. I just got a notification for it on YouTube, but whenever the Twitter one goes live, I'll pull it up and we can react. We can like listen to it live on here with everybody else from the Panthers YouTube channel. Give me your thoughts.
So I think that this right here was an endorsement for Bryce. I think that they saw the progression that Bryce did for the last, call it 7 weeks of the season, and they knew for a fact. They seen what happened when Bryce first got there versus what other teams are doing in terms of getting their franchise quarterback weapons, and they knew that they needed to do that. And I think the beautiful thing behind having T-Mac is he is that type of receiver that we do not have on the roster. And he can come in and be that wide receiver 1. And they're not saying that they're giving up on Xavier Legette. You know what I mean? But I feel like Xavier Legette and T-Mac are totally 2 different players who can complement each other in terms of the scheme and how we play. We all, at the end of the day, the scheme is the scheme is the scheme. And we know what Dave Canales likes. We've seen it in Seattle with his big-time receiver, tall, 6'4" receiver, and DK Metcalf. That's what he's used to. Then he goes to Tampa Bay. He has his big-time, tall receiver in Mike Evans, 6'4", 6'5". That's what he likes. That's what he's used to. We did not have that. So I feel like the writing was on the wall there. We were just kind of not looking at it that way because of the fact that our defense was so terrible. But the fact that we knew, and a lot of people have said this, Dunk, you have said it, you need to keep a strength, right? And we did that with the offensive line, and we knew that we needed the offense to take that next step. It was good. It wasn't great last year, but we need to be great. We have this offensive line. We're paying them a crap ton of money, and you got to let them earn that check. Not only in the pass, in the rush defense, the run offense, but also the pass offense and the pass blocking. And so I think this is an endorsement to Bryce. There is no excuse moving forward there. He has his weapons. He has a ton of different players who can do a lot of different things. Now I want to see what we do in the second round for this defense. That's how I feel about it. I love the pick.
Yeah, man. Good soliloquy. And I think what you talked about with him and Legette being him and XL being different receivers is a phenomenal point. Like, I hate it. And
no, talk that talk. No, talk that talk.
Stereotypes, bro. And
come on,
I don't want to get. I ain't trying to get quote unquote woke. I'm just saying. I've been short my whole life. The stereotypes with being short, but I ain't gonna get into that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. People think there's a short man syndrome and all that stuff. That's the thing like that. But there are certain stereotypes of being a big guy as well, a receiver in particular. Mm-hmm. They think that one, they can't separate, they can't run routes, they're not fast. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. I'm gonna tell you right now, Xavier Legette, the type of athlete he is, he's big, he's strong, he's powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Ted McMillan, he's tall, he's lean, he's smooth.
Come on,
it seems like Xavier Legette be fighting himself out there sometimes.
No, facts.
He gliding. Like when I say Gumby, if a lot of people may not be old enough to know about Gumby, that's why I may not the same way. But come on, man.
Everybody know Gumby.
He's a lot smoother. I do agree. We do need some speed. I still think we need speed. We need a guy that can call his own shot. I call it calling your own shot. Like just dump it off to him. He can get yards at. We had LaVisca, but he ain't really the type of guy we need. But we need that type of guy, a guy that you ain't got to call a play. Just throw it to him in the flats. He can break tackles. He can break one on any given play. He puts pressure on the defense every time. We do need that. I think you can find those type of guys.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah.
I was endorsing Isaiah Bond. He's obviously different circumstances. That's not happening. But there's other guys in the draft as well that are fast. But like to have him, Tech, XL, Jalen Coker, Thielen in the cut still. I think it's a good thing. All those fades and stuff we was throwing to David Moore, that's not going to be David Moore anymore. That's going to be Tech McMillan.
Come on, man.
All those David Moore made some good plays. He made some good plays, but he dropped some. Those are going to be Tech now, and he's not a burner to take the top off. So we'll see how defenses react. But he's somebody that I think you have to respect.
So two things for you. One, Colston Loveland got picked up before Tyler Warren.
Bro,
I want to call that out because Colston Loveland is somebody who is so underrated in terms of what he does as a tight end, and Ben Johnson knows it.
Oh, shoot. My bad.
Ben Johnson knows it.
We late.
Oh, go for it. No, you good.
I ain't get live. I'm gonna try to get it from the kid.
No, you good.
I'm guessing that means they're done for the night, which makes sense because why would they trade back up into the first?
It don't make sense.
Okay. Let me see. I need my ECAM back, bro. This is I need
Yeah, what made you not do ECAM?
So there's a giveaway widget that StreamYard has that people can just leave a comment in the chat and it does a live actually like giveaway on air. But like
that's lit.
ECAM doesn't have that, unfortunately.
ECAM got to step it up.
Anytime the draft happens, it does that. Somebody told me congrats. I'm like, bro, I just picked that. I don't want no win over y'all. I want to win in general. I think people get so caught up in like being right. I want to win. I don't want them type of wins. I want to win. People are telling me congrats, I got the pick right. I'm like, bro, I was gonna support whoever they pick.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I feel the same way.
You know, we're super excited about our 8th pick. Legette. He's somebody that we obviously really liked. Thought he could really add a different dimension to our offense and just add another playmaker to the offensive side of the ball. So not only a great player, but he's a great kid and somebody that Dave and I really value. So we're excited to have him in the building and excited to get going with him.
Can you tell us about some of the calls that you were fielding? We heard that you were fielding some calls for that number 8 pick.
Yeah, we did. We had a few calls. Obviously, you entertain everything, and at the end of it, we wanted to get our guy, and we're excited about it.
What wide receiver at this point versus defense, which you said was a big need coming in the offseason?
Yeah, and it's still a need, and we have 8 more picks. So we
deep draft
player. We wanted to follow our board of who we thought was going to help us the most up there. So
the board,
bring that back. We'll talk about that,
and we're excited about it.
And you said he adds a different
of who we thought was going to help us so we wanted to add the best player. We wanted to follow the board, follow our board.
Okay,
our board.
Who we thought was going to help us the most up there. So again, we got our guy, and we're excited about it.
And you said he adds a different dimension, actually, for both of you guys. What is that dimension? And was there any concern about kind of his lack of elite speed?
Yeah, I think he has really good play speed. I think the thing that pops off the tape about Ted is just how smooth he is, his body control, his ability to
did we not just say that?
To all types of throws, his catch radius, and his hands are elite. He catches everything outside his frame, and he can win the jump ball down the field and in the red zone. He's a guy that has 18 touchdowns the past 2 years. So he puts the ball in the end zone, and obviously that's something that we want to do.
Them numbers at the top.
As a day 1 impact starter?
Absolutely, he's gonna have to work for it. He certainly comes in just like everybody else, and comes into a talented group. Probably the thing I'm most excited about is just the further we dug in, the pro day, all the postseason work, just getting to know the guy, spending time with him. We had him here on a 30 visit, to be able to spend a little bit more time and just making sure that he was the right fit for our team. The type of players we're looking for. They love playing ball. They love to work on their craft, and it really shows up, when I just kind of, we were, Dan and I just the last couple of days, as we're getting ready for this pick, we're just nitpicking. And so I put my receiver coach hat on and just watched his pro day and watched his just his route craft, the way that he can reduce his surface in the top of routes as a 6'4" guy, the way he comes back to the ball, some of the things that you look for as a great starting point for a receiver, and so giving us that good size element, the red zone target, a lot of things to be excited about, so something that was really cool for us to just come together on and kind of knew, unless somebody blew us out of the water with something, we weren't going to let our guy pass. And so it was a great moment for us.
Hey. The additions that you guys are able to
stop smiling. Look at him.
Free agency. How much does that impact your draft board?
You certainly take it all into consideration, but like Dan said, we follow the board. You rank the players how you like them and where the talent's at, and so you just stay true to it. And it comes right to you. Some of those picks right before us, really thought, the 5th pick was a big moment for us. Kind of like what was going to happen here that was going to help us get our guy at that point. And so, with Cleveland taking Mason Graham right there in that spot, the board kind of felt like Ted's going to make it, and we're holding our breath right there, for a couple more picks, but really excited about that.
So Ted was one the whole time.
Preached size and length. Obviously, McMillan fits those molds. I'm just curious, how does he fit into the wide receiver room from a complimentary standpoint?
Pause. Michael Williams went before Jalen Walker, guys. FYI. I think Jalen Walker may go to Atlanta. They love Mike Green, but I don't see the Falcons turning down the hometown connection. Just FYI. But Michael to the Niners. That's interesting.
That's
just
very
FYI.
Interesting. Very
FYI,
interesting.
guys. He could slide. If he don't go to Atlanta, he could slide to, I think Detroit is hot and heavy on edges, but maybe his versatility being a tweener is going to work against him, man. So
yeah, this is wild. Wow.
We'll see. But I think Atlanta is the spot, but they love Mike Green, bro. And I think Mike Green would be the smart pick personally for them because of the production, and they haven't had pass rush. They probably had the only pass rush group that was worse than ours in the NFL. And it's been like that for years since John Abraham retired. But back to this press conference, because we talking about us. But real quick, notice how, bro, the stuff that we were just talking about, the smoothness, the catch radius,
the hands,
the elite hands. And he's quarterback friendly because not just because he's big, but like they say, he works back. And like I said, I'm gonna do my film breakdown. I'm gonna show the scramble drill. What he does in his routes, he comes back to the ball almost every time.
Yeah.
And so that's very, very. When you come back to the ball, it shortens the distance that a DB has to break up the pass. Not to mention, you're bigger as well, so you already create space. You have a natural separation when you're a big body guy. Like, he doesn't have the longest arms like T. Higgins, but when you can catch the ball outside of your catch radius, and the DB is smaller than you. That's separation still. You get an extra a yard of separation with your arm length, just being a big body, let alone whatever separation you create from route running. So it is what it is.
Talk that chalk talk, man.
Look, man, we finna get to it, man. We finna get to it. I ain't gonna get too much, not too much. Let's get back. Let's see what Dave talking about, though.
Oh, outside of those attributes.
Yeah, shoot, you got like a basketball team going.
I'm just curious, how does he fit into like the wide receiver room from a complementary standpoint? Oh, outside of those attributes.
Yeah, shoot, you got like a basketball team going on right now. You know, there's different attributes, you know, and you know, Xavier, the power and speed he brings, Thielen's craftsmanship. You know, you saw Jalen Coker come on strong last year. You know, Tet all of a sudden brings in this really long, you know, 6'4" target to kind of round out the group. So you know, it's a really cool group to think about, you know. And I mean, obviously, like right off the bat, you know, Brad and Rob come down the hall, and I'm like, all right, boys, here we go, you know. And so pretty exciting.
I know I harp on this point a lot, but you're a former wide receivers coach. Brad's a former wide receivers coach. Rob, all of his accolades. You guys have invested so heavily in wide receiver. From a developmental standpoint, how much pressure does that put on you guys to kind of deliver and make that group kind of ascend?
I love that. You know, I love for the pressure to be on us to utilize these guys with their talents, the unique abilities they have, to fit them into the core of our schemes, to continue to find out who we are, and to find that identity, you know, in the pass game. And then, of course, you know, just from a team standpoint, you know, just getting football players, getting dogs, getting playmakers. And we really felt like we got that intent.
How much did just the way Bryce finished the season and
Good question.
seeing that uptick, how much did that go into like saying, look, we got defensive needs, but we got to get this quarterback another weapon?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think for me it's and for Dan as well, you know, we got to do what's best for the team. And the best thing we can do is to evaluate our board, to stay true to where we have guys at. And when you really like have conviction about a player and they come to you, you know, the alternatives, like the trade alternatives and all those things, they got to like blow you out of the water, you know, to pass up on all the work that's been done, you know, not just, you know, myself and Dan, but his whole staff, my staff as well, just looking at these guys and being able to evaluate them and so that it's a collective decision, so that we all go into this thing with a commitment to make the Panthers better.
You guys both had said individually this offseason that you were good with the receiver group you have. Clearly, you felt it needed another piece, though.
Who's that laughing?
No, I wouldn't so much.
Yeah,
say
that was me. That was me.
I thought it was
just
him.
think again, like you
My
follow
bad.
your board and you take the best players, and Tet was high on our board. We obviously felt really good about him, and he was there for the taking, so we didn't want to pass up on a good player.
Was there a particular moment where you guys looked at each other and said, okay, this is our guy?
I felt like it was about like every time we watched them, we're just like, you know, another great catch, and just the way that he just it's effortless, that the way he catches the ball, and he catches everything outside his frame, and he's just just a great receiver that is super fluid. His body control is some of the best I've seen in a while. So, yeah, he's exciting.
And the one thing that I really learned from Dan just through the process is the biggest challenge, which is all still new to me as a head coach, is to get into the horizontal comparisons of offensive players versus defensive players. And when you start looking player for player and the dynamic way that they move, the dynamic way they play, and having to try to compare them across different positions, apples to oranges, was really kind of where we came back in the process and kept putting him on and then you're like really excited. You almost can't turn the tape off. So it's like it stood out, in such a special way that he made the decision easy for us. Yeah.
You guys 2 years in a row, a wide receiver first round. You turning into an offensive guy there?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm turning into a guy that just wants to bring good football players in here, and it's just another opportunity to bring a great player in.
Good answer, though.
You're not done today?
No. Yeah. No, I think we're done.
He didn't understand the question.
I was like, I meant like, no, we're not.
He didn't understand the question.
Last year's draft.
His eyes, bro. He was like,
yeah, I was like, oh, okay, we're gonna be busy. When you look at
ready to go to bed.
the way you guys handled last year's draft, now that this first pick's in, what lessons can you possibly take from last year that you might apply now to day 2 and day 3?
Yeah, I think it's just going back, reassessing your board, and trying to figure out what guy is going to fall to us at 57, and then just kind of weighing the options of, hey, should we trade up? Should we stay where we're at? Should we trade back? So, I just think all options are on the table again, right? With this second pick, and we're just going to attack it, and we're going to follow the board.
If you had traded back, did you have like a
we had a lot of people sniffing around. I think it would have had to be something above and beyond, for us to kind of pull off this pick. But yeah, that's where we were.
You said you had some good conversations.
Interesting.
To the draft with him. Can you talk
So the
about
trade smoke was a date.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, and then speaking to just kind of like the lessons learned from one year to the next, we look.
Pause it. So the whole taking less, they desperate was bait. That's crazy. So do you think it was a smoke screen? Because I don't think anybody knew exactly. Because people were saying like, "Oh, Jacksonville may go Tet. Jacksonville may go Tet," and it was like, "Oh, they're going offense. Is it Tet? Is it Ashton? It's probably Ashton." Obviously, it went Travis Hunter today. So it was a smoke screen.
So here's the thing, bro, and I'm gonna have to say this on my podcast too.
Yeah, you ain't gotta go too deep because I know everybody. We're gonna finish the presser, so you ain't gotta go too deep.
We
got time too, so we would finish the conversation.
I'm not gonna go too deep. But one thing I will say, I'm gonna say this real quick, is I definitely went in on Dan Morgan for saying too much on that last press conference in terms of saying stuck and all those different things and the art of negotiation, all those different things. Maybe he knew what he was doing the whole time and was like, let me just throw this out here to see if we can get some type of Godfather deal, the offer I can't refuse, to see if that's going to make me move for 8, even though I know the guy I want. Maybe that was the plan all along. Who knew?
And somebody told that to me because I dropped the video because I'm a company man. I got to plug my Bleacher Report stream yesterday. I talked about them being desperate, and I dropped a video on my channel saying they're desperate. Somebody was just like, bro, maybe they just wanted them to be the first call when somebody wants to trade because like everybody wants to do it. That's the way to get your application up to the top of the pile. Sometimes you gotta lie on your application a little bit to get it to the top of the pile. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that was what the Panthers were doing to get their phone to be like, hey, if you guys want to blow us away with and just to catch up on picks, Mikael Williams went 11. 12 was the Cowboys. A lot of people thought they were going to go Matthew Golden. They went guard Tyler Booker, who some people had dropped into the second, which is crazy. And 13, Miami's pick is in. If y'all watching it, I won't spoil that pick after that, but I'll spoil 13. 13, I just lost it. Because 13 was Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan. Wow. 14 is in. It just got leaked on Twitter. I'm gonna hold it off because it's a conversation we can build on that we talked about a little bit earlier. But let's get back to this presser. It's crazy to me, man, because like they really beat the allegations of like giving it away, and to me, this tells me it was XL's fault. It wasn't their fault. It was XL. XL was the one that went on the podcast and ran his freaking mouth. XL ran his mouth. We didn't know it was a done deal until XL went on that podcast sometime around about a week or two before the draft and was like, yeah, man, we met like 10 times. They came to my cousin's barbecue. We met at the Senior Bowl. We had a little bit of coffee at this little wing spot down in Mobile. It was dope. Then I went for the 30. You know what I'm saying? Like he spilled all the beans. This country, you know how them country folks be talking. I think that's what it was, and that's why they was like when we saw the video, they were just like, man, you ain't have to spill the beans like that.
Mm-hmm.
It was really his fault. Obviously, Tet, they met with Tet, so that's still a thing. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't a dead giveaway. I think him being on the board, but like I think the real smoke screen, and I don't think it was intentional, was the Steve Smith slander. I just think nobody really thought that would be the case. But Steve Smith has had a hand in picking from Jalen Coker to Jonathan Mingo. He's had some input on our receivers, and I think Steve Smith was a smokescreen.
Which is another question.
Was it intentional?
No. I'm not even going that far. I'm not going that far and saying it wasn't intentional because I don't think that he ain't getting paid for that. But one thing I will say is, does that say that they're not listening to Steve as much as they used to?
Thank God. And no, respectfully, thank God. We're a serious organization.
I mean,
if Steve wants to get on payroll and be a scout, fine. But we have a buffet of wide receiver. Brad Izzy has a background as wide receiver coach. Nick Canals has a background as wide receiver coach. We have a current wide receiver coach.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We don't need that many cooks in the kitchen.
We don't. But when Fitty was here, they were all in listening to him. Now a new regime is in. Yes, you still want to listen to what people have to say, but you're not going to take it as face value. When Fitty was here, bro, there was times where Tep called him and said, hey, what do you think about Jonathan Mingo?
Bro, we were so unserious. Chandler Zavala texted the Panthers himself.
Said, come get me.
And shout out to Zavala because he done dug himself off the mat, bro.
Hey.
Literally the worst rated guard in PFF history. In all PFF, I don't know how long it's been around. I think 2011. He's the worst rated guard.
Yo.
But he started a few games and was good, bro. He started for Hunt in the last game.
Mm-hmm.
Ooped.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to him for that. But
all about coaching,
time, bro. Yeah, exactly. The circumstances were annoying. Shout out to D with the point. Excuse me, I just burped. What you was talking about, the Game Network, they have a pre-draft buildup from Ted McMillan. That's what I've been watching as well. You see him training with Mason Graham, Will Johnson, Ollie Gordon's on there as well. Who's a couple other players? It's another couple other players as well.
Jahad Campbell on there.
Jahad Campbell's on there.
Will Johnson.
Will. I said Will. Say Ollie Gordon. Like I said, Mason Graham. Him and them are teammates.
It's another receiver on there that he jokes with a lot. I can't think of his name.
It's a white guy. I think he'll be a later pick if I'm not mistaken.
No. It's a black dude. He's kind of tall too. I can't think of his name. I see Elick Onion.
Alamana. He's
he's on there too.
He's a Stanford receiver, another big body guy. All right, so they just started another press conference. I don't know what they're about to do. I don't know if Tet's going to be talking somehow.
It gotta be Tet
remotely. So let's go ahead and catch up on this one. I think we're almost at the end of the damn Morgan one. So let's do that.
Can you talk about the cultural fit that he might be with this team?
Yeah, I mean, and then speaking to just kind of like the lessons learned from one year to the next, we look at the guys that we brought in last year and they fit the profile.
Tyler Warren to the Colts
football players. And so that's really that commitment, kind of looking at the guys that
they wanted a tight end, bro.
Just like, the more that we watched him, the more that, you see the different parts of his craft show up. You can tell this is a guy that works on it a lot. For a 6'4" guy to be able to reduce at the top of his routes the way he does, that takes work, and his speed cuts and all those things that you just kind of see somebody that's working on his game.
Hold on. Lo, they told me that he don't love football, bro. They said he don't like football. He don't watch film and stuff. So like, we don't want him. But Dave Canals over here telling me that he work on his game and stuff like that. I could be wrong. But what I heard was he don't love football. But my coaches right here that everybody believes and buys into is telling me something else.
And the crazy part about it, it's not the fact that he asked T-Mac, do you love football? It was the fact that he saw it based on the routes that he was running and saying no person at 6'4" should be reducing the way he's reducing in his routes and coming back to the ball or breaking down in the routes. That shows me that you work on your craft, which then therefore shows that you love football.
Yep, just checking in. Just making sure I had that right.
Yeah, I mean, if it looked like a duck and it quacked like a duck,
it ain't no chicken.
It ain't no chicken.
Let's continue on.
And so I think just taking a note out of that and just knowing that we're getting another person that fits into what we're trying to do, and the guy's a baller, and that's like, there's a simple way to look at it. You watch film and the ballers show up, and they make plays in big moments, and they're always looking to do something special.
Either one of you, the defense had historical struggles last year. With the offensive wide receiver group, you have two guys already above 6 foot, 6'3". What would you say to the fans about what you believe about the defense not taking a pick in the defensive side of the ball this early in the draft? What would your message to the fans be about what you believe about this defense?
I'll go first. Same thing. We're trying to do the best thing for the Panthers, and that's our commitment. Is if we can stay true to our evaluation process and follow the board, be disciplined about that over time, we'll select the players that we have conviction on, that we're all on the same page with, all on the same board. All on board with to make those choices, And so I think the consistency of the players that we're looking for is what we're after, And I think that, it's been said, in different ways, like if you start to chase needs and you're not just being true to your process and true to the players that come to you and the ones you have belief in, I think that, sometimes that you can, get yourself a little bit out of whack and not in alignment for what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and we did attack our defensive needs through free agency, and again, we have eight picks left. And,
had to sit there register.
Our board has a lot of defense guys on there as well, so it's definitely not something that we're going to neglect.
Dave, I don't think you answered this already. Apologize if you did, but have you communicated with Bryce yet about this?
Right away. We got him on speakerphone and talked to Bryce. He's fired up. So another Southern California guy, they kind of played, they were in different times, but Servite High School, Mater Dei are rivals, and they're kind of in the same area. So there's no love lost there, but I think for the culture of what we're trying to do, that part is just a bonus,
And a little bit similar question, but
Cali Love.
On something like this, do you communicate to Xavier Legette, who might feel a little threatened by this pick?
Not right now. Right now, we're celebrating this moment with our guys, and when Ted gets here, well, again, tomorrow will be an opportunity. He'll be in here at some point, so I'm sure, the fans will be able to meet him at some point tomorrow. But right now it's just about celebrating this moment, and when he comes in here, he's a Panther. He's one of us.
Was this pick something
Have an indictment of Legette.
I hate that he said one of us.
No, Xavier, he wants to win, and that's all Xavier cares about. Just kind of going back to that question, Xavier wants to win, and he's hungry to,
trying to start
to
drama.
go out there and compete.
This is an indictment.
Show up big this year, and I know he's been working his butt off, and we're excited about him, and we're excited about the team and the direction that we're headed.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
See you guys.
Trying to get you home early tonight.
Look at Sheena trying to get home early tonight.
They was nervous when he said that. Nah, we're not done. Like, oh Lord, no, what? We gotta stay up. I want to watch this draft from the house.
Right.
Very, a lot of nuggets, bro. A lot, a 12-piece nugget with two sauces. Somebody in the chat. What are the reports at?
Yeah, I want to see that.
Saying, so I gotta.
What are the sources?
And this is just funny. And I always say I don't have sources. My sources just have sources because I don't live currently in Charlotte. I live in Georgia currently. I'm from South Carolina, that's where my roots are. Shout out to the 864. But I heard, and I'm not gonna put it. Maybe they'll want me to I'll talk about it later at a future date. Maybe they'll want me to put it out there so they can claim the credit. But I was told by content creator that some barbershop talk went down.
Okay,
and Jalen Coker and Bryce Young were in the barbershop at the same time. And the thought of Ted McMillan being added to the Panthers was brought up.
Okay, keep going.
And they were all about it. Even Jalen Coker. The fact that they asked was they really get threatened by this? Jalen Coker was like, bro, let's add, let's do it. Like, let's turn up. Let's add whoever we can. Let's get this team better. Like, that's the type of guy. Obviously, Bryce was for it. Bryce was a big fan of it. because I mean Bryce is a company man, but I'm very curious to see the energy of Bryce Young in a barbershop. Like
turned
that
up.
would be, that would be, you know what I'm saying? That would be something to see. But I just think that nugget, like it felt like just like because this was somebody, this is the content creator's friend heard from his barber. That's what happened. I don't know if the content creator's friend, it was like my cousin's hairdresser from it was, you know what I'm saying? Some grapevine black people type stuff. It wasn't no like, legit source. But the grapevine be a little bit, the grapevine be his sometimes. You know what I'm saying? The grapevine be his sometimes. So that, and then like when that report about Joe Person said like there's people in the office that are intrigued, I thought to me, I was like, oh, that, because I heard that before. I was like, that must mean they asked Bryce, and Bryce probably put that word out there. But seeing all that stuff they've been talking about, bro, they love this dude. For him to be, I mean, and obviously they run projections at top and I put it on my stream. I was like, if Travis Hunter falls to 8, I would eat my shirt on the live stream. Like because we're gonna take him for one.
I remember you said that.
So like there's guys that had they fallen, like Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, we would take. You know what I'm saying? But realistically, they run their mocks in their head. They think like, okay, boom, boom, boom. And Dave can also admit it. He's like, Cleveland was a little bit of a curveball, but like once that pick went in, the Falcons on the clock. I just saw they pick, and it's exactly what I said earlier. That's the spoiler who I'm gonna give. But that's gonna be fun. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, he gonna come with it each time.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda is gonna be fun.
The shoulda, coulda, woulda would be interesting, bro.
But
we got now, little boy. Hello,
hey, but yeah, it's just funny how somebody said the grapevine turned into wine. said that wine gonna come from the grapevine every time. You know what I'm saying? That's a bar. Shout out to Trey Willis. You just tuned into the stream, bro. Your first time commenting is what it seems like. Appreciate you joining. This is the Unnecessary Bunting Sports Talk live stream. I am Aaron Duncan. This is, I don't know if I got our names up here. Did you put your name here? I'll put our name up here. Shout out to my guy Carlo from the pregame podcast. Let me see if I can get our banners up there so they can identify, because you new to the channel, so I want them to get familiar with you for sure.
Good.
No, it says I have minimal. I mean, I have it. So I don't know how to work EQ, unfortunately. But this is my boy Carlo. Carlo, tell them where they can find you on YouTube.
Yeah,
Twitter,
man.
Whatever the X, whatever it is, let them know.
Yeah, so definitely go to @the pregame PC on YouTube. Basically, our podcast is the fusion of sports and pop culture. So we don't just talk Panther football. We talk about all sports, pop culture, music, the whole nine. Make sure y'all pull up on this, man. Have a good time. Pull up to the pregame.
Shout out to the pregame. Jalen Walker just went to the Falcons, guys. He just went to the
crazy.
I know it hurt some feelings. I thought they would go Mike Green, but they get a chance in and these are allegations, so I don't want to beat them up. The much cleaner prospect. I mean, I hate he didn't. It
is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Bro.
So I'm not gonna beat him up on that part, and not because I hate when they do that. I hate whatever. I just hate that part about it. I knew he wouldn't be on our board because of it, but I just hate that we don't know what happened, but people still gonna have their judgments regardless. I mean, Mike slide. We'll see what happens with Mike. Some people, those elite, like the Eagles or the Chiefs, them type of teams, he gonna end up making. We're gonna be seeing Mike Green probably in February or January or something like that. Or Detroit will take him probably too. They need pass rush help. And we'll see him probably there making plays in the playoffs. But they go with a much cleaner prospect, Jalen Walker. I told you, if they didn't pick him, bro, they would raise hell. Them Georgia fans. So Jalen Walker, he's a tweener. He's a little bit of a tweener. I think Raheem Morris probably would know what to do with him. Best of luck to him. Worst of luck to him. He's a good dude, so whatever. But worst of luck because he an op now. Ted McMillan is going live from for the Panthers. So I will be putting that on now. Sorry for the loud music, but he should be coming up here very, very shortly. I am live on YouTube.
As Reese is going on, one thing I want to talk about after this is the fact that he talked about. I hate that he said it, but Dave talked about one of us and talking about the. Oh, never mind. Let's get it.
Oh, my bad, guys. All right, here we go. They on Zoom. Oh Lord, it's gonna be bad.
Your audio's kind of cutting in and out, Ted.
It's gonna be bad, bro. It's gonna be bad.
NFL do better.
This is the Panthers.
No, he's in the room. He's in the room at the draft. Yeah, he's in Green Bay.
So, that's Darren, Sheena. That's the Panthers, Alex.
Gotta be us.
All right, man.
It's gotta be us.
Why?
Why?
They don't love us, bro.
What's that video? Why? Why?
They don't love us, bro. They do not love us.
Hey,
I'll unmute it whenever they come back. I don't know. Y'all don't want to hear no generic NFL films.
Bro. I'm tired. I need them to pick a different song.
Yeah,
in 2020, in big 2025.
Let me throw on my fan real quick.
That man Dunk out here turned up, man. He over here sweating.
That Brown running straight through you, boy, man. I got too excited. I got to reel it in.
Hey, nah, man, we got T-Mac, bro. I am thoroughly excited, bro. Thoroughly excited.
I'm thoroughly surprised, bro. Like, that's the thing, bro. Like, and somebody said I don't like the pirate music. That's really what it sounds like, right? That's really what it sounds like. But let me take my hat off too for the now. So I get to my hair. My hair gotta you get the fresh cut, the lineup. You start sweating a little bit. It's easy to sweat. That's how I am. I just got but somebody said y'all know Excel ain't it, bro. Excel is like last year, and Bryce Young was still progressing, but I think Excel going against potentially number 2 corners is feasting. Jalen Coker is going to be that slot guy. He can Jalen Coker, and I love Thielen. My fantasy team is called Thielen myself. You know what I'm saying? But Jalen Coker can do that big one and phase him out. He can be that future slot guy. Jalen Coker doesn't have the best athleticism. He can win on the outside, but like
for sure,
his route running and his hands and his just like we know how Bryce Young is with Thielen. I think he has the same traits, but in a bigger body. He has more juice. He's younger, but he can separate a little bit better from Thielen. And I think his savviness as a receiver is better on the inside because linebackers can't cover him because they're not used to that. You put a nickel on him, they're not used to that type of route runner that's that big. And in 3, when you put a safety on him, they're really not used to that type of route running.
Facts.
So Jalen Coker being able to play that slot is the best thing possible. They tried to this is what happened. I'm gonna tell you what the numbers say. And the Cardinals just made a pick. Dang, I was hoping he fought it. They too. We can go get him. But
it better not be who I think it is.
It is. Well, I don't know.
It better not. His name better not start with a P.
No.
Okay.
But,
dang. That's a good pickup for them. I didn't think he was going to drop. I didn't think he was going to make it a day 2.
I didn't either, but I was hoping once he got past us, I was like, that was his agent that had to be doing. They were putting that smoke out about the Panthers, in my opinion. Because if the Panthers really didn't want to trade back, I don't think we were going to take him at 8. Had we traded back, I thought it would have been an option for sure because I thought that Jalen Walker would be gone by then, and I think he would be better than reaching for an edge rusher.
Yeah.
But
sorry, we'll get his teammate.
That's what, bro.
That's what I said. That's what I thought you was talking about. That's what I really want.
No. Personally, not going in the first.
No, but
he didn't test well enough. I thought he could move up, but he didn't test well enough. He didn't test as good as I thought he would, but he plays faster and better than he tested, and that's perfect for us.
So I think two things I want to say real quick, and I know you're about to talk about it, but one, the rest of this draft is going to be very interesting to see what we're going to do in the second round. Can't wait to see what's going to happen. And 2, I am very excited, bro. And then 2, I want to get back to what you're talking about in terms of the Coker Thielen things. That's very interesting.
Curtis, hold on, let me put his back. Curtis he was right beside Ted.
Yeah, he got a picture. He got a picture
with a selfie. Yeah.
Shout out to Curtis, man.
I'm gonna take
I think he lives in Wisconsin.
Oh, really? I thought he
Yeah.
was from Raleigh, not Raleigh, but like because he be at camp.
I think he lives in Wisconsin, man. So I think that was a hop, skip, and a jump for him, I believe.
That's a dope ass picture to get, bro.
Nah, facts.
For him, like, you know what I'm saying? Like he damn near holding the phone. I mean, he probably took his own selfie because he got his phone in his hand too. So that's dope.
Bro, are they still trying to fix it?
Yeah, Joe Person just tweeted out that they having audio issues. I'm about to tweet this picture out, Kurt. But
why she didn't have the screenshot Tet like that? That's crazy. Oh, speaking of Tet, apparently he does not like the nickname Tet. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, so I heard it on the radio. They said he does not like the nickname Tet. He prefers either T-Mac or Tetaroa. You say his real name.
I fought with T-Mac. T-Mac was my favorite NBA player of all time, bro. I got my T-Mac tools upstairs, bro. Like he's literally my favorite player of all time. And my not life goal, but my current goal is to make sure people realize how good he was. Because at one point, him and Kobe was like neck and neck. People don't realize before Kobe ascended, before he went to 8, him and Kobe was like neck and neck. But obviously the injuries
for about a season or two, for sure. But
T-Mac's injuries was really what threw him off, bro. But like for like you say a season or two, like maybe what was it? No, it wasn't the Magic. It was the Magic when Rockets. He did ascend to the next level with the Rockets, but that's when a lot of the injuries kicked in. But Magic, and that because Kobe hadn't really took off yet.
Right.
But him and Kobe was like, you know what I'm saying, doing like neck and neck. This is like right after Shaq left, probably, or maybe I have to think of the time. I have to line up the timelines, but people don't realize how good he was, bro. Like, and
what he had 13 points and something that was
39 seconds.
Bro,
I think
I watch that every now and then if I just want to see some crazy elite like highlight. Bro, that joint was crazy. But yeah, but he likes T-Mac more than Tet. Apparently, I don't know why, but that's what the rumor is out there. Dog, I'm so surprised, but I'm excited, dog.
What they say? His mama named him Tetaroa. I'm gonna call him Tetaroa.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
Easy E no ball. He said pre-injury T-Mac. Come on,
bro,
man.
He was cold. He was cold, bro. He could score from anywhere, bro. Anywhere.
He said early 2000 T-Mac was up there.
Oh yeah.
This is somebody born in the 90s. Okay, we might go. Back.
Nalo boy.
And then we will go to Darren, followed by Alex and Steve Reed.
Cool.
Well, let's try this thing again. T-Mac, welcome to the Carolinas. Can you walk us through the emotions as you took that phone call?
Yeah, man. I just feel just relief. Just finally knowing what team I get to play for. Man, I'm just blessed. I'm super grateful for this opportunity and this moment, and I'm just taking it all in right now.
Congratulations.
Pause.
I appreciate it.
T-Mac, when you think about this offense you're joining at the moment, what do you know about this crowd, and how do you think you're going to fit into it?
Oh, man, I think it's going to be amazing. First things first, obviously, Bryce Young, Cali to Cali connection. That's immediately. And as well as, the other receivers, Xavier, Adam Thielen. And I feel like, our OC, Coach Izzik, will definitely, put it together. I know Coach Canales calls the plays, and, I'm confident in them, and they're confident in me. And, I'm just ready, to take the Panthers to the next level.
Yeah. What do you remember about those interactions with Coach Canales in particular through this process?
Shoot, you know what? It was really just good vibes. It was nothing but good vibes. Really talking about just regular stuff. He's a kid from Carson. And I'm from Cali as well. So I feel like we hit it off really well. And really, it was just kind of they took a chance on me, and I'm super blessed.
Hey, T-Mac. So going off that, so quickly. You and Bryce Young went to rival high schools. I recently learned.
Yeah.
What about, do you remember, I know you guys weren't exactly the same years, but what do you remember about Bryce playing, and does that make it more exciting to be able to play with him?
I mean, shoot, the first thing I remember about Bryce is He whooped us his senior year on national television by 45 points. But man, I always saw him growing up. You know, he was that dude in 8th grade on the IE Ducks. He went to Cathedral. Was a guy, transferred to Mater Dei, finished the number 1 quarterback, number 1 player in the country in 2020.
That's funny.
And he won the Heisman in college. I mean, he's literally been the best player at each level of the game. And you know, I've always wanted to be. I've always wanted to be a part of something like that. You know, and I'm just fortunate, you know, that he sat on
your
the table
quarterback
for me,
wasn't.
and you know that I got.
Listen, man,
Your quarterback wasn't. I'm sorry. I had to say it, bro.
Bryce really a California goddamn god, bro.
You're a California bully.
He rattled off Brian. He rattled off from little. Well, I don't even. He mentioned 8th grade all the way up to now.
Yeah,
college, everything. That means Bryce is stamped and certified in the state of California, bro.
He like that, bro. He a OG, triple OG.
Bro, run that back, bro. Run that back. Hold on. This ain't no like coach speak. This is.
I'm from Cali as well.
Hold on.
Xavier. That's immediately. And as well as, you know, the other receivers, Xavier, Adam Thielen. And I feel like, you know, our OC coach, Isaac, will definitely, you know, the Panthers to the next level.
Yeah. What do you remember about those interactions with Coach Canales in particular through this process?
Yeah, went too far back.
Shoot, you know what? It was really just good vibes. It was nothing but good vibes.
Mars Stewart to the Bengals.
You know, he's a kid from Carson.
Interesting.
You know, and I'm from Cali as well, so I feel like we hit it off really well. And
wow, Dave Canales from California.
Really, it was just kind of, you know, they took a chance on me, and you know, I'm super blessed.
We'll talk about the connections too.
Mm-hmm.
This is my
T-Mac.
I'm gonna clip this later.
So going off that, so quickly, you and Bryce Young went to rival high schools. I recently learned. Yeah. What about, do you remember, I know you guys weren't exactly the same years, but what do you remember about Bryce playing, and does that make it more exciting to be able to play with him?
He said he gave Bryce belt.
I mean, shoot, the first thing I remember about Bryce is he whooped us his senior year on national television by 45 points.
Whooped us.
But man, I always saw him growing up. You know, he was that dude in 8th grade on the IE Ducks. He
13.
Went to Cathedral.
13.
Was a guy, transferred to Mater Dei, finished the number 1 quarterback, number 1 player in the country in 2020. I mean, and he won the Heisman in college. I mean, he's literally been the best player at each level of the game. And you know, I've always wanted to be. That's always,
he's certified, bro.
Like that, you know. And I'm just fortunate, you know, that he sat on the table for me, and you know that I'm able to play with him. And man, like I said, that connection is gonna be something special.
I think he's the wrong. You know, I think he used the wrong expression. He pounded the table. He didn't sit on. He said sat on the table. I think he meant to say pounded the table.
Yo.
That he sat on the table for me, and you know that I'm able to play with him. And man, like I said, that connection is gonna be something special.
And then can you take us through your apparel tonight? I know that Polynesian culture means a lot to you. Can you explain why you're wearing what you're wearing?
So as far as just the lay?
Well, that for sure, but you can go through the rest of the fit too.
Oh yeah, don't mind the color. I know I got the wrong colors on, but I'm wearing purple. You know, it's my favorite color. It represents royalty. Then you know I got some gold chains, black turtleneck. Wearing some Travis Scotts because I'm a Jordan athlete. And then you know, shout out to
another connection
for making these lays, man. Everybody in the green room had it on, so you know, we did something that's never been done. You know, we put the lay on the commissioner, so hopefully, you know, we can start a new trend.
Thanks, man.
Another Jordan athlete.
Hey, T-Mac, Steve Reed from the Associated Press. First of all, welcome to Carolina and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hey, tell me, can I follow up a little bit on the relationship with Bryce? So have you guys have you met, or is it just kind of you know him from a close distance, or have you guys talked? And tell me a little bit about that relationship if you can. I just got a quick follow up after that.
Oh yeah, we kind of just, like I said, we played against each other in high school, so we kind of just knew of each other. Recognize our each other's talents, but I had recently, I was fortunate enough to recently meet him probably about a month ago for the first time at 3D QB in Cali, and you know I was fortunate enough it was my first time ever catching the ball from him and running routes for him. So I guess you can say we got a head start on our little chemistry.
Ooh. The streets need it. The streets need it.
Say it ain't so, Dunk.
I don't know what 3D is. I'm gonna do some homework on that. I'm just gonna take some notes about this.
3D QB is what he's been using. That's his training team that he's been using. He's been using 3D QB since like high school times. So 3D QB. So apparently he did something out there, and that's how they met. So yeah, 3D QB that's his team.
This dude Bryce playing 3D chess,
bro. What, man? I don't know if you can hear my sound effect machine, but I'm going crazy over here with all this stuff. But
it won't come through for some reason, bro.
That's crazy. But he's playing 3D chess. That was a bar, bro. This man Bryce is cooking.
And Keith Hubbard said it, bro. He said this is most definitely a Bryce Young pick. They listened to QB1, gave him what he wanted, got the love to pick.
Mm-hmm.
And Trey Willis, you called it, bro. You called it. He said he might as well throw the Pop Warner in there, bro.
Look, all he had to say was, "Man, I heard when he caught the ball at 2 years old, like his dad said, and I knew he was going to be a legend in California." Like that's all that's the only thing he was missing out of all that.
California is top 5 for football talent in like high school football talent in the country.
Oh yeah, especially quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's Texas, Florida. I'm just talking in general. Texas, Florida, Georgia, California. I don't know who else I could throw in there. Maybe Alabama, but I don't want to disrespect anybody because they're gonna come at me because they take their high school stuff seriously.
Oh, facts.
But I know that definitely is in the top 5. Them 4 is in there. But for Bryce Young to be certified from 8th grade to whatever, like Ted never met. Ted said I just met him a month ago, but Ted rolled off his whole football, the whole back of Bryce Young's football card.
Break it down.
Miller just rolled off.
Break it down.
Listen, man. We got one of the ones at quarterback.
But here's the thing too, bro. We can't sit here and deny the fact Ted, you are training for the combine, all these different things, your pro day and all of that. There's no reason that you just come out of nowhere. You've been training in Arizona. He has an apartment in Arizona. He's been training at Exo Sports in Arizona this whole time. There is no reason out of nowhere, Dunk, that you just pop up in California. Yes, you born in California. You don't pop up in California out of nowhere just to go to a 3D QB camp.
Why didn't they make the pre-draft laws, bro?
You know why? You know why? Because Bryce moves on a different
bro.
Level than a lot of people say. Bryce is very sneaky, yo. He's very sneaky in the best way. I'm not saying sneaky in the bad way. Sneaky in the best way, bro.
Like a ninja, bro. Like a ninja, bro.
Like a thief in the night. Like a thief in the night, bro.
Yes, bro.
And Bryce tried to tell y'all a little bit during the K Adams joint when he was like, "It's not my call." You know what I'm saying? It's not my call.
What he say?
He said it's not my call. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let Dan do his thing, but it's not my call. He said,
Nah. That's exactly what it is, Chuck.
And he said, I texted a few people on the side. I'm gonna meet up with a few people. He said that, and everybody thought it was DK. Everybody thought it was all these other people. Who was at the Super Bowl as well?
Sharpie. Ted was there with Sharpie. Ted is sponsored by Sharpie. He was there.
Come on, you see,
he was on Travis Hunter podcast. He was on Radio Row with Sharpie, bro.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
Come on, man.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
The Nuggets.
It's the Nuggets, Dunk. It's the Nuggets.
Listen,
he was there.
I love it when the plan comes together.
Talk about it.
Right? I love it when the plan comes together because, like, and this may be, I might have got blue pill, the red pill, whatever you want to call it, in terms of the front office. Because one, they beat the allegations of, they beat a couple allegations. They beat the allegations. They beat the Scott Fitterer allegations because, respectfully, they didn't consult Steve Smith. 2, they beat the allegations of we spilled the beans all the time in Telegraph. Yeah, they met with Ted. But Ted wasn't the Senior Bowl guy like I normally said. We didn't hear anything about them meeting with Ted at the combine. The only thing we heard about was he's intrigued. There's somebody in the building is intrigued, but we learned that everybody in their mama was head over heels. Everybody that don't play defense, because I went back when we were like listening to the presser. I went back and looked at the little shot when David Tepper was on the phone. No defensive personnel was in the video shot. Everybody was dapping up with scouting department and offensive people. I didn't really see like Isaac or anything as well, but it was all scouting people. So I was like, let me see what their reaction may be. Maybe we'll get like a little blueprint or something where we see how they react.
I wonder how Evero feel right now.
And Emeka Ibuka went to the Bucks. FYI. I mean, I spoiled it, but
at 19,
we're talking Panthers now. Yeah,
over Matthew Golden.
The wide receiver one. Okay. That's another story for another day.
Bro, we got so many different nuggets. Go ahead, bro.
We got a lot of time.
We got a lot, yeah.
I mean, they kind of moving fast. It's been what? It's been 2 hours, and they all picked 19. So I respect it, especially for the first round. That's pretty good timing. I think because a lot of people aren't there, they don't have to spend a lot of time on players. I think when there's a lot of more people in attendance, they drag it out a little bit more, and stuff like that. But I forget where I was at in my comments. I know we was talking about Bryce playing 3D chess.
Yeah, talking about Bryce playing 3D chess, and you were talking about
somebody said Bryce like LeBron already playing G.
Hey, bro, but it's quietly. Like a lot of other quarterbacks and everything are really loud on podcasts saying who they want, all those different things. Bryce was very quiet, very subtle, and just said like, "Yo, this is who I want." And he did it, bro, respectfully. But what you were saying was talking about the offense and the scouts in the room dapping up.
I didn't see it. I didn't see anybody. So like maybe we'll see on the blueprint. Now Deion Sanders Jr. putting out sub tweets. All right, come on, man. And I'm rooting for Shador, but like, man, let's let it play. Like wherever you fall, you're gonna fall, bro. Let it happen. I think he'll be a Steeler. It's coming up with 2 picks up. I will see if the Steelers do it or not. If they take Jackson Dart, then that's when you send that little sub tweet out. That's my opinion. Wait till they pick Jackson Dart, who's trash, who's certified trash. Until you send that tweet out. But don't just send it out there because like then you're feeding into a lot of the narrative that people have been peddling about you and why Deion's son and all that.
I think it makes all the sense for him to go to 21. I think he's gonna go to 21.
Because Mike Tomlin's that type of guy, bro. Mike Tomlin,
he can get him right.
Gilly is he's at the draft party over there gassing up
Shador.
He must be taking it hard if he getting word from Gilly.
I think he's fine. I think he wanted the Steelers. Remember he said on the podcast, he said they asked him who the best I forgot what podcast he's on, but they asked him who's the best QB wide receiver duos. And he was like, "Oh, this person. He said, and whoever's gonna be the quarterback for DK and George Pickens. And he smiled. It was the Max Crosby podcast. He said that. And so yeah, he thinks that he's going to Pittsburgh. And I think he's okay with it. I don't think he cares about like, where he's going. I mean, what pick he's going. I think he just wants to go somewhere good. But Emeka Ibuka going to we'll get into them later. We got to finish the T-Mac.
Yeah, we can finish the T-Mac. But just finishing what we were talking about, man.
Yeah.
It's like I said, I like that pick, FYI for them. I like it as in like it's a smart pick. I don't like it because like we ain't got no nickel right now that I feel confident covering him in the slot because
talk about it.
He's a high floor type of guy. Like he's the easiest evaluation for me. Some guys are like, it's hard. Like, you got to do some projection. Like Jalen Walker, like, oh yeah, maybe in the league he's small, but like maybe he can overcome his height. Emeka Ibuka, he can separate. He doesn't have elite long speed, but he blocks. He separates. He's been a pro. He's never been the best. He's never been the best receiver on their team, but he's the most dependable.
Yes, he's an all-around good player, bro.
Smart. He's a guy that's going to. He's like Adam. Like I thought he was going to come out last year. I wanted us to draft him last year had he come out because I think that he can be a high. He's a higher athletic ability type of Adam Thielen. He's going to have a long career just like that.
That's a good comparison.
He doesn't win with athleticism. He's
a good
smart.
Comparison,
He's physical. He can block. He brings that yards at the catch. He catches with his hands outside of the box. I'm loving these highlights. I'm a big Ibuka fan, unfortunately, and I hate when these dudes go to teams that the ops. I hate when they go to the ops because like he's a good player. But we got Ted.
Hello.
We're gonna talk about it. Y'all talking about what does this mean for Excel? and we kind of fumbling right now because I want to get back to this presser. But I just think that the nugget about them throwing, and I'll find he admitted it, but apparently Ian Rappaport, we had men on Twitter. Ian Rappaport put it out there that was the case. He said quietly, let me see if I can find it. Quietly, they had been throwing on their own in they've been throwing on their own in Cali.
I love it.
So let me see if I can pull the tweet up. T Mac, and he put T Mac in his tweet too. He didn't put Tet.
Yeah, so apparently there was, while you looking up the thing, Sheena Quick was posted. She said that before the press started with T Mac, he said that he prefers either T Mac or Nalo. So it confirmed that he does not like Tet.
Nalo is crazy because that's like the name of the island.
So Nalo is a childhood nickname that he got from his from childhood, and it actually stands for something. So it's not. What is it? Oh my gosh. Let me look it up. It stands for something. He said it during the documentary Dunk that on Game Network when I was watching. Oh man, I can't remember what it stands for. I'm gonna try to find it and get back to you.
I thought it was just like the name of one of the islands that he was from.
Nah.
So that's why I thought it was pretty generic. But
Nope.
All that being said, man, like I said, he was in LA. They were quietly throwing to or already developing a connection. Somebody, I don't know what somebody in the replies to the comments are kind of crazy. Oh, he put a typo. Ian Rappaport put he's from Arizona State instead of Arizona. So people cooking him in the chat, but he edited the tweet. Let's get back to the presser. People are crazy.
That's good. And as a receiver, what do you feel like you bring to the Panthers?
Oh man, I think I bring a lot. I feel like I'm a reliable receiver, one that can play inside and outside whatever they may need me. But also outside the field, I feel like I'm gonna bring a good energy to the locker room. I feel like I'm gonna build that camaraderie, that relationship with not only Bryce but the other receivers in the room, as well as Coach Moore. And I have faith in Coach Moore and his coaching that he's gonna get me to that next level. And at the end of the day, we chasing greatness, so that's the plan.
All right, and we will go to Mike Solarte, followed by Joe, and then
Real
throw it over
football
to
lover.
David Newton.
But he don't watch film though. He don't like it though, Dunk. Never mind. Don't get me started.
T-Mac, welcome to Carolina. Mike Solarte with Spectrum News 1.
Now when you're around Bryce.
Touched on it
Come
a
on
little
now.
bit earlier about the wide receiver group. Can you kind of offer up some thoughts on being able to work with a guy like Adam Thielen, who's seen it all and pretty much done it all? I mean,
his head, boy.
Could you have found a better mentor for your first year?
I mean, yeah, that's a blessing for me in my position. Obviously having Adam Thielen, he's a seasoned vet. He's been in the league for a little while. So, he's pretty much seen the ins and out of this league. And just me being able to come in and just basically, for him to take me under his wing. And, although, I got drafted 8th overall, I'm coming into the facility with an open mind. At the end of the day, I'm ready to be as great as possible. I'm willing to do whatever it takes for this team to be as good as it needs to be. And I'm all ears and open-minded to the wisdom and the knowledge that anybody has to give me.
And just as a follow-up to that, what do fans not know about your game that you're ready to put out there in front of them?
Oh, my game? Shoot, man. My versatility. I know we got a few other receivers in the receiver room, and I feel like our receiver room is going to be incredible. So, I'm willing to play wherever, whether it's X, F, Z.
Cool.
And I feel like we're going to put that on the nose as far as my versatility goes.
Love it.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Hey, T-Mac, welcome with The Athletic. Could you expand a little bit on what you said earlier about Bryce standing on the table for you?
Sitting.
So yeah, he just told me at 3D QB, you know, that he's been, you know, sitting on the table for me, you know, going into the Mr. Morgan's office, going into Coach Canales' office, and really just sitting on the table for me and telling him, hey man, we need to pick this guy. And so I, you know, I give although, you know,
Bryce
I feel
for
like
president.
I did what I needed to do to be in the position. I gave credit to Bryce for, you know, vouching for me and ultimately, you know, for them taking the chance on me.
How big a deal is that? I mean, it sounds like you guys were this. Did you say you were the same year in high school?
No, he's 2 years older than me.
Okay, sorry about
man,
that.
do the math,
you
bro.
guys are both young guys. I mean, how about
Hey,
the
I
opportunity
respect
to
Joe.
kind
That's
of
Joe
grow
person,
with
man.
him as he takes the next step, as you take the first steps in your career?
I mean, it's a blessing for me knowing that I have a young quarterback to grow with throughout in the league, and just being able to have a quarterback that's reliable, being able to have a quarterback that trusts in me. And I know he's solid people's. When I met him, you know, he's a good kid, man. You know, it's definitely someone I look up to growing up. So being able to finally be on his team and fortunate enough to catch his passes.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I feel like sky's the limit for both of us in
A
this
running
offense.
back.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate it.
We got youth, bro, on offense. You.
Hey, T-Mac, David Newton, ESPN.com. So what do you remember about Bryce's game and that 5-point loss?
Oh man, I mean, first of all, his team was the
learn.
best. Well, the second best team in the country that year. They lost to St. John Bosco, but in my eyes, he was he was the best player in the country, and to everybody else's eyes. But man, he was just really good. He knew how to get his teammates involved. He was super patient in the pocket. He threw a pretty ball, and you know he has swag on that field. You know you can tell he's confident, but also, you know, calm, collected. And I feel like that's kind of a reflection of my game as well. You know, I feel like we both kind of the moment's not too high, too low for us. And
Kelly
I
swag.
feel like we'll complement each other really good.
And having said that, have you followed his career the last couple of years, and how surprised are you that he struggled?
Come on
so
now, he
much
just
those
told
first
you all the
couple of years?
history.
I mean, yeah,
Come on,
like I
David
said
Newton.
earlier, he's been the best player at every level. And you know, obviously these past couple of years, you know, he struggled a little bit, and I was surprised. You know, he one of the best players I've ever seen in my life. And you know,
the glaze
on life, bro.
The glaze. He said, "That's on life, mama. That's on life."
He said, "Bro, I was surprised because he's one of the best players I've ever seen
in my life, mama."
Who's the best player you ever seen, Lo? Like in like any sport, in person, not like professional. I mean, I guess it could be professional, but like maybe like before they made it big. Who's the best player you've seen in person?
I got 2, maybe 3. Yeah. So I live in Charlotte, and I went to Independence High School.
Okay.
And Independence High School was 7 straight championships.
I know about Independence. Yeah, I know about Independence.
Chris Leaks is definitely somebody I've seen in person.
Yeah, I heard about the high school days.
Phenomenal.
Yeah,
quarterback. Phenomenal quarterback. Went to Florida. That's a whole nother conversation.
Who's better than him?
Huh?
You saw somebody better than him?
Hakeem Nicks.
Oh, okay. He was like that.
What?
I mean, like he was better than Chris Leak.
Hakeem Nicks was a wide receiver.
I knew he was from. I mean, he went to UNC, right? Because like,
so Hakeem Nicks, he went. You know, he went to the Giants. He got a Super Bowl with the Giants. Hakeem Nicks was like that, bro.
He was UNC, Chapel Hill.
Hakeem Nicks. I don't know. Where did he go?
I thought
I don't remember where he go. I just know from Independence times he was he was that guy. I never forget. Like, he was that guy. I remember being a freshman. He was a senior when I was a freshman in high school, and I was like, "Yo, that's that dude." He was walking through the halls, and I was like, "That's that guy." Like everybody, you know, this is before Aura was the name Aura. Like Hakeem Nicks was that dude, bro. Yeah, those are the 2 I would say like I've seen in person where I was like, yeah, they like that.
So Steelers pick is in, FYI, and that's the thing, bro. He said that, and Tech played in California. We played in North Carolina. The Carolinas put their good players out. I know people get mad that we like always draft Carolina people, but Carolina put out some good players, man. Like,
for sure,
their respect, bro. Like,
for sure,
I'm
going
on a little bit of another level, bro. And he said Bryce Young is the best player I've ever seen. I was shocked. Life. He did in my life. I was shocked he didn't play well. He was shocked, falling out his chair that he didn't know that
flabbergasted
didn't play well.
Appalled. Bamboozled.
I want to see who you think it's gonna be. Shador. It didn't look like it was like the way Shador was moving. It didn't look like they were gonna pick him.
Oh my God!
It didn't like they was gonna pick him.
Yeah, it's out now. It's on there. They did not.
I see it.
They did not pick him. He is going.
They took a D lineman.
He is going second round.
And it's not even like
he's going second round.
He is, unless the Browns could trade. There's been rumors of the Giants and the Browns trading back into the first round. The Browns, they traded back, so they have more draft capital. So they maybe could use that extra draft capital to move into the back of the first to be able to get that fifth-year option to do that. So I think that could be the Browns thing. But we'll see. That ain't our problem. We got our quarterback. Shout out to Bryce, because that's what we're talking about right now. The best
great transition back into that. Great transition back into that, bro.
He's ever seen
in my life.
Ian Rappaport said that the Steelers were split on Shador.
Interesting.
I ain't got time to listen to that whole thing. Shout out to Kelvin. He said nicknames are T-Mac and Nalo, short for the Hawaiian community of Waimanalo, where he was born. Nalo is also a mantra: negative attitudes lose opportunities. Shout out to the island of Wailamaniano. I pronounced that wrong because the carrot, whatever, is on the E, on the A, not the N. I put the Spanish twang on it, not the Hawaiian. But shout out to the islands. Nalo is a negative attitudes lose opportunities, and that's the thing that you was talking about. He spelled it out, and that's because I just watched that episode the other day. I'm behind, like 2 episodes behind. I gotta binge it probably tomorrow morning during work.
Yeah, well, he got 2 more episodes to drop now, and I probably the next episode is gonna be this draft time and what's going on with Carolina. So hopefully Bryce is in that one. Yeah.
But he negative attitude, that kind of reminds me of let a naysayer know. That's what it remind me of, bro. Let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know, man. Lank.
But shout out to my boy Kelvin. Said nicknames. Shout out for doing the research, doing the homework, letting us know about that. Shout out to Kelvin. If real quick, just to reset everything before we get back to Text Presser. I am Aaron Duncan. This is Unnecessary Blunt, the Sports Talk. I'm here with my boy Carlo Moore. He is the host, the owner, coach, and quarterback of the Pregame Podcast. If you want to, you have access to the chat. Can you drop your link to your YouTube chat?
I don't have access to the chat for some
what's your
reason.
At?
But yeah, it's at the Pregame PC. And I can text it to you if need be done. But
I'll copy it from the private chat and I'll post it in there. So y'all make sure y'all follow Carlo's page. He has a podcast with Rashad from PNP and Vashti from Quick Blitz. Shout out to the Pregame Podcast crew.
Shout out to him.
But Lowe is that he's the quarterback of that show. Appreciate him joining me for the draft because y'all know me. Bro. I did it solo last year. All 18 probably. I think I did the math on my. It was 6 day 1, 5 day 2, and another 6 on day 3. I think
it's hard to do that by yourself, bro.
It was 17, 18 hours worth of me just streaming, and I was on the couch last year. I'm not this year. I know Kelvin, he was here last year, so shout out to Kelvin for supporting. A lot of people were here last year as well. So I appreciate y'all being here and letting me be, and me and Carlo being the resource and the people that you hang out with, because you could have spent this time with anybody else, but you chose to be here with us in our company. And so time is something you can't get back. It's precious, but you're spending it with us. We friends, we family.
We love y'all.
Drake Courtney ain't happy about the pick, but it's all love. We Panthers fans, bro. We got he wearing process blue, so it is what it is, man. But again, y'all make sure y'all check out. See if I can copy this. Y'all check out the Pregame Podcast. There you go.
And yo, look, as you doing that too, bro. One thing I'll say, bro, if you need me all weekend, bro, you got me all weekend, bro. If
you had the time, bro, because I'm gonna have a couple other guests, so you ain't gotta do the whole thing.
Let me know.
You got the fam and whatnot. I got a fan too. My wife, she doing her big one, man. I love her. Shout out to her. One time for the wifey.
Shout out to the wives, man.
Got to do that, holding it down because I'm just chasing a dream right now, and my goal is to do this full time and take care of her, take care of the kids, take care of myself. But she's the first one I'm gonna retire if I ever make it big. So shout out to her, shout out to Lindsay. It's all love, love you, baby. for that. But I just dropped the link. Make sure you see if I can pin it. I can't pin it from here. I don't know how to do it on here. I'll put it on the screen. Make sure y'all click that link, the pregame PC. The way YouTube works now, you ain't got to put all the extra jargon on there either. You can just do youtube.com/pregame PC. They changed their thing now. You can just put @ on the
that's lit. I didn't know that.
I know you probably copied that from somewhere, but now, if you give it to somebody, just tell them to / that. But Carlo's probably the best podcast host I know. Just hosting general of events and stuff. He real cool dude, man. Respect to Carlo. I
appreciate you, bro.
I'm gonna give you your time to shine like Tet is glazing Bryce. But now that's next level. Tet, this dude Tet, bro, he's a fan. He's literally a fan.
He's a fan.
Not that type of fan.
Not that type of fan, but yeah, he's a fan.
He's a fan of Bryce though, bro. Like, so it's cool to see this, like the connections, and I'm gonna talk about it real quick. Somebody, Josh Norris from Underdog Fantasy, shout out to Josh. He's been on the channel before. One of the bigger names in the fantasy space. He's from North Carolina. He used to work he went to Elon. Shout out to Elon. But he put it out there, the connections. So let me see if I can find it. I think his name is Brandon Carroll. He's kin to Pete Carroll.
Yep.
Coached at Arizona, coached Tet, knows was on the same staff with Dave, of course, the connections. They knew each other. That probably helped them feel a lot better. We know there were a lot of character questions. I don't even like calling it character. If it's not a crime, I'm not calling it a character question. Because there's guys out here that really they've done some things.
Yeah.
But like if your personality wise, for a lot of these kids, man, they're young. I don't like calling it character questions. Unfortunately, I mean, it's just the way it is, though. That's just me. That's just me. But anyway, the connection was there. They helped them do a little bit extra research. Obviously, they brought him in on 30. With doing that, Dave Canales, they felt good about it. That Will Johnson, he dropped it because of them knee issues. I'd trade up and take him. I'm not gonna cap to you, bro. I like his game, and everybody want JC to be able to travel. That's gonna let JC travel. You get a corner like that. I know we got Mike Jackson, but Mike Jackson, he's not a type of, because JC on the backside, he plays man a little bit. Not to get into the weeds, but he plays a little bit of man coverage. But getting a good nickel or corner will be able to free up JC to travel. Yeah. All that being said, Tet, the connection was there with Brandon Carroll. I think his name is Brandon Carroll, and just the connections of California. It's just a lot of, and obviously Bryce sitting on the table or standing on the table, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense, and it's all about NFL is all about connections, it's about relationships. It is what it is. But let's get back to this Tet presser. I think it's done, so we should be able to catch up in real time. Let's do it.
Like I said to somebody else early, just towards the end of the season, you saw a glimpse of his greatness. And it looked like he finally got his swagger back, finally got his confidence back, and that's a huge testament to Andy Dalton just kind of bringing him along. And man, I feel like this is the year where Bryce will explode, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Hey, yo!
I think you're the second T-Mac for this team. They had one in 1995, way before you were born. That was called Tim McKyer. So.
Oh wow!
Anyway, thanks a lot.
I appreciate it, man.
David Newton.
All right, we will go over to Basher, and we have time for a couple more.
It's David Newton,
if
bro.
If you have any other questions, please raise your hand.
Hi, T-Mac. Bash I heard with Carolina Blitz. Welcome to Carolina. I wanted to, just for clarification, you said you want to be called T-Mac, and then you had another name. Can you say that again?
Oh, yeah, my name right here on my chain, Nalo. Nalo, Nalo.
Tell us what that means, the background behind it, please.
So it's kind of a nickname that my friends gave me, being from Waimanalo, Hawaii, on the east side of Oahu. And, I kind of just, like I said, they gave me the nickname, and I kind of turned it to my own brand. Obviously, I got it on my chain. I have it on my T-shirts. And basically, just kind of wanted to make it my brand. And that's what it is.
Thank you. So T-Mac or Nalo?
Hey, that's it. There you go.
All right. Also, I wanted to know about your, I know you had a visit here in Charlotte. Just tell us the vibes that you got from Dave Canales and how you guys meshed personality-wise? He said you were a good fit personality-wise for this team. Why do you think that is?
I mean, first things first, he's a Cali dude, so that's immediate chemistry.
Bingo.
He looks like he felt like a good just father, good husband. Somebody that I would potentially want to be around, and I'm finally fortunate enough to actually be around him. So, but that facility, they gave me nothing but good energy, good vibes, cool peoples. Definitely some of that people that I can mesh with. So, I'm just looking forward to coming to Charlotte tomorrow and seeing everybody.
Thanks.
All right, and we will wrap with Scott Fowler.
Hi, T-Mac. Congratulations with the local paper here, the Charlotte Observer. I wonder if there are any wide receivers in the NFL you would currently compare yourself to, or, guys that you've emulated, idols in the position, people that you want to be like.
I mean, first things first, my favorite football player ever is Larry Fitzgerald.
Yes.
And then two receivers that, I watch and, I feel like I can emulate and
I see a little bit, bro.
Similar play styles
love
as
Larry.
Mike Evans and Keenan Allen.
Okay.
I can see why.
Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, thank you so much for joining. T-Mac, if you don't mind staying on, that would be great. Everyone else, thank you so much for joining, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Appreciate y'all.
I don't know what they're staying on for. I'm guessing if he had to book his flight or something or get.
Yeah, they didn't get all that information out. This is what we need to do. This is what time you need to be there. They probably got his flight and everything. This is the time we're gonna pick you up because this is gonna be it's a private jet. This is what time we picking you up.
No doubt.
This time you need to be ready.
No doubt it's the
This
PJ.
is what's going on after that. It's definitely the PJ, bro. 8th pick overall. It's the PJ.
Yeah, sorry for the delay in the conversation, bro. We just caught up in the moment a little bit, man.
We excited, bro. We excited.
Might get a little carried away. We didn't see this coming. Besides, so pardon the interruption. But now nothing, not nothing, but we're at pick 23, 9 picks left. This night is moving, bro. I might
really
get
is
at a decent time. But so let's talk about a couple things that apparently the Packers are getting trade calls at 23. Curious. Who's best available? We'll talk about that last. I think we can talk about the back end, like who's the best available, who we can target, because I just got a nugget from one of my sources. They got sources.
Oh, he got sources. This man got sources. Look, one thing I say before you say that, Dunk, one thing I say on my channel, it's a difference. You got the sources and you got the streets. The streets be talking and be saying, but sources be really like valid. So is it a source or is it the streets?
Let me check the streets real quick. Because when I say streets, 9 out of 10, I'm talking about Twitter. And it may be a random page. It may not be like Joe Person or Sheena. It may be just random pages that have mild credibility. Like there's insiders that have dog profile pictures. There's insiders that don't have profile pictures that be pretty accurate. The profile picture that listen, let me see if I can find the tweet actually.
It's like a Slick Rick profile.
It's one of them type of dudes, and he said that, hey, it's common knowledge the Panthers are in love with Ted. Everybody was like, what the? Everybody was like, bro, no, they aren't. Nobody loves Ted like that. Woody, woo. And apparently, I guess it wasn't that uncommon that it was that, like, you know what I'm saying? It was a secret.
Yeah,
it was us. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can paste it here.
Oh, wow.
His name is Sears S. Tower on
I have seen that profile.
Yeah, he's
I have seen that with no picture.
Correct. Screen share. He says, let's keep it rolling. This was 21st. This was 3 days ago. 3 days ago, bro. At lunchtime. Let's keep it rolling. Maybe the best kept secret, maybe not anymore. Panthers love Ted.
Now,
if Jalen isn't there at 8, I'm inclined to believe that's the pick. He
was.
even thought that Jalen was the guy, but he said that it was common knowledge that the Panthers love Ted. I got to quote tweet this. Just to drop some eyeball emojis. Or say, matter of fact,
he knew.
But yeah, that's interesting, bro. Like going back. Somebody said he going on Temper Airlines. Hey, these days it may not be as safe to fly any other airline. Who knows?
Hey, that's a whole nother conversation.
You know what I'm saying? But it's funny. The nuggets that come out and like reading it back and seeing like, oh, okay, people actually knew. You know what I'm saying? Like these pages got a little bit of credibility. You know what I'm saying? I follow them for a reason because sometimes these guys either get banned or they go private. And sometimes they're wrong because I think he missed the Ben Johnson hire. So people started cooking them. But like some of the stuff he has to be right about. They be right about. So like I gotta give them they know more than I do. You know
facts. They know somebody.
You know
a couple funny things that are going on Twitter that I thought was interesting. So Micah Parsons is really upset that we took Ted McMillan because he wanted Dallas to pick Ted McMillan, which is funny. He said that was supposed to be their pick, and he's very upset about them picking Tyler Booker.
Bro, Michael wants to be a Panther, bro. He's a big Bryce fan, dog.
He's a huge Bryce fan.
He's a big time, bro. Like when everybody was hating on him, he was one of the, granted, players with podcasts, people feel some type of way about it, but he was one of the main ones, like pounding the table saying, even when Dallas smoked us, he was like, Bryce had a couple good games, but I think Dallas smoking us was like that gut check during the season. Like, yeah, y'all still who we thought y'all was. You know what I'm saying? Like that season. He was the man after the game. He was just like, yeah, man, like Bryce, he's that guy, bro. Like they got to give him a chance, give him some help. He's a fan, bro. But it's very, very interesting because my homeboy, he's a big Dallas fan. He was every time I was tweeting about Ted, he would always come back like, "Nah, we're taking him at 12. Nah, we're taking him at 12." Like just trolling on Twitter.
Yeah,
on there, and then interesting. That's a good pick.
I'm shocked that Mario Hampton went to the Chargers. That was very interesting to me.
Yeah. They needed that every down back. I think they had Gus the Bus. And obviously, I think what's the name was a free agent. Did he get signed back with him? The running back that went crazy on us from the Ravens. Not
J.K. Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins. Did he sign back with them or he went somewhere else?
Bro, I have no idea. To be honest with you, I have no idea. I don't know.
Let me see. J.K. Dobbins. But anyway, he went to the Browns. Oh, okay. But what were we talking about? Yeah, the insider page or whatever. But yeah, it's different. The streets is when everybody on Twitter is talking about it. It's not it's like there's a little nuggets, but like my sources when people like DM me and they be like, yo, this happened. Like, don't tell anybody because it ain't that credible, but it's credible. Like,
so when they message you that and say don't tell nobody, why they telling you?
Because it's a guy that I love. And I've been pounding the table before. And
Fair
Ted's
enough.
one of them guys.
Fair enough.
Guys I already was, but there's other day two guys that and we'll talk about, like I said, as we get closer to the end and see who's available. And this guy, he's not going in the first. So that's just the thing. The only question is, does he make it to us? But I'm of the mind that since we didn't trade back to get a better second round pick, we're going to use one of the fifth round picks or one of the fourth round picks to move up in the second.
Absolutely.
Maybe against the 40s. I think Seattle is like right at 50. And obviously we know the connection there with Dan and Dave and John Snyder. All that being said, the Packers, they're in the hometown team. They're about to make their pick, and I already saw their pick, but that's an interesting pick. And this is where a lot of people was predicting it to go.
I'm watching now. I didn't see it on Twitter.
I can't wait to catch up on Twitter because I'm seeing Monty doing videos. This dude,
he's taking forever. Just say it, bro.
Slick doing video. You know, when it's the hometown team, they do whatever. They're on pick 23, the Packers, BTRN. Said Princely or Kennard at the end. Courtney Small said that potentially Princely is my guy.
I love Princely.
We talked about them potentially targeting one of my guys, but if you've been following me on Twitter, it ain't Princely who my source told me. It ain't Princely, unfortunately. Princely could be a fallback plan who I think if my guy that they're targeting doesn't make it to 57, I think Princely will be there because I think most people have my guy in front of Princely in terms of their rankings.
So Josina Anderson just tweeted that the Giants are trying to get back into the first round. Per source.
You think it's Shador? It's got to be a quarterback.
It's got to be Shador. It's got to be Shador.
Cool.
Just want to throw it out there. My bad to interrupt, my boy.
No, you good. Because I ain't really talking about the Packers stayed put and they took their guy. You about to see it.
He's taking forever, bro. Like, just say it, bro. Woo! Whoa. Matthew Golden?
Yeah, man.
So, all right.
Oh, hold on. So let me. I gotta reset. Sorry.
No, you good, bro.
I gotta show the love.
You good?
Let me catch up on some super chats. About to eat coon meat and spam wasabi all over against on you. Please,
Luke,
bro.
hey,
Please, bro.
Look,
Please, bro. Please, bro.
Luke, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill.
Please, bro.
You gotta chill.
Please, man.
Hey, shout out to my boy, bro. Luke is, bro. That man is funny, dog.
Please, bro.
Yo, I can't, that man.
Please take it easy. Please chill.
Hey, yo, bro. That man's. Yo, okay, bro. You're muted, bro. You're muted. I can't hear you. I don't know if y'all can hear him. I can't hear him. Make sure. No, so they can't hear you either. It's all Luke Cage's fault because he was talking about coon meat and spam musubi, whatever.
Can y'all hear me?
Woo, yeah, you're loud. Yeah, but we can hear you.
Okay, I switched to my computer's microphone. Let me switch back to my microphone.
No. Dang, what happened? Oh, it looks like you're if you got the MV7, it's muted on the red.
The red light was on. The red light right now.
It's that yep, we can hear you now. That MV7, bro. You got yeah.
Sensitive.
It's sensitive, bro.
Bro.
It's sensitive, dog.
Like Golden crying, bro.
He wanted because he thought he was. I think that 429 got to his head. It got to his head. It got to his head.
And we talked about, and I'm gonna take this off real quick before we get in trouble. A Packers is a good place to go. Good quarterback. They have that wide receiver by committee approach. It's a good spot for him, man. Because I don't think he's a wide receiver one.
But who's not going? Who somebody's losing touches, and who is it?
Watson. He's hurt all the time. Granted, Matthew Golden gets a little bit hurt too. So they have Jaden Reed is probably there. He's my favorite player on their team. I wish we had a guy. We should have took Jaden Reed over Mingo. That was a misstep by Scott Fitter of all time. I was at the Senior Bowl. Y'all fell in love with Mingo because of the Senior Bowl. No way y'all didn't see Jalen Reed whooping people in one-on-ones. But I think it's a good pick for him. The 4-2, he doesn't play 4-2-9. That's the thing. He's a separator. He's not great at yak. It can't be 4-2-9 and got great at yak. I know a lot of people want him here. I would love a separator, but I don't think he brings the yak aspect that people thought that he would bring over Tet. Tet is an underrated yak wide receiver. I'm not just gassing him up because I'm a fan and he's a Panther now. He's underrated for his size. But I think that's a good spot for him, to be honest. 23. This is about the range when they thought receivers would be going. But look, the experts, they're not the experts. Not this year.
So
this is a hell of a year.
So breaking news, Ian Rappaport just tweeted that the Eagles GM, who I feel as though is one of the best GMs in the league, Howie Roseman is working the phones, trying to trade up with several top players still available.
It's going to be Malachi Starks or who's available currently. Maybe an edge rusher. Because they just let go of Sweat and Milton.
Yeah.
So they could build up that D line, but everybody thinks Malachi Starks because of the Georgia connection.
And they lost CJ Gardner-Johnson too.
They traded him away. That's the crazy part.
They traded him away. Pardon me.
Yeah, I mean, we're just because they didn't want to have to eventually pay him. And they got their ring. So you can reload with young talent. He's the best GM in the freaking league, man. It's just crazy what they get away with, bro. It's really frustrating that my GM ain't like that. But we turn a new page because I have faith in Dan Morgan now.
No, for sure. And I wonder if shout out to my boy Monty, who's been on Dan Morgan's neck all season. I wonder how he feels now. I gotta ask
probably
him.
Happy.
He got to be happy. He wanted T-Mac.
Says Stan Masabi is gas though. The
I ain't
Giants
had it.
Did the Giants trade up?
I
just saw a tweet from Jordan Schultz that said Giants coming up. Oh yeah, they just went up to 25.
Uh-oh.
The
There you
TV's
go.
still on TV's still on 23. Is this Shador?
TV's on 24 for me. The pick is in for Minnesota.
Okay, it just changed because it says pick is in now.
So it's a source that shout out to my brother Chaz. He is on it right now. He just texted me, said the Giants are trading up with Houston Texans. So it's gonna be 34 and a 99 and a future third is what they're giving up to go up to 25.
Said Ted Yak come from playing against future accountants. Look, my thing is, bro, people talk about the competition he played against and like, oh, NFL corners aren't going to let this fly. My brothers in Christ. Y'all just like we ain't just see a season of Dane Jackson playing corner, getting smoked.
Come on,
like
now.
there's bad corners in the NFL too, bro.
Come on now.
There's bad corners in the NFL. We just had Dane Jackson getting cooked out there. Shout out to Mike Jackson because he did his big one. But we literally pulled Mike Jackson out of our butt. If it weren't for Mike Jackson with a miraculous Dan Morgan trade, we would have been in trouble. Y'all saw grocery baggers getting cooked by Drake London. Those dudes play every week. There's scrub cornerbacks getting action every week. You know what I'm saying? So like, good pick. Who picked? Oh, it's him. Oh,
what happened?
They took the guard, not Simmons. I thought they took Simmons. They took the guard, Donovan Jackson. Minnesota did.
I missed that.
I don't know who the Giants picked yet, so I haven't seen it. But I'm just going by the TV.
No, the Giants haven't picked yet, but the pick they're gonna go for Shador. I wish my boy. I need to text my boy Mill, see how he feeling because
they on Twitter copping please, bro. All the tech haters are copping please, bro. I'm gonna see the door pin. I'm gonna have to hit the head for a second. You're gonna have to hold it down for me.
You said what now?
I said I'm gonna watch this pick to see if it's the door, and then I gotta hit the head real quick.
I got
hold
you.
it down for a few minutes.
Got you.
I gotta run upstairs because I'm about to break the seal for the first time. Hopefully it's the last time for the rest of the night because there's only a couple picks left.
I got you, big dog.
I want to get your opinion though, like the rest of the draft because there's some good guys available. Jihad Campbell, he's gonna fall. I guess it's a good time to have that conversation. Jihad Campbell's gonna fall, probably because of that shoulder. Do you think they're gonna trade up? Dan Morgan, he wants to beat as bad as he wants to beat the Scott Fitter allegations. He can't because he loves to trade, bro.
He is in on every deal.
He loves to trade, bro. And so, like, do you see them trading up tomorrow? And like, what do you see them trading up for at the target? What the target could be?
Yeah, good question. I'm curious to see. Like we said, we got a few more picks to go, right? I'm curious to see if Malachi Starks gets out the first round or not.
Yeah,
because that's going to be interesting, right? I think that the way that their board works right now, right? And this is look, man. I don't have no source. I do have one source, but my source is not a Panther source. He is an NFL source.
Yeah,
but so I say all that to say I don't have any knowledge what I'm about to say. So don't take what I'm saying for like Bible. But what I'm going to say is like the way that I would assume that their board is right now is like, okay, we got our offensive player, we got our wide receiver, potential wide receiver one. What we need right now is an edge rusher. We need a safety, right? We need a safety.
We literally have. We have bigger needs, but I think there's no bigger need because we literally don't have the safety room filled. So like we literally need warm bodies. We like they gotta sign at least me or they might have to sign me or you if they don't draft nobody. So like,
hey man, I done gained some muscle, bro. I'm 6'3". I'm 6'3", about 240. You know what I'm saying? 245. I'm not a safety anymore, bro. I am a linebacker. Or I'm an OLB or I'm a tight end, bro. Because I used to play wide receiver. I am a tight end. You feel me?
Can you set the edge is the question, bro.
Exactly. I got long arms, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm in the gym, you know what I'm saying? But no, all jokes aside, because we don't have a safety, I feel like safety is a priority. I think it depends on who's really available, right?
Oh my God.
They didn't do it, did they?
No, they didn't. Bro, when I said this is when the disrespect tweet should have went out, it'll happen. And I hate to spoil it, but it is what it is. This is not our pick no more.
No, we don't care. What was the pick?
Jackson Dart.
Oh my God.
Woo-hoo. Stay tuned for the Browns, though. Stay tuned for the Browns. But that's when I say this is when the Deion Sanders Jr.
He's laughing right now. Jackson Dart.
Who's laughing? Shador?
Yeah, they showing him right now. He is laughing right now.
You on NFL Network?
Yeah, I'm on NFL Network. They just showed him. He is laughing right now, bro.
Let me stay tuned. But I'm gonna solo you up, and you can finish your spill about the trade. Like, talk about he's drunk. I think he's drunk.
I mean,
he laughing too. That's Shallow. Shallow may not get drafted himself, but
Shallow's not getting drafted, bro.
Go ahead. What you about to say?
No, about what? About what the Panthers are gonna do?
No, I think you about to say something about Shador.
Oh, I was basically saying Shador is laughing. Sometimes you got to laugh through the pain, bro. Sometimes you got to laugh through the pain. I think that one thing. I think he's getting a bad rep. I don't think he is. I think he's a good quarterback. I don't think he is bad as what people are saying. And I think that it reminds me similar to hold on, my brother is on it. So
Falcons just traded up. My God.
So T-Mac, Xavier Legette just tweeted, T-Mac, let's get it.
Yeah, I saw that. I retweeted that. The Falcons traded with the Rams. They're on the clock at 26. What the hell are they gonna do? They're going edge again? They're gonna double dip?
Let's see. So
they need Mike Green. It could be Mike Green. Mike Green getting out of the first will be a shocker to me. And Mike, even with the alligator, he has way too much production for a guy like that to be ignored.
Walker together is nasty work, Dunk. At this point, I'm a little concerned that they just dropped at 8 and said we're done right now, because I think after Falcons saw that we said they were done, they're like, bet.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen that video that dude from Philly when they showed him that video. He was like, "Man, it is a little concerning, but I keep that thing too, man."
I keep that.
That's how I feel about our O-line, bro. I'm like, shoot, Jalen Walker and Mike Green. It is a little concerning, but we got some big bodies on the edge. They can on the run game. They can do a little things on them. You know, what I'm saying? That thing too. You come around here, you will get clapped.
You will get clapped.
That's how I feel about it. But
this is crazy.
It's definitely. I think they're going Mike Green, bro. I really do. I could be wrong.
So
I don't have any.
Well. One thing I will say though, Dunk, is they did lose Justin Simmons. They did not. They did not.
Starks is a Georgia guy. Maybe they do the Eagles thing.
Do they grab Malachi Starks?
So Falcons traded 46, which is their second round pick. Oh my God. Okay. So they traded, they pick swap. Hold on. They pick swap. No, they didn't pick swap. They gave 46, 242 in a first rounder next year.
Oh, absolutely, bro.
26 and 101.
What? Malachi Starks.
It's gotta be. You said if they get Mike Green, it would be kind of blow, not gonna lie. Yeah, man. But it's a lot. And Mike Green is a good player, but this is a lot to
That's a
do
lot, bro.
for a guy with that type of back. I'm not saying he gonna like whatever allegations that he can do it again. But
yo, I'm bro, that's a lot, bro.
Yes. That's a lot for if it's Mike Green, pretty penny is what the old folks say. So they gave up next year's
Crazy,
first.
bro. Jackson Dart.
But what if they come in last in the division? What if they end up being the top 10 pick next year?
Who?
That first round pick that they gave up. Because let's say we take a big step. The
We
Bucks
will.
are going. I think the Bucks the Bucks are gonna be in the running. Clearly. They're the everybody's had their little run. That we had our run of 3 years in a row. The Saints had their little run of running it, and the Bucks is their time now. Maybe it's the Falcons' chance to do it. Maybe. But maybe if the Bucks stay on top. And maybe we take our step. And what if the Falcons are having? What is the top 10 pick next year? What if Penix, all them 3 games were a fluke? Maybe.
So you know what happens? The same
What?
thing happened to Fitty.
Fired.
He's out of here.
Because
he's out of here.
Because I think the Penix game against us, we had the worst defense ever, bro. I've been seeing the clips and stuff online and posting it. I'm like, bro, do not use this as a clear judgment of him, bro. Like, we were trash. Not to mention we had backups going in that game. Like, don't try to gas him up off these 3 games. Now that people got film and he's not playing against the trash Panthers defense, let's see what Michael Penix can do. You know what I'm saying? So it could blow up in their face, and I'm here for the chaos.
I'm literally thinking like, okay, they have 2 corners, right? I want to say they have, are they? Like, I don't think they'll go for Will Johnson at this point in time.
Oh, that's a good actually thing they could think about. But I think they may go for it. Cause I think the Justice Simmons thing that you mentioned is probably when getting starts is probably the bigger target than Will Johnson. But Will Johnson falling to 25, some people could be
so I'm thinking it's got to be either a Will Johnson or a Malachi Starr. Those are my 2 guesses, bro. And this is like, I don't follow the Falcons like that. I don't know what their depth chart looks like, but I'm trying to think of like, what would I give up?
Bro, they've had the worst pass rush in the league for a while. Last year was at the bottom of the tier. I think they were worse than us from total sacks last year. I want to see their pick, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom because I gotta go very bad. But the fact that Shador got fleeced,
I feel bad for Shador, bro. I feel bad
do.
for him, bro.
I do.
It should not happen the way it's happening right now.
I mean, maybe he was a second round talent, but Jackson Dart ain't that much better than him, bro.
I feel like Shador is better than Jackson Dart. That's my opinion.
I don't want to spoil it.
I was wrong.
They went edge though. But
yo, who are you following on Twitter that I'm not getting these?
Ian.
I follow Ian. Oh, whoa.
I got notice on.
Whoa. I just got it. What?
The chat gonna be mad. Somebody spilled it. James Pierce Jr. goes to the Falcons, not him. So, Lo, I'll go to the bathroom real quick. You can talk about that pick. Also talk about how far you think they should trade up in the second round if they want to go get somebody. Because obviously we need edge.
For sure.
There may be a little run in these last couple of picks on edge now that James Pierce has gone. We'll see if Mike Green goes. I don't think Mike Green is on our radar, but let me know if you think they should trade up into the 30s, the 40s, where it should go in terms of trading up the Panthers. But also break down this pick.
Yeah, I got you. So James Pierce Jr. is shocking to me. I think one, James Pierce Jr., I think the off the field concerns with James Pierce Jr., I think probably made him drop. If you remember before the college season started, James Pierce Jr. was probably one of the highly touted players going into the college season, right? Everybody thought James Pierce Jr. was the next coming of Brian Burns. His quickness off the snap, the level of detail that he was with all his pass rush moves, but everyone was concerned about his attitude and all those different things, which is probably the reason why he dropped. the fact that they just paired Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr. together is pretty wild to me. Now, they gave up a first round for next year, which is a lot to give up for James Pierce Jr. But I think that shows you that all the news that we hear as fans may not be as high of a concern for teams in the NFL, because everyone thought like, oh no, James Pierce Jr., he's gonna drop to X round. Nobody thought that he was gonna be a potential first round, unless you watch ball and you saw what he was able to do and you thought he could be it. But the fact that he dropped this low and the Falcons let go of a first round pick for him to come here, I think says a lot. Now, granted, for the Panthers, now as a Panther, as a GM, as Dan Morgan, as Dave Canellis, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, wow, all right, so they just came up to get James Pierce Jr., which means that there may be a run in on potential edge rushers, and we know we need one. So do we trade up, or do we just wait it out? I think that they got to pay attention to what happens for these next upcoming picks, all the way to pick 32, to determine what you need to do. We know that there's a lot of depth that we need on our roster, whether it be edge rusher, outside linebacker, some other linebackers, safety, nickel, all these different things, kicker, because we don't even have a kicker on the roster right now. So it's a lot of picks that we do need. We got to pay attention to figure out exactly what picks that we are willing to give up to trade up, and if it's worth it, right? And I agree with Terrell Jones here. We do have a little ammo to trade up if need be, right? We got the I call it the Mingo draft pick, right? That 4th round. We got a few different things to trade up. If it makes sense, I say go for it, right? If you have conviction on a guy, if it's a Princely, which was one of my guys, a Nick Scorton, right? Oh, we do have a kicker. My bad. Pardon me. I'm sorry. I was wrong about that. Appreciate you, Dr. Midnight. I appreciate you, bro. But going back, if a Nick Scorton or a Princely or somebody's out there that we have conviction on, we know that they can fit, or if a Malachi Starks drops, or a Andrew Mabuka from Texas, if he drops and we need a safety, whoever's on their particular board drops, and we know that some other teams ahead of us are in need of that particular player, then you make it happen, right? I think that one thing we have to keep in mind, I think it's something that Dan and Dave and all of them keep in mind, is that this draft is deep in terms of defensive players, right? Defensive line, edge rushers, and things of that nature. So it may not make sense to trade up. It may make sense to trade back. And I know people are like, wait, what do you mean, Carlo? It's going from 33 to 57. But if we can get more pieces, then hey, let's go for it. I wish that we could have traded back, even though I love the Tep pick, to get an extra 2nd round, because there's so much depth in this round to be able to do that. But it made sense to get Tet at that point in time. Or T-Mac, excuse me, to get your guy. I think the biggest thing that I'm really shocked about, out of all the things that are going on in the first round, is the fact that Tyler Warren is still on the board. I think, to me, that shows that, yes, the hype of everything he did, what we see as fans, like I said earlier, is not what a lot of these front office sees. And I think that's one thing we got to keep in mind. And I think that's the fun thing about mock drafts, is that, like, we don't know. Oh, Tyler Warren did get drafted? Where did Tyler Warren go?
Now, he got drafted. He went to
I missed that.
The Colts, because remember.
Oh, he did. I'm sorry, I was wrong about that.
Colts and Loveland went first, but your point still is the same.
Yeah.
Reports came out because he only did 5. He didn't do the combine. He only did 5 meetings, and people were just like, he's not everybody's cup of tea. And everybody was like,
right.
I missed that.
I forgot about that.
I was like, bro, he doesn't do, and he's not Brock Bowers.
He's not.
Brock Bowers is. I don't want to throw the G word, because we do it a lot, but he had production that doesn't normally happen for tight ends. And I don't want to say it doesn't normally. I wouldn't call him generational, because
He's
We
unique.
saw Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta did it for he had that production as well. But the type of athlete that what's it called, Bowers is, that's what you call the G word. But I'm not gonna call him the G word. It happened during the Panthers presser. So
that's why I forgot. That's why I forgot. I was like,
Yeah.
I thought I saw it, and I remember saying that, but I completely forgot it. My bad, y'all.
But he's not a traditional tight end. Colston Loveland is easier to predict. Some people
Yep.
don't like. Somebody put it out there, and this is what really threw the curveball. Damn, this is what happens, bro.
The Raven. You just saw the Ravens pick.
Yeah, this is what happens, bro.
This is why I feel as though Dan Morgan should not have said we're done.
But the
He
thing
should have
is,
said.
bro,
Go ahead.
these good teams, I feel like it's easy to pick at the back of the draft, bro. Who's gonna fall? Whoever falls, take lip. You can.
Oh,
BPA. But like when you're at the back of the, like BPA is a little bit fluid. Some people didn't have Tet that high. We had Tet that high. Some people had Mason Graham high. Like when you get to the back of the draft, the Eagles, they got Cooper DeJean last year in the second round. They got Quinion Mitchell. They got cornerback 1 and 2, bro, in the back of the draft, bro.
That's how the rich get richer, bro.
They just wait. They wait for the teams to do stupid stuff and make logical picks, bro. They make easy, logical picks. The Ravens just took Malachi Starks. Everybody's worrying about positional value or safety is not that valuable. Ravens, all right, we got Kyle Hamilton. Let's go ahead and throw Malachi Starks back there with him and get this thing popping. Let's see what's
do
really
you know
going
how
on.
nasty that safety?
And they took Nate Wiggins last year. They took Nate Wiggins last year too. You got 3 first rounders in the secondary, bro.
Yeah,
and so,
crazy.
like I said, it's almost easy. It's almost easy in the back of the draft, bro, because you just wait for the bad teams to do stupid stuff.
Roquan Smith, Nate Wiggins, Marlon Humphrey, Malachi Starks, Kyle Hamilton.
Because you can get the good talent that's clean that falls down there, you can take them, or the risky people that everybody's scared of, you can take them risks because you don't need them. You were in the playoffs last year. You're in the 20s. You know what I'm saying? You picking the 20s. That means you was in the AFC Championship, maybe the division round. So you can
don't
take
let
them
the Eagles. Don't let the Eagles get Will Johnson.
They don't really need corner though, to be honest. I don't know. They need pass rush. I don't know who's on the board.
No, they definitely need pass rush. But
Mike
I'm saying
Green.
like
They could get Mike Green,
but
bro.
they just lost oh boy. He went to Detroit, right?
Who?
Slay. Slay's gone.
That's true, but they could slide Cooper back outside.
It's at Pittsburgh. I can't remember where he is, but yeah, they could. But yeah, they definitely need pass rush. And it's
they lost Sweat and Milton, bro. So
yeah, they
the
definitely
best
need
pass rusher probably available is Mike. They can take them risk on like, the character concern, just like they do with Jalen Carter.
We got Jalen Carter
off of the same type of energy. You know what I'm saying? So like that's what happens, man. And like you're right. It's easy. You can just wait for the teams to do stupid stuff, to overthink stuff, and you can take them risks. And the Chiefs probably gonna end up getting. So we said it earlier. I know the Chiefs may get Mike Green or somebody like that, and he's gonna end up playing in February next year. We're gonna see him in the Super Bowl, and because Chris Jones was that type of guy. That's why I think it's partially why we took what's the guy's name? The defensive tackle from Louisiana Tech. We took Vernon Butler. That's why we took him instead of Chris Jones. Chris Jones fell to the second round because he had some character concerns.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been a whole different team had we took Chris Jones. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. You see, your internet went down. The Ravens took Malachi Starks. That's what happened. You said they're doing a massive reach for a receiver 2 years in a row. All right, man. We'll see.
Well, one thing I would say, I don't think it's a massive reach, but one question I do have that I do not have the answer to. Is this the highest we ever drafted a wide receiver?
1,000%.
Okay. I'm cool with it.
Because I think the highest before that was it Jarrett? Dwayne Jarrett?
I don't know who it was.
No, DJ Moore. I'm sorry. It was DJ Moore was 20. Was 20 or 21?
Something like that.
Let me see. Dwayne Jarrett was the second rounder, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he was the second rounder. Yeah, DJ Moore was the highest, I think.
I think T-Mac's gonna be all right, man, to be honest with you. But the fact that like Jalen Walker dropped, well, I saw that we weren't going to get him. I felt like he was going to go to the Falcons. I'm shocked that Michael went before him, but hey, DJ Moore was picked 24. Good look. How is he different from Kelvin Benjamin? So many ways.
No, I think this is a legit question. I don't think this is like black. I mean, it could be shade, but I don't think it is. I think generally, like I said, I talked about the stereotypes of big wide receivers. But I think people really want to know, and that's what I think doing the film and stuff is necessary, bro. And just letting people know, because like people don't, people don't have time for that, and I don't blame people for not watching tape. I'm just junkie, so like I do it, but
that's why it's needed, Dunk.
Yeah, it's definitely needed. And me and Lo working on something. I'm not going to talk about it too much, but we're working on something with that. But I think that, like, just to answer the question, Kelvin Benjamin was heavier. No offense, and I think Kelvin Benjamin gets a bad rep because like how it ended up. But the beginning, bro, he was one of the few 1,000-yard receivers we had over the last decade. I mean, obviously DJ Moore has done his thing, but like he's one person, and obviously TMC got his 1,000, but he's a running back.
Mm-hmm.
But like he's one of the few 1,000-yard wide receivers he had as a rookie. Nobody's having a more productive rookie year in Panthers history than him. Now he got a lot of targets from Cam. The catch percentage wasn't that high because it wasn't efficient, but
at the end of the day,
the day gonna end.
Come on now.
But Ted is smoother. He's a better route runner. He's probably not as I don't even know. I do think Kelvin is taller. I think Kelvin was a better 50-50 guy because he was bigger. Now Ted ain't no slouch because Ted is I guess he is a former volleyball player. So it's all about timing, catching, hanging in the air. Think about spikes and blocking spikes. You got to hang in the air. You got to time it up. You got to get it at the top of the apex of whatever the ball, the set. I don't know volleyball terminology, so forgive me, anybody out there. Wow, nice.
You saw the Detroit pick.
Yeah. That's a good pick. I thought they would go edge, pass rush.
Hey, you know what they say, man? The best way to get to the quarterback is what?
Inside. The shortest route.
It's the shortest route.
And he's a great player. He's a great player. I thought he would be a target for us, but I knew he wouldn't make it to 50. Yeah. But he can do all the things that we want him to do. But this was his range. He was late 20s, early 30s, and there was no way, even if we made a trade, we would never get into the 30 range. So this is one of those guys that are like, oh yeah, like Trey Amos is another guy. He may fall. We met with Trey Amos. He's a corner that's a great man corner. I would trade up for him. Not over edge, unfortunately, but he's one of my favorite players, and he's one of my guys. He's a my guy.
Yeah.
But anyway, the difference between him and Kelvin Benjamin's a lot bigger, stronger, probably at the catch point because of the size. But T-Mac is a lot more fluid, better hands for sure. He doesn't drop the ball like Kelvin. Better after the catch as well for sure. But the only thing they have in common is they're tall, but they're different types of tall because Kelvin is 6'5", Ted is 6'4". And so I think, and I got a video ready for Ted. The idea he's not the type of he's not the receiver that you think he is. That's the name of the video.
Yeah.
And so because he's not the typical big body wide receiver. He people say he plays small, but like he plays smaller than like he gets yak. He can separate a little bit better than a lot of taller receivers. But he can also give you that 50-50 upside as well.
So question for you, Dunk. When I think about comparisons, you know what I'm saying? Everybody loves to compare a player that's coming in to a player who's been in the league. Yep. And everyone said that Nalo reminded them of Drake London, which I disagree. I don't think he reminds me of a Drake London. Who I think he reminds me of is like a AJ Green. What do you think? I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that particular comparison? And who would you compare T-Mac to?
Yeah. And I think the tough part about it is like comps are tough because like
they are.
Because if you were to say that to somebody on the street, they would probably smack you in the face for saying to AJ Green. Because you want to, like, people think, like, you say AJ Green, is it the career arc or is it play style?
Right.
Or is it like band for band? Like they do it exactly. No. Play style, they're the same. Now, is he going to be a Hall of Fame trajectory type of wide receiver?
We're not saying
like
I'm talking
AJ
about
Green?
I'm talking about play style. Like
exactly.
Yeah.
But when you say AJ Green, that's what people think. And I agree with that. AJ Green was probably a little bit more lanky. I would have to check his measurables. Let me check
look
right
it
now,
up.
actually.
While you talking, I'll look it up while you talking.
To see his arm length, because that's the biggest thing. Ted doesn't have abnormally long arms for a tall receiver. Yeah, AJ Green had 34-inch arms, and which is ridiculous because edge rushers, they want edge rushers to have 33-inch arms to be able to be a good pass rushers. And he had 34 and 3/8-inch arms. This is insane.
That's crazy.
97th percentile, which is not exactly that's out
That's
of
crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, but in terms of, and AJ Green ran did he run a 4.48 at the combine or a pro day? Interesting. But the same thing. AJ Green wasn't a big leaper. He only had a 34.5-inch vert.
Nah, he ran a 4.6. He ran a 4.6 in the combine.
Okay, 4.48 was the pro day then. Okay, cool. I'm looking at Mock Draftable, which is the kind of the big database that shows the comps.
Gotcha.
Excuse me. And the biggest comp for AJ Green is T. Higgins, which is the same typical comp for Ted. And then AJ Green's biggest comp is Drake London. I like Not Draftable because it shows you like how many, like measurable wise, what percentage of the measurables lines up with the person that you're comparing them to. But anyway, thoughts on Shador shopping out of the first. It's over Dart.
It's nasty. That's nasty work. I ain't gonna hold you. That is nasty work.
It is nasty. So we got 3 picks in the first. But just talking about that, I think AJ Green is a pretty solid comp. I think AJ Green was a little bit better. I think he had a little bit more nuance in his route running on deep routes because AJ Green used to, and I went back and watched because I thought about the comp myself, being a South Carolina man. Shout out to Somerville. He was legit all-state 4 years in a row.
Yeah.
AJ Green's a legend in South Carolina, bro. Like, I never saw him play. We had that conversation earlier. I never saw him play. I should know it's sick. I never saw him play, but when I was coming out, we came out at the same time. 4 years all-state, 1,000-yard receiver every year from freshman to senior year. But I think he separates a little bit more on the outside, going deep on just like straight go routes. But I agree on the movement. AJ Green was a little bit like underrated in terms of how smooth he was, how he was able to get in and out of breaks on shorter routes. The suddenness was underrated. He said General Anakin went to Somerville. So shout out to Somerville. He said he went to high school with AJ Green.
Okay.
Shout out to Somerville High. But I think AJ Green obviously has a lot more upside because he's Hall of Fame talent. But in terms of play, like you said, I agree with that. Somebody said Cortland Sutton for him is a good comp. I agree with that. In terms of play style, the ceiling may be a little bit different because I think he's a little bit smoother than Cortland, but just that size, the combination, the 50-50, I can agree.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But you were talking about trading. I mean, round pick, second round in terms of who's available.
Yep.
I'll put it out there. My source, quote unquote, says that my guy, Braden Swinson from LSU, is a potential target. Now we had a 30 visit with him, right? And I've been gassing up Princely. Princely is my guy as well. He's a Ole Miss product, played in the SEC. But I think he's behind Braden Swinson because I think he's an every down player, a little bit better than Princely. And just forgive me because I'm trying to pull up my tweet because the SEC. I'm gonna tell you about something about the SEC. When it comes to film breakdowns, bro, they like the MIB. It's in the Men in Black. They don't let you put nothing up there. They try to blank it off your page, and they just don't. They demonetize it. You'll get a strike. It's tough. That's why you don't see me putting out a lot of. I put out that Jalen one with me like standing in front of a TV screen because it's hard for them to use their AI to scan and it's hard for them to find somebody recording another screen in their AI. Like, you know what I'm saying? They have AI that scans if it's already up there. If I had to put a regular screen recording of there, they would have did it, and they may get it now whenever I put this Winston tape up there, but I'm gonna do it straight from Twitter, so maybe not.
Yeah, it's chestnut checkers, right?
Right. So like, that's they are like that. They're like the MIB, but anyway, he's a target. Now I'm gonna put up his highlights here in a second.
I like
At 57. He could be a guy. People are talking about Kyle Kennard. I think Kyle Kennard could fall to round 3. He may go in 2 because just his motor. Usually, guys that have a strong motor and arm length and like the get off and tenacity that Kyle Kennard has, they end up being pretty good pass rushers. Motor is half the battle. A lot of certain edge rushers, they win off of just motor, and I'm talking TJ Watt. I'm talking Bosa, and they have other moves as well. I'm talking Aiden Hutchinson, if you're catching my drift, that lack athleticism per se on certain things. They win off of effort and motor. Which is why I think Mike Green will have a successful career because he has a motor. He'll be productive to a certain extent. But let me put this up there.
This is interesting, man. This first round is very interesting.
Okay. And so we're not gonna leave it up long because I want to get copyrighted, but this is Braden Swinton. I put a breakdown on Twitter. I put 6'4", 250. I don't know what this is. I'm trying to get this promote thing off. Crap. Dude, what the hell? They're trying to upsell me. Okay. I can't get that off. I said Braden Swinton. I've tweeted this out in January. I said Braden Swinton isn't being talked about enough. 6'4", 250, great arm length, superb get off, 9 sacks, 60 total pressures, a top 5 pass rush win rate, and a pass rush grade on PFF of 90. He can use some fine tuning on his rush path and his run technique facing pullers, but has some nice tape. And so let's watch his tape here. Let's start from the back. Shoulder pass, boom. Not to do it out clean off his feet. That's playing the run. That's the motor. I mean, that's the just being nasty. Playing the edge. Guy tries to get outside, setting the edge. Doesn't let him turn the corner. Gets him down. On the outside against Texas A&M. Run play, setting the edge, extends. I talked about that whole little
read and react.
Stack and shed. That's it. Watch his arms, lock out, get this guy, boom. He hits him, gets his shoulder pass down, locks his arms out, looking at the running back, and sheds and makes the tackle. His timing is a little bit off on that one, but he still made the play. That's what you want from the type of guys that we're looking for. He does that. If I see it on film, I know he can do it, and I'm like, okay, hey, it's up to our coaching staff to be able to get the consistency. Because everybody can't do that. Everybody don't have the arm length to be able to do that. But me seeing it once or twice, it tells me like, well, hey, they can do it. That's what we look for in our system. Let's build off that. That's why I knew that he was one of our type of guys. And so let's keep going. Ole Miss, same thing, locks it out, dismisses the guy, just throws the guy and makes the tackle. Great play. Look how quick that was. Boom, takes him on, locks him out, and shoots him. Throws him on the ground. Boom, makes the play. Again, he's there on the left. He's going to play the zone read. The quarterback tries to go. That guy is very slippery. I think he had about 80 yards rushing, and he got him down on that play playing a mesh point. He's here on the left again. Jackson Dart. Boom, gets him on that play. Some down. No, sir.
So do you see him as it's going on? Do you see him as a rotational player? Do you think he'll start?
He could be a every down rusher in the future, but he'll be rotation for sure. Third down, put him in the game. He'll be one of the better pass rushers on our team in third down. Put him in. You can rotate him with anybody, whether you want to rotate him with Wanham or rotate him with Clowney. But I want Clowney on the field on third down. So, but the thing, it's just tough because like Wanham's not a great run defender, but he's a pretty solid pass rusher. Clowney is a good every down player, but he's too old to be playing every down. But if he's gonna be on the field for any down, put him on the field on third down, right? So it's like, but they want to do platoons, they want to keep guys fresh. Braden Swinton could definitely, if you teach now, and I'll talk about some of the issues after we're done watching the highlights. Because I always put the highlights on. I don't like to bash prospects because they're young on Twitter. I don't like to bash them. I give my full feedback on my YouTube page. 1, because I get ad revenue, but 2, because the dedicated enough to actually watch long form content, they really want to know what's going on with these guys. Some people on Twitter, they just want the nuggets, they want the bite-sized stuff. I give them the appetizer. If they're interested enough, I feed them to the YouTube. But the people on YouTube that watch the film breakdowns, they really want to know what's going on. So I give the full perspective there.
So before you keep going, Maxwell Hairston went before Will Johnson.
Health,
and health.
He had
health.
He had allegations, apparently.
Who, Maxwell?
Yes.
Really?
Not SA, just like domestic.
Wow. Well, one, that and the 40-yard dash definitely helped him out too. So he went 30.
The Trey Amos guy that I was talking about, I thought he was going to be a big target for them. I knew they were going corner, but they went that.
And then the Eagles just traded up. The Eagles just traded up from 32 to 31.
By grain? Why would they go? Why would they get one pick?
They went one pick and they traded number 164 to the Chiefs. So the Chiefs had the 32nd pick instead of the 31st pick.
Interesting.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to throw that out there.
Now you good because we're just talking. Somebody said they showed the whole Ravens draft. Boy, I got to replay that to see it, bro. I'm curious. You did the Detroit. Dang, I forgot. I don't know what that damn called. If they take another receiver late, like Noel, they're not taking another receiver. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Yeah,
this was a slap in the face technically to Ajiro, because he's never had a first round pick, bro. And as a defensive coordinator, he's Mike K pointed it out. He said Ajiro has never had a first round pick since he's been a defensive coordinator to be selected.
But my biggest, I mean, just to have a rebuttal to that, bro. Like you've had some solid players and you didn't know what to do with them. Like they weren't first round picks, like a Jeremy Chin and Frankie Lou. Like Frankie Lou did not come back because you did not utilize him correctly. Jeremy Chin did not see the field because you did not use him. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's tough, man. Like I get it. Like I know he's probably if I'm ever I'm punching the air like I'm in daggone what's the name of that movie? Can't think of the movie. But
Boys in the Hood.
Boys in the Hood. Yeah, I'm punching the air like a Boys in the Hood. Like, dang, I can't get nobody. But
Mike K also, good pick. Mike K also brought up a point that like Ajiro has never really played rookies.
That's a great pick.
He's never played. Rookies really don't get a lot of playing time in his system. So like that's what his reservations was with Walker. He was just like putting a tweener there with the guy and that they doesn't really play rookies. And so like if your first round pick is not gonna make an impact on your defense may not be that much better to the point that it saves his job. And if Ajiro gets fired, now you got a tweener that if you switch to 4-3, he's not playing defensive end in the 4-3. That's just not going to happen. And then he plays linebacker. He's a work in progress in linebacker. But meanwhile, his whole rookie year, he was playing edge. So, like, you're starting all over again. And now you got an Isaiah Simmons situation where he's caught up in not caught up in a rapture. I was listening to caught up in a rapture, but caught up in, like, the wash of, like, coaching changes. Shout out to my baby Anita. Love Anita Baker. Bet
you won't sing it.
Nah, I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it to him, man. I might get canceled.
The Brown ain't hitting that much for you to sing. Caught up in the rapture.
I'm about to say I'm gonna get canceled if I hit that note. That bye. But all that being said, man, yeah, this
is interesting, bro.
I'm glad it came. The fact that it came down to Walker and Tet, I'm glad they picked Tet. And I know people want a defense, but
it's BPA.
If it came down to them two, and I think that's what it did come down to, the vision is clear. Even if Tet is not a wide receiver one, even if Tet just ends up being a wide receiver two, like some people think he is, he could end up being a better projection of what his like in our system compared to a Jalen Walker. Now, Jalen Walker could end up being a baller because he has the DNA that he could be a type of player, and he may be. But like you said, in terms of the clear vision, in terms of our defensive coordinator having a role for him when we seen his issues with hybrid players, it may be best to chill. But shout out to Jihad Campbell.
Ooh.
They kept Zach Bond and they went Jihad Campbell, bro. They're both hybrid type of linebackers. So great pick.
That's a great pick, bro. I mean, rich get richer.
Let me shout out to Chris right real quick before I get back to the film. Hey, don't spoke on the phone during your live. I told you that Ted would complete the offense and make Bryce fifth-year option a no-brainer. Shout out to you, Christopher. You called it, man. You called it, bro. And shout out to I'll call it Ted faithful, because a lot of us were pounding the table for Ted, bro. And
standing on the table.
It is sitting on the table.
I'm sorry, sitting on the table. Excuse me. I'm pardon me.
You know what I'm saying? Like and a lot of people didn't see the vision because people were just like, nobody ever drafts receiver in back-to-back drafts. We did it. I mean, I think the Eagles did it when they did the whole who did they do? They did Devontae Smith, and then they did no, they didn't draft two.
They traded for him.
They traded for AJ with a first round pick. You know what I'm saying?
Correct,
so like,
correct.
Saying semantics, but it whatever, it happened. All that being said, I think the offense, and we were ranked 29th. The offense is closer to being an upper echelon offense than the defense is to being respectable. Well, not even respectable. To being above average. I think they'll be respectable just off the strength that they got enough run stoppers that we won't get dominated on the ground. I have confidence in J.C. Horn to the point that we won't be destroyed in the air. And Mike Jackson and J.C. Horn, they took their lumps this year, gave us some touchdowns, but I think they're good enough to the point that if you can get a defense to stop the run, at least we'll be average at best. And getting us to average would have probably won us 2 to 3 more games. I'm thinking about people that couldn't stop Baker Mayfield on his final drive in overtime. They let him scramble, and then they ended up putting the ball, obviously, in Chuba's hands. He fumbled. I'm thinking of Patrick Mahomes. We missing a sack because of DJ Waddle let him escape, and then he peeled to the corner. Dane Jackson did what he did, and he got him in the field goal range. And then there's one more I'm missing. Regardless, I think that's 2 games right there. We win 7 games there, and we probably look at this team different if we win 7 games. All that being said, I think T-Mac does enough to get us to where we want to be offensively, more than reaching for an edge rusher would have done for us in year 1 of an edge rusher, doing that to get us where we want to be defensively. Let's get back to this tape on Braden Swinson, because my sources are telling me that this is the guy tomorrow. So we'll be back here, obviously, to recap everything, but I want to talk about some of the people that's going to be available tomorrow before this draft is over, because
I'm
gonna have to sign off not too long after the draft first round ends, because I spend a lot of time away from the family and the wife and the kid. So when the stuff is over, I gotta get off, and I gotta work tomorrow too.
Same. Everything you just said, that's me too.
So we got 46 seconds. 47 seconds in. We got 2 minutes total. Here's him against Texas A&M again. They had to scramble the quarterback a lot, but you can see the motor, him being able to accelerate. Because look, that guy has he has the corner. Currently, he has the corner. And watch Braden Swinson close and still get him. He got the first down, but he didn't turn the corner on him.
Mm-hmm.
So that lets you know the closing speed by edge rusher. The dip, the bend, he got held, but that's the type of guy he is. He's able to turn that corner. He has a good first step, but it's his hands that's the good part. And watch how his hands swipes down. Look at the arm length. That's why arm length matters. This is why I was like a little bit hesitant on James. James Pierce didn't have ideal arm length. Mike Green didn't have ideal arm length. You can't do this. Look at this old lineman. He looked like he got a shotgun blast to the chest. Look at him. His chest is caved in. His feet are off the ground because Braden Swinson's hands, that's what they call heavy hands. When you can hit him in the chest and shock him and knock him off balance like that, that's why arm length matters, why heavy hands matters.
So do they pair that with a swim move or like a rip
Usually a
or
rip.
whatnot?
Usually a
Okay.
rip.
Okay.
You can because like you already have them, you have them under control. So like you can use the rip this because their arms, they don't have a good punch on you. So you might as well rip it through. You can hand swipe. A lot of people use the hand swipe. It's a two-hand swipe. That's the Bosa move. The Bosas love
Or the
that two-hand
Clavon
hand
Chase
swipe.
on, right?
Yeah. It looks weird in that drill, but that's what it is. The two-hand hand swipe. They try to punch you, and it's like a boxer. A boxer, whoever has the longer arm length, they're gonna have the advantage doing that. So that's why arm length matters, and that's why people have these thresholds. I made my edge rusher video on the channel talking about why they target Wanham, who has 34-inch arms, or Clowney, who has 34-inch arms as well. These Jihan Campbell highlights are fire, FYI. But
not facts.
But this is why arm length matters. You can see him taking advantage of this offensive lineman from Oklahoma. Oh crap, I lost it. I hate when the space bar takes me down. Oops. All right, but you can see the move, and he dips. He rips through and dips. That's what bend is. When you can bend at the hips and get down. He's not the best bender. Because, like, when you bend, you want to be able to not lose speed, but also, they say get flat. And when you get flat, you're running a hoop because you're going to run around the O-lineman. But when you get to about 5 or 7 yards, wherever they drop, you need to be able to get flat because the quarterback's not going to keep drifting backwards. So you can run around and get straight to him. You got to go up and kind of get flat. So that's what.
And correct me if I'm wrong too, Dunk. Like I think that's one thing that Brian Burns did not do well is getting flat. Right.
He had good bend, but like he didn't get flat enough. You have to be strong enough that like, because like some people they bend because like they're quick enough to run a hoop, but not the hoop. There's running the hoop, which is the hoop to get a direct pass to the quarterback, and there's running a hoop. And sometimes you may run it and you can get around him and get flat enough, but the quarterback can step up in the pocket easily, or he's at 7 yards, but the way you end up on your hoop, you may
10.
be at 9 yards or 10. And that's when I say, when I say he could use some fine tuning on his rush path, that's what I mean. Sometimes and it's not that he doesn't have the bend, his bend is a little bit shaky because of that. Sometimes he loses vision on the quarterback. So he just takes a bad path. Like he aims for 9, but the quarterback's only dropping back to 7. And so you say, oh, he's just Brian Burns 2.0. Potentially, but at the same time, Brian Burns was a double-digit sack guy. But Braden Swinson, we're talking about getting him at 57. We're not talking about taking him with a top 15 pick. So I would take Brian Burns at 57. Hell yeah. Especially after we got Tet. If you tell me I can get Tet and a guy that has been in rush like Brian, he's not Brian Burns. I'm gonna say that right now. He's not Brian Burns, but like that's what we're talking about: the skill set and the similarities and the drawbacks. That's what we're talking about. So like the juice being worth the squeeze. But somebody said the Browns. But that's what I mean. Like bend, you got to be able to get flat because the quarterback, he's at 4 and he took a shorter drop. And so being able to bend, this is a little bit tougher of a bend and the angle to run around because the tighter you have to bend, the closer you have to get into that lineman to get around. And the closer you have to get into that lineman, all that space you created with your arm length, it goes away because you technically have to get into his body to get around him. And so like the quarterback not taking a deeper drop, it kind of helped. But again, this is stuff that can be cured with coaching. The get off, the arm length, the hand usage, that can't be coached. You got it or you don't. Jalen Walker doesn't have the arm length. He has the heavy hands, which is why he's able to do what he does, but he doesn't have the arm length. And so this is something that can't be coached. And he ends up like the fact that he pressed the edge of this O-lineman so bad, he didn't get the flag called, but it's clearly being held. That's a hold. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't get a call, but that's a hold. We'll go back to the same right side. Power. He bench presses him back. He didn't get the sack, but you see the flash of the power.
Yeah.
And this is a guy that's 250. He's obviously outweighed. And they call it speed to power.
I was going to ask that. I was just going to ask you that, bro. Break down speed to power. We hear that so much. Your definition, like what speed to power looks like.
So Josh Simmons he's a tackle, which is a great pick for them. They finally got a left tackle from Mahomes after that Super Bowl. If he gets healthy, that's a great pick for them to get that value there. That's the last pick of the first round. Speed to power is basically having a runway like him. They have a 5-yard separation and using all the speed that you build up from running from here to there and converting into power, because obviously you're more powerful when having momentum to go into running into a brick wall. If you were trying to break down a brick wall, it's easier to do it with a full head of steam versus trying to run straight through it. I think like kung fu people that be doing the whole little like boom, like whatever that was, if you could wind up and punch versus doing that type of punch, you have more power. But
great analogy.
And that's the difference between speed to power. So you convert the speed that you have from the get off to power into it. Some people don't have that. And even at 250 pounds, clearly he's probably outweighed by this guy that's bigger than him. But the easiest way to be able to convert speed to power, when I say hand usage, inside, if you can get your hands inside the breastplate of the guy that you're blocking, you're going to most likely win. Typically when offensive linemen get their hands outside, that's how you get those holding calls. You can lose at times because your hands are outside. But if you have your hands inside, the shortest distance to somebody is a straight line. If you get your hands straight through into the inside, you can do that. If you got to go outside, you lose that length. And so like you're trying to do power that way. But if you get your hands inside, you're going to win. And so that's what speed to power is. That's what the technique is. Oh, crap. I keep losing it. Every time I get off of it and pause it, it takes me down. We'll go back. This is Twitter. But to get off the 4 steps, he kind of puts his shoulder pads into it as well. The guy's off balance. You can see the lineman trying to recover. You see the lineman trying to like regather it, because sometimes you can get beat, but the good O linemen, they can regather their hands, their uppercut with 2 hands and get their hands inside of you to recover. But he can't do that because he's so overwhelmed. And look, you see that arm length? That's a whole arm length. That's 34 or 33, whatever and a half inches that he has of arm length, being able to keep himself clean. That's how you keep yourself from being blocked, is arm length. And the quarterback steps up, but you're able to flush him to whoever the other edge rusher is. Maybe this is DJ Wanham. Maybe this is Clowney that flushes him, and they get the sack. So you may not, he didn't, this is called a pressure. He didn't get the sack, but his pressure caused a sack. And so that counts for us as well. It may not be a stat sheet win for him, but it's a pressure. All right, against Texas A&M, speed to power again. You see look how many steps back it takes this tackle to recover and gain the balance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the quarterback has to boot a little bit, ends up flushing him into this guy who creates the pressure. The ball comes out. Everybody's able to rally. I didn't play the whole play, but we'll take a check down when I think it's probably 3rd down on here. But the fact that he made the ball come out quick, the quarterback can just sit back there and chill, is a pressure. Boom, speed to power. This guy is here at the 32 or whatever 2-yard line is. He goes back 4 or 5 yards. He gets held again because you see him flailing. That's one thing he'll need to get over. He need to just kind of play through it. You don't have to flop in the NFL, but he is getting held. You can see that. That's a hold right there. His hands are outside. Yeah, he's getting molested right here. So like, don't copyright me for saying that. I mean, don't ban me for saying that. But like, that's a hold. Forces the hold, gets the pressure. The ball is out. A check down. We'll rally. Gain of 5. Next play against Ole Miss.
Beautiful.
Inside move.
Beautiful.
Gets on Jackson Dart. Forces the pressure and the throwaway. Dang, man. So he's using that speed. Like he has a plan. He's one of those guys that like some guys they predetermine what they're gonna do before they do it. He's the guy that's good at reading how the guy is going to block him and reacting that way. That's a good move to have. Instead of just saying like, okay, I'm gonna do my spin move now. He's like, okay, hey, I'm going to the outside. I'm trying to beat him around the corner. Oh, he's going too far outside on the corner. I'm gonna spin back inside.
Yeah,
there's room inside, and so that's what he's good at doing. He's good at reading. And reacting to the lineman that's trying to block him. So that's why I like Swinson's game from that standpoint. But here, swipes, that's one of those hand swipes. And some people call this a forklift when you actually catch them on the hands.
And you lift up, lift it up and over.
They call it a forklift. Yes, that's more of a forklift than a hand swipe. I mean, you keep the hands off you. That's why arm length matters. That's why hand usage matters. And he's able to get Jackson Dart. He gets it off, no gain. Oklahoma again is really about pretty much 2 games. But you see the spin move here. He shows it. Beautiful. Pressure's there. Makes them bail out. Minimal gain. Yeah. Watch the hand usage again. This is called a cross chop. The arm going up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
He chops it. He missed because typically when the O-lineman's trying to punch you, you want to chop it with your outside arm
and then dip.
Yeah, and then he's good at reading the blocks because he sees that he can't. I'm not going to be able to dip and get around him. I tried that cross chop. I missed. I'm not going to be able to get around him and bend. I'm going to spin back inside because look, he overset. He's off balance. Look at that.
That's beautiful. That's
Planting
beautiful.
on that leg. The guy recovered. The O-lineman recovers pretty well, but
Yeah.
the damage is done. He's already in the backfield. The quarterback has to boot. The homies are there, and we good. We rally on that. That's a lot. I think that's pretty much a loss. I don't know where they started at.
Yeah. If anything, it's like a gain of 1 or 2.
Yeah, they started at the 6. They might have gained. Yeah, they might have gained 2. So that's a win for the defense. Yeah, this is no gain at best. Maybe a sack by this guy. He'll get credit for pushing him out of bounds. But you see it.
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma again. He went off against them dudes. He went off against South Carolina as well. It's a good rush as well. He didn't get there. Dang, I'm trying to hit space bar. He didn't get there, but pressure to get the ball out quick. Let's see the handwork. He gets hyped too. He talks a lot of trash. He got.
I love it. I love it
too.
I love it.
So he's pressing upfield to make him say because that speed is the win. Hand swipe. You see the hand swipe. You see 2 hands, and tries to dip as well. Turns the corner, and that's why I say his bend is a little bit stiff at times because you want to see him a little bit smoother. Obviously, he's not Von Miller, but Von Miller was very, very good. Like once he did whatever move he needed to get past him at the top, that's what they call the top of your rush. At the top of your rush, you need to get flat. That's why I say get flat because flat, you can either, if you're running the hoop, you can either keep going down here, or you can go flat and go directly to the quarterback. Be able to get flat. He's not able to get flat, so his bend is not as great as you would like. The elite guys, like Abdul Carter, he has great bend. And that's why people love him because he has a lot of twitch, a lot of bend. Abdul Carter would be able to go straight from where he's at now in a direct line to this quarterback. Braden Swinson, it takes him a few steps to turn that corner. Braden Swinson had to take another 2 yards to get downfield to be able to turn that corner, to get around and put pressure. He's still able to get pressure, but the quarterback, that little split second that he wasn't able to get flat, that gave the quarterback enough time to get the ball off. If he's able to get flat enough and close, maybe it's a sack instead of a check down. You know, so that's what bend is. That's what the difference is, being able to get flat and being able to turn that corner like you need to be. And so that's why Braden Swinson's not a first rounder, because he can't bend like certain guys can. James Pierce is a little bit stiffer in the hips. And the way that it works, if you have long legs, it's hard for you to bend over and get low. So and James Pierce is, they call him leggy. Yeah, he has long legs. That's why he can't bend as well to turn that corner.
Interesting.
So that's why it's like your human anatomy. Because like people say, like, oh, Mason Graham and Walter Nolan are the same measurables, but like Mason Graham is a little bit more of a tree trunk. More of a tree trunk built. He's low to the earth versus Walter Nolan. Walter Nolan may be 6'3", only an inch taller, but he's more proportionally built. Mason Graham is short, stocky, shorter arms. That helps him because he has that leverage. He's he's strong too. But like your human anatomy also helps as well in terms of like where you're, like how you're built. Are you have long legs? Do you have a short torso? Are you proportionally built? Do you have a big butt? Do you have big arms? Are you top heavy? Because Icky is a guy, he's big, but Icky is top heavy. So his legs, sometimes he can get beat with power at times. He's big and strong. He can get pancakes with his arms. But if you're not bottom heavy, you don't have a big butt per se. You know what I'm saying? Like pause.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can hurt in terms of making blocks.
That's real.
But also in terms of get off. This is an example of get off. When I say get off, I like to watch this angle. Who is the first person who get off their first step? Who is the furthest person upfield? Ball is snapped, the first step. Look at Braden Swinson.
That's crazy.
And it's not even like outstanding, but he's definitely further upfield.
He's ready.
Than everybody else. The second step, look how far he's a whole body length ahead of everybody else. 3 steps, he's a whole yard ahead of everybody else. That's what get off is. He's not able to get as flat again, so he misses again. Like we talked about Brian Burns missing some sacks. Look, he can't get flat because at the top of his rush, that's the top. Because he's by the guy now, he's further upfield. Can you get flat? Getting flat would be able to get straight to him. He can't. He misses. And so he forces the pressure, so it helps. You can apply pressure, and you're going to be able to get pressure, and eventually the quarterback's going to take a deep drop, and you're going to get home at times.
Yeah.
But the difference between being a 15-sack guy and an 8-9 guy is being able to bend. That's why people love that bend.
My question to you, though, Dunk, is can that bend be taught, in your opinion? Can the coaches come in and say, Braden, you're good, but we want to change that. We want to fix that bend. Can that bend be taught, in your opinion?
No. You can get stronger to the point that you can be better like that. Because like O-lineman, when I say bend, you have to bend into the O-lineman. So having the flexibility, having the strength to be able to bend into them, and that because they're gonna just, if you bend into them, they're just gonna push you and try to ride you past the quarterback. Pause.
Right.
Like I'm just gonna carry you past the quarterback, like we see, like I said, Brian Burns happens sometimes. People he has a speed rush, but people just kind of push him along his way, and he'll run right by it. They're gonna try to do that if you bend into them. Having the strength and having the flexibility to be able to get low enough to turn the corner and get there. But you can get more flexible. You can work on that, but you kind of either got it or you don't. That's why Abdul Carter, like I said, Abdul Carter went number 3 or whatever he went, and we're talking about Braden Winston being the number 57 pick. If you can bend, because like I said, he has a pass rush win weight. Because like this is a pass rush win. This is a pressure, but he only has 9 sacks. I mean, granted, Abdul Carter probably he had double-digit sacks, but he didn't have as many. But like that's why a guy will have 60 pressures but only have 9 sacks. You know what I'm saying? Like converting pressures to sacks is the name of the game. Sacks get you paid. Pressures are good for the stat sheet. They may get you paid, but if you want to be that elite $35 million type of guy, you got to be able to bend a little bit. And the fact that because he has to get off. I showed you the get off. We know that he can win. We saw pressures, but being able to bend and finish sacks is the difference. I think this is the other angle. Yeah, you can see the hand work, bro. It's watch. He gets that hand inside first. One hand, left hand inside, the right hand is swiping that punch away.
Yep.
And then once he gets those hands off him, he tries to dip and rip. Doesn't get flat enough, but like I said, it's a pressure. It helps because if we can get, and I'm thinking of Tashawn Wharton because he's an interior pass rusher. If we had Milton Williams, it'd be the same thing. But
took the words right out of my mouth. Yep.
Braden Winston pressing the edge, forcing these quarterbacks to step up like we're seeing here. It's going to be a lot of cleanup sacks for the interior rush, which is Wharton, which is Derek Brown. You know what I'm saying? So like that's why you can live with a guy that may not get the sacks off the edge, but he's going to set up guys to get their own sacks on cleanup.
Do you feel like though, like in terms of us picking Tet or T-Mac in pick 8, do you feel as though these are the conversations that Dan and the team are having in terms of this is the reason why we did not go get a Jalen Walker. We got a T-Mac because we need more help in the offense. But however, we're looking at players like a Braden Switson who can really help our interior defensive linemen get clean up sacks because of the way that he plays. Do you feel like those conversations are happening?
Phenomenal question. I'm gonna go to full screen just because we can talk about it. I'm gonna probably clip it up too. And if you want to repose that question so I can get the whole context, please.
Yeah, I got you. So in terms of what we just saw with Braden Switson, right? And how he plays, and what fits the Panther scheme, because you went Tet McMillan or T-Mac, if you will, at 8, and knowing what we've done in the free agency in terms of Tershawn Wharton, Bobby Brown, and all these different players, and knowing the skill set that they have in terms of being an interior defensive lineman, do you feel as though that's why Braden Swinson is high on their board? And do you think that these conversations are happening in the front office in terms of, hey, we can take a Braden Swinson instead of going for a Jalen Walker or somebody in the first round because this person has, call it 60 pressures, where our interior defensive lineman can actually clean up those sacks, and we don't need him to be a sack type of player.
No, 1,000%. That's the conversation that's happening. And it goes into value for one, and two, reading the class and the depth. Everybody and their mama has been saying that the depth of this class is edge, D-line, all that stuff. Everybody, I talked about it, comparing them. The difference between Abdul Carter and a Braden Swinson is that bend. But the only guy that really has that in this class is Abdul Carter. And somebody said, I think Todd McShay said it, but like almost every player in his class had a but. And even Abdul Carter. Abdul Carter is twitchy. He has that bend. He's a freak athlete. He's a Michael Parsons comp. Yeah, but he's light in the pants. He's a little bit susceptible against the run. Even him, you gamble on those type of traits because he has the bend, all those traits to be a high volume sack type of guy. Yeah. After that, Jalen Walker, edge 2. He's good, but he's undersized. He doesn't have ideal arm length. He doesn't have ideal size. He may be a tweener. He gets some sacks playing inside linebacker, but his linebacker traits aren't always there yet either. So, like, okay, how much of an impact day one can he have? Michael Williams, powerful, length, measurables, but he doesn't have production. Mike Green, production, but he doesn't have the arm length. So, like, value-wise, and all the questions there. And now that I think about it, Donovan Izaraku, he didn't go first round, did he?
He did not.
All right, cool. But he has arm length. But anyway, I'm gonna have to edit that part out. But everybody has a but. And so, like, if I had to get a but, oh dang, he's still with Rakeem Jackson? James Pierce? Okay.
Oh, they date?
Yeah, they both went to Tennessee. I thought they had broken up though. She had put some weird stuff on the internet, like they had broken up. But she arm in arm and his draft picture.
Hey, that's I ain't got nothing to do with that, Playboy.
Shout out to them.
Shout out to them.
But all that being said, like the value is like, okay, hey, we know Swinson is gonna be there. Braden Swinson is a good edge rusher. Get off, pressures, all that. Yeah, but he needs some work on his rush path. Like I said, he needs some consistency against the run that can be built upon. That's technique wise. You know what I'm saying? So like, if I have to get a but anyway, let me go ahead and get and I can get him in a second. I can get a but in the second round.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and get the best receiver in the freaking draft and then get me a but tomorrow. If I got to get a but and then the best receiver in the draft is going to be gone and I got to get me a but wide receiver because I can get a Jalen Noel. He's good, but he's not that tall. He and where does he play? Does he play outside full time? Does he play slot? And with him playing slot, where does that happen with Jalen Coker? Where does that fit in with Adam Thielen? You know what I'm saying? So like, but so like the value of being able to get a but guy that still gets a 60 pressures and a 22% pass win rate and 9 sacks, or I can get a Princely who has double-digit sacks, can get pressures as well, who may only play third down as a rookie, but I know what he's going to do. I know he's going to press that corner. I know he's going to get them pressures, like you said. I know he's going to at least flush guys to our other guys as well. The value of being able to get Ted and your but edge anyway, it's a no-brainer, man. So like,
makes sense.
I like the value there because Jalen Walker felt like a mid first round guy in my opinion. So taking him at 8 felt rich because of the risk. Even James Pierce, even Mike Green, even all of them. But like being able to, if we can get Braden Swinson or Princely tomorrow, the rest of the draft is gravy in my opinion. Obviously, we need a safety, but like you hit receiver, you hit a pass rusher, and I'm not sure they don't double dip on pass rusher because they met with some day 3 guys as well. So, and to me, if you can rush the passer, we good. We got plenty of run stoppers at home, so we can build on that. We can work with you on that, but we ain't got too many guys that can just hit the corner like Braden Swinson does consistently. So, like,
right,
I love the decision, and that was why I felt good about it because there's guys like Braden Swinson here. Hopefully, he makes it to 57. I don't know what their run on edge rushes are going to be because, like, Izaraku being there was not on my bingo card.
Not at all.
Izaraku was a trade back candidate in my eyes. Had we went to 20, maybe we went to the 20s or 15s. Somebody, because he had what? Mike Green had 17 sacks. Izaraku had 16 and a half. And his bag is different. He's not good against the run because he's small, but he has that flex. He has that dip.
He's like that.
He has the arm length. He has the hand uses that I'm showing you on here with Swinson. Good player. And shoot, they might trade up for that dude, man. I told you.
I think it might be a run early in the second round for some edge
it
rushers,
probably
bro.
will because I would have to see who's available.
You got Mike.
Yeah.
I know Mike Green and Ezraku are the top two. Got to be
Mike Green, Ezraku, Will Johnson.
Yep.
Shoot, that linebacker Carson Swessinger. We went to his workout. He's still available. We could do that. I don't know if there's any quarterbacks available that anybody with besides Shador, obviously. Steve Smith on NFL Network right now. They ain't talking about the Panthers pick, but he tweeted out something weird.
No, he's been wilding. He's been wilding on the text.
I don't know what it is. I definitely is, but like I said, I hope cooler heads prevail and like it can be a good thing because Ted is talented, bro. Like you can't knock that he's talented. He may have some drawbacks, but like Steve Smith is a future Hall of Famer, bro. Like he wants to see the Panthers be good. I know he has the best interest. I know who he is, but like put in the what you was trying to help Mingo with, bro. Like let's just put bygones with bygones, all the beef and stuff that you had with his receiver coach, all the beef that you had with him on film. We can figure it out, man. Let's be great. We all want to see the Panthers do well. We're tired of being where we are. It is what it is. But that's a tangent. Let's finish up this Brady Smith tape really, really quick. And then we can finish up with the best available real quick, and we can sign off. Because I gotta get off too. It's 12 on the dot. We'll get this real quick. And you see he's rushing for 2-point stance. And he gets that sack. The bend wasn't great, but he stayed with it. The motor was there. And watch, we'll see the bend again, the lack of, therefore. But you see the hand use. He tried the hand wipe again. He dipped a little bit. He ripped up. He couldn't get flat enough because Jason Dart stepped up a little bit, but he stayed with it. Like I said, you're going to get sacks off of just having a motor, man. And so that's just having a motor. He stayed with it. He and this is not even a loss, in my opinion, by the tackle, but it's called running the hoop. It's a hoop. You run it, you stay on it, you get it. All right.
Love it.
So let me see if I can find that list on NFL.com of best available because we talked about off the top of our head some notable names.
Well, I don't think Mike,
Milroe too. I forgot about Milroe. And
he was there.
We'll see if he comes back tomorrow. Because you don't have to come back on day 2. Some dudes feel disrespected and they don't come back day 2. But I'm gonna drop a video probably sometime during the day if I can find a break on lunch to do a best available players. But I definitely want to get a preliminary discussion about it. Best prospect remaining. Who's still available? We can look at Bucky Brooks. Or not Bucky Brooks. We can look at Daniel Jeremiah's best available. Dang.
It's all right. It's good old StreamYard.
Yeah, it's not a seamless transition on there anything. But Nick Emenwari is the #1 prospect available. I know there's some South Carolina Gamecocks in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Actually, let me catch up on the chat a little bit. Because people just kind of talking about stuff. Each first round edge rusher had question marks. Yep, that's the but we was talking about. Somebody said this roster needs another offseason for complete. I agree, but I still think we can compete after this draft because there's plenty of depth in the defensive side.
We got 8 more picks.
Yeah, they may need another year to probably marinate, but I think we did enough vet-wise in the draft to stop the run that we should be able to be competitive defensively at least. And that may be enough to win the South. We may not do nothing in the playoffs if we go to the playoffs, but damn it, having a meaningful football in January ain't something we've seen since Steve Wilkes was damn running the team. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to have something on the line in January. We get mad at CJ Henderson and Keith Taylor, but if it wasn't for Steve Wilkes, we wouldn't be mad about it because that game wouldn't have meant nothing. Had nothing been on the line, you know what I'm saying? Had we not been competing down the stretch. So it's fun to be able to be in the hunt at least. Make sure I ain't missed no super chats. I didn't. Okay, good. I'm gonna just look at the regular chat. So if one of our tight ends works out, our offense is complete. Man, I was a little bit disappointed. I wanted to see JT Sanders get in the gym, like tighten up. He's a little bit soft.
Hey, you think so? You think so?
it's a little bit of baby weight to him, bro. And I thought the Panthers team would like maybe like, hey, give him a meal plan because like some guys like he's naturally talented.
Well, I will say though too, we fired our whole strength conditioning team.
True.
So you know what I'm saying, like he probably didn't have some type of plan. This is me assuming, but like if you fire somebody and you hire them later on, they probably don't have a game plan for all the players. So I give them grace on that part a little bit.
Yeah. They're getting caught up in the wash.
Unfortunately.
The transition per se. But I think and you never know. These guys, they have a lot of free time. You know what I'm saying? Like, who's to say he wasn't out there throwing with Bryce? But at the same time, like I try to lose, I try to be on my diet thing. It's a personal thing. People can give you the recipe and but you still have to follow it. Like it's a level of discipline. I'm not saying that he's like don't want it or he's not hungry, but we saw Christian McCaffrey go from being a little skinny dude to being swole. Everybody ain't built like that in terms of like their mentality of wanting to get better. And not saying you can't be a good player without being that, but that's why Christian McCaffrey is elite because he was able to change himself into a guy that can run between the tackles. That was his big knock coming out. He took that to heart and he ended up going for 1,000. You know what I'm saying? So like that's the difference between good and being great. You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. I'm not saying that JT can't be a good player without doing that, but I think he's talented enough. He can be one of them ones if he was to lock in and get his body right. In my opinion. In my opinion. But I still am a big fan of JT Sanders, and I love where we got him in the draft.
Yeah, I still think that he'll take a leap. I still think he'll take a leap this year.
Dude, I feel like he was on a good route until like that neck injury, bro. Because he was about to go off in that Chiefs game.
No, and facts.
And because he caught that little jump ball that he caught, and then he had that little route that he got hurt on. He gained some pretty decent yards, and it just seemed like he would never recover for the rest of the season even when he came back. So hopefully he's good coming back later. But I wouldn't be shocked. We met with Terrence Ferguson, who's a good receiving tight end from Oregon. His comp is Jake Ferguson, the guy from the Cowboys. I would love if we got him, but you're gonna have to probably get him tomorrow if you're gonna take him. And I don't. With us going offense today, I don't see us going offense tomorrow at all.
No, and I like Mason Taylor too, but I don't think that's gonna happen either.
Taylor's a good one. It's available that could be. He'll be in the second, in my opinion. I don't see us taking him, but I think he will be a great fit with us just because he's a good route runner. Yeah, he had 205,000 people in Green Bay. Michael Parsons said he's pissed about Ted. So he called Ted a game changer. Give me Swinson and Jack Sawyer. Jack Sawyer, in my opinion, is a 4-3 defensive end.
Yeah,
just FYI.
Same.
And we don't run that, unfortunately. But I do like Jack Sawyer's game, just not a fit. Mike Green's on the board. Yep. Milrose on the board. Gamecocks in the building. Is Ted a good pick? I think he's a great pick, man.
Same.
Where's the time set when the Panthers pick, bro? We've been on the air for a minute. A minute. I
wouldn't even guess.
I can't.
It got to be 2 hours or something. I don't remember, bro.
Yeah, probably 2 hours because, like, I couldn't tell you. I didn't timestamp it. Maybe I can check my. I would have to do some real research because I got to look when I took that picture of Curtis. That's what I can do. This is the iPhone. We got technology. But all that being said, Nick Eamon-Ward is the best player available for Daniel Jeremiah. He was 15 on his board. That lets you know how crazy this draft is, bro. Like guys that are 15. But that was 9:55. So that was what? 2 hours and 15 and 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. So probably 2 hours and 30 minutes ago. If you go back on this, so probably 2 hours, like you called it, 2 hours into the stream. That's probably when a tech pick happened. But that's what tells you, bro. This draft, man. It lets you know that like everybody has a different board. The tech better put up Mike Evans numbers. See the Panthers trading up at edge of safety. Here y'all
bro. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not.
I wish I had my soundboard so I can have some sound effects for that, bro. Like, bro, he's gonna be a rookie, bro. He's gonna put in work, bro. But like, come on now.
This is the shout out to, and I'm glad this is a super chat because I'm putting you on the screen. Shout out to you, Kyle. You summed it up perfect. The Panthers took a BPA pick while letting defense fall to them in a deep draft. Jalen Walker, and I said it, Mason Graham was gone. Had Mason Graham been there, I mean, they want to gas up Tet and say he was the guy the whole time, but I do think Mason Graham was the type of guy that you would have to stroke your chin and be like, I don't know, man. We like Tet, but this defense is bad, and he's a great player. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that lets me know, like, hey, they might have considered Mason Graham had he been there, but he went at 5.
Yeah.
They took the BPA pick despite Ajiro being probably on the hot seat in his final year, despite our defense being bad. We actually did work in free agency and let the defense fall to them in a deep draft. And like we talked about, a guy like Princely, a guy like Swinson, a guy like Izuraku, a guy like Mike Green, they're available. A guy like Eamon Wari, that's 5 right there. And we only got to get to what? 23, 25 picks to get us at 57. I think we're
that's
moving
a lot.
Up. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I'm not gonna lie, but I think we're moving up to the 40s at some point. But they use a smoke screen to hide the pick, which is something that people said they couldn't do.
They definitely did.
Or they're putting in work. So we got to give a round of applause to even fool K Adams.
Hey,
K Adams had Dave catch it almost like, bro. He had him snitching.
She said. So tell me about Jalen Walker and why you like Jalen Walker. Like
she had him copping, please, like first 48, bro. Like,
bro, facts.
Signing them papers, bro. Like, and people thought like, oh, Jalen Walker's the guy. And I said it, and I put a tweet out there. I was like, do y'all like Jalen Walker, or y'all just accepting reality that he is probably the pick? And a lot of people said that. I'm buying in because and what you want. I don't want people to be. We don't want the people to be like, oh, Tet better be great because of that. That's not the right mentality to have. It's like, I wanted my guy, but whoever they pick, I'm gonna support because they're wearing blue now. They didn't pick themselves,
right? And
So,
didn't K Adams quote you?
Yeah, she did. And I said that she quoted that very tweet.
Yeah,
and she said that I forgot whatever she responded.
She basically said that they like him, basically, and
yeah,
she was wrong. I mean, they
Yeah.
may like him. They may like him, but they
don't love him.
T-Mac. They like
They
T.
love
They
Tet.
love
And
T-Mac.
Bryce Young loved Tet. So
That man
like,
was sitting on the table,
right?
sitting on the table.
So like, you know what I'm saying? So like, I'm like, that's Kyle, and I'll put it back up there because it's super chat for sure. That's the perfect way to put it, bro.
Hey, W Cal. That was a great way to
W
put
for
it, bro.
Cal.
W
And-
Cal.
And he may not be BPA on everybody's board because obviously Daniel Jeremiah had him wide receiver 3. Steve Smith had him on wide receiver 7. And so perception is reality. You know what I'm saying? Like it's beauty is the eye and beholder. Whatever viewpoint quote you want to use, that's what it was. And he was the best player on their board. They did it. And they asked Morgan. People said the same thing that y'all saying. You had the worst defense in the league, bro, and you took the offensive guy. What does that mean for you going forward? Does it mean like, hey, damn, Dave has more pull than you in the front office because he's an offensive guy, he's an offensive head coach? He was like, no, it tells me I feel good about myself. I stuck to my board. I could have got desperate and went defense because we needed, but I feel good about the research we did, and I feel good about the guys tomorrow, and I feel good about Tet. And I'm like, that's dropping your nuts on the table.
But talk that talk, bro.
I'm trusting my board. Whether right, wrong, or indifferent, we're gonna find out. I always say on the channel, we're gonna see. Because Tet could be a bust. The defensive guys that we passed on, Jalen Walker could be that guy. But it's about conviction. And they had their board, they trusted it, they wanted to stick with their guns, and they did it. We need help on offense too. It's not a secret our offense not that good. Bryce played great down the stretch, but it is what it is.
That's a
Jordan
good one.
Birch is a guy that's what'd you say?
What Kyle just said too. He said, and that's such a change from Fitterer. Fitterer would have absolutely reached for a need.
And that's
and
what
I completely agree with that.
I agree too, because and people give a Giro flack for the DJ Johnson thing. That was a Fitterer thing, in my opinion. I think, and I talked about no early picks for defense. I think they panicked. I think they panicked on DJ Johnson. I think there's a run on edge rushers and they panicked. And I'm fine with giving these guys a chance. Like I said, if they're a Panther, I'm a root for them. But I do think Trevin Wallace was a reach. I think Edgerrin Cooper was a target. He went and they traded up because Edgerrin Cooper went one pick before Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah.
Because that trade back to get the second round pick that we got tomorrow, it was an offer they couldn't refuse because they needed to get back in a second to recover the pick that we lost from Bryce. So they had to move back from 39 last year. It was an offer they couldn't refuse, but they missed out on Edgerrin Cooper, was a linebacker they needed. But I think that they said, okay, we'll just settle. And I say settle is loose because I don't want to, like I said, I'm not slighting Trevin, but they settled for Trevin. But it's clear as day, Edgerrin Cooper had a better rookie year. They also missed on Peyton Wilson, who is a North Carolina State product who had some knee issues, but this guy
stayed healthy the whole season.
Stayed healthy, ran a 4.4, was very productive. Dude, like that's the type of thing that happened. And I think DJ Johnson was the same way. They waited, they missed on the run, and they panicked. They took the best guy they thought was there, but he never should have been drafted there. He only been playing edge rusher for a year, former tight end. It was just a bad pick. So I don't blame Ejiro for that because on the way they edited it on the Panthers page, it looked like it was an Ejiro endorsement, but like there wasn't really nobody. Nick Herbig could have been the pick, but Nick Herbig is small. He doesn't have the arm length that I'm showing you that's required to play in this system when I just showed you with Braden Swinson, because that's something that matters. Arm length matters. Nick Herbig is productive, and the Steelers took him who ran a 3.4, but the Panthers, some people aren't willing to gamble on those undersized guys. And that's just kind of Panthers mentality.
Yeah, we've shown that through and through that we do not gamble on that.
Yeah, and so they'll take traits over production. We saw it, but it took production this time. Ted has production and
1,300 back to back.
Come on, man. That's after he said that he don't watch film. He don't like watching film. So like,
come on,
all he did after he said he don't like watching film is go for what 2,700 total yards. Dan Morgan had the touchdowns on the top. You heard what he said, right?
18. He knew
top
that.
of the dome, right?
What? Hey, Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, bro. Like off the top, and then because like Morgan, somebody said, I think that might have been Canales. He said we needed touchdown makers at the combine. I think
He did.
It makes sense in the red zone. If we score in the red zone, we beat the Chiefs. We went 2 for 6 in the red zone against the Chiefs.
And the Eagles.
And the Eagles. If we score touchdowns, we blow out the Chiefs. I mean, Mahomes may do some fluke stuff and make a comeback, but if you score 4 for 6 in the red zone against the Chiefs, you might blow them out because we barely lost. And so you get 2 more touchdowns, you might beat them by 2 scores. And that's a real statement win at home. So we're talking about Bryce Young and the team in a whole different narrative if you can score in the red zone.
Yes, right.
All that being said, let's get back to this list of best available. Shout out to Kyle on the super chat with the great comment.
Kyle.
Shout out to that. Fair said, I want Scatterboo, Watts, Makuba. Oh, Makuba's still there too. I forgot. Martinez.
That's my guy.
Ransom. He got a whole list, bro. You got a laundry list. I like it.
I think Shamar Stewart went. He's already going. If that's the story he's talking about.
Yeah, there may be a D tackle. I think there's a D tackle from A&M as well. That's last.
Is that Dylan? Dylan Stewart?
Dylan Stewart, maybe.
Dylan Stewart, yeah.
People are mentioning Watts. Safety, look for us to go safety tomorrow. Makuba or Watts, bro, would be. And like I said, I like Swinson. So I think we may go edge because I think there's a safety that I think that'll fall to round 3. I would go edge. I would definitely go edge tomorrow if I'm them. I wouldn't be mad at them if they go. I wouldn't be mad if they go O-line. I wouldn't be mad if they go edge or safety.
I wouldn't be mad if they trade up to get 2 picks in the second round.
Yeah, for sure. Because 74, they would probably have to get to what 64 or something like that. So like, yeah, I wouldn't
be mad.
Trade up for Mike Green. I don't see it happening because I don't think that's the type of guy that they're gonna go for. But Josiah Stewart. I'm tripping from Michigan.
Oh yeah,
he can get after it too. He's undersized, but he can get after it too. He's one of those pass rusher type of guys.
Yeah,
but Izaraku is out there, bro. That's crazy to me.
You know that Dan and all them are looking at that and saying, what do we need to do to get up there and get him?
The thing is, I would give it to 40. 40 is if 3 edge rushers go, if the Mike Green and Izaraku go by 40, they're gonna move up. But if
Yes.
they fall back to that back end of 40 and they trickle outside of 40, that means Princely and Swinson are going to probably be there in the 50s with us. We may
And we're
only have to
good.
give up. We may have to give up a fifth to move up, maybe 2 or 3 picks, and then get our guy.
Agreed.
But he's a Raku, bro. If we can get Izaraku and Ted,
Bruh. Then Dan's cooking. Dan's cooking.
all right. So Eamon Wari, Will Johnson, which is tragic because of that knee.
Bro, that's crazy. That knee must be jacked up.
It got to be falling off the bone with something. I don't know.
It might be on that Peyton Wilson plan.
Facts. But apparently people saying like short term it's not a problem, but long term he ain't gonna make it. Pretty what they're saying. So like, they're saying like you may only get 6 to 8 years out of him, but like he's an elite cover guy, and he fits our system because he can play off coverage. You can say off coverage, very smooth and relaxed. He doesn't panic, settles, and we play a lot of off coverage. Nobody plays more off coverage than the Panthers in the NFL. That's a fact. Like that's not me pulling that out. I think NFL Next Gen Stats has that.
Yeah.
Like I said, and overall, he won't fit for man cover scene, but will attract squads that play a lot of zone. We play a lot of zone.
Unfortunately,
if he falls to 57, we're taking him. In my opinion, he's the best. That's one of those BPA picks that you can't really pass on. Even though we need edge, you don't really pass on those type of guys,
right?
Because, like I said, even if you get Mike Jackson is on a 2-year contract, you get an elite talent like that, you can't stick. You got to stick with him. Shador. What do you think happens to Shador tomorrow, man? We don't got to spend a ton of time on because it ain't our dude. But like, what do you think happens to Shador?
I need to go look and see what the picks are for the second round. To be honest with you, I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see where the Giants are. I'm curious to see where the Steelers are. I'm curious to see where the Browns are. Because I think that will determine where he will be in the second round. That's what I'm gonna do once we get off. After I check on the kids, make sure they sleep and nobody crying. And I check on my wife, make sure. Shout out to my wife too. You shout out your wife. I got shout out my wife too. Shout out my wife for letting me do what I love. After
we ain't gonna be on here too much longer.
Yeah, no, you good. Look, my mother-in-law and my sister-in-law in town. She downstairs having a good time. We good.
Okay.
I'm good. It's like I planned it and I didn't, but I love it.
It worked out though.
It worked out. She's like, "You good for the whole weekend?" I said, "Whole weekend, bet I'm good." But neither here nor there. I gotta see where they are because I think that would determine where Shador is.
Yeah, and people saying the Browns. People are asking some good questions, and people are listing a lot of prospects. There's a lot of DBs and edge rushers that fell. People are talking about Revel from East Carolina that fell. Trey Amos.
I forgot about Revel.
I forgot about him. He fell. Johnson fell. So that's 3 elite. And then what's the guy from Notre Dame that had the bad hip? Benjamin Morrison.
Yes,
that's 4 top-notch corners, bro. 4 top-notch corners, and then you got Izaraku, Mike Green. That's 6 guys. Plus, I'm thinking Shador may go sometime early second, and then Milrow. That's 6 picks. Like I said, we got a long way to go to get to us. But the more good guys that are available, the better chance we have of a good guy falling to us.
Yeah.
But let's keep going down this list real quick so we can wrap up. Mike Green, 21. And look how many guys are in, like, because top 30, obviously, that means they have a not first round grade per se, but like that would mean there's only 32 picks in the first round. Ideally, they would go in the top 32. At least, I mean, obviously, there's a buffer because there could be some overinflation of certain positions that people may not need. But anywhere between the top 35 to 40 guys, you would expect them to potentially go in the first round. But you got guys at 15, 16, 20 not going and are on the board. 21 these are premium positions.
Mm-hmm.
These aren't regular run-of-the-mill. I mean, safety, obviously, yeah, whatever. But corner, premium position. Quarterback, premium position. Edge, premium position with 17 sacks. Mason Taylor's not a premium position, but he's a tight end. He's there. That's probably the best. The best second round graded guy available is probably Mason Taylor. He wasn't never going to go in the first round, but he's available. Shador had a chance. Mike Green had a chance. These guys had a chance going to first. But the guy that's like pure straight up graded second round, he's probably the best player available. Izaraku, bro.
There you go. There he is.
Compact, outstanding length, burst in production. He excels in prime open outside edge where he won with the club and swim, inside counter.
Hey, 16 and a half. Bro, this is, if we can find a way,
what's it going to cost, bro?
It's going to cost. It's going to cost Domingo fourth.
Yeah,
and
I'm
one
cool
of our
with that.
and one of our fifths.
I'm cool with both.
I think we got 2 fifths. I think, right?
Yeah, we got 2 fifths.
So it's gonna be a Mingo fourth. It's gonna be a pick swap for second, a Mingo fourth, and probably one of our fifths. Unfortunately, to go up to get him
to where? To where?
So we're at 57.
And 32 is the start. I mean, 33 is the start tomorrow.
We're going to 57. We gotta get into either the late 30s or early 40s to get Ezraku, in my opinion.
Yeah. If all it costs is a fourth and a fifth, I'm sending it.
Bro. What? Are you kidding me, bro? What?
I'm sending it, bro.
Sending easily, bro.
I'm not even thinking twice.
No hesitation, bro.
I would. Not saying I would. Trey Willis, who been on it all day, he said I can see them trading up. You calling his shot again? He said,
hey, Trey, you've been daggone cooking. You've been Trey Young out here.
I was saying, man,
3-point line, bro. So,
and Jossie said, they knew something about Walker. We did. I think they just thought he was a tween. There's a lot of question marks. Like I said, being a tweener. Go listen to Processing Blue on YouTube, the podcast. Mike K had a great soliloquy about him. Yeah, Mike K. No offense to all the other beat writers, because I love them. They do what they do what they do. Mike K knows ball, bro. I'm a big Mike K guy. He knows ball. He actually watches the film. I don't think everybody else watches film like that, which is not their job. But Mike K goes above and beyond. He watches tape. You can tell the questions he asks. He watches tape. So he asked the questions I'd be wondering in the press conference. I talked to Mike about it. I'm gonna get Mike on the show at some point.
Yeah. You and Mike together, that'd be.
He talk more than me. So I know it's gonna be a long show.
But yeah, it's definitely gonna be a long show. So buckle up for sure. But I think it'd be a good dialogue.
Yeah, no doubt. I think he just him being a tweener, and I think Tet being their guy and them being in the clear. And I said, even if Tet is a wide receiver too, I think that's his floor. There's a low floor for Jalen Walker, bro. If you can't figure out what you're gonna do, and you lose your defensive coordinator, and you get a guy in here that didn't really draft him. That's where you get in trouble. That's what I think. But we're talking about the base people. Like I said, Nas said it, Trey said it. We got multiple might as well. Yep. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Rico had 11. Yeah. We need a true burner, but not reaching. And you said true burner, and I don't think it's going to happen, Lo, but we did a 30 visit with Travion Henderson, bro. You want to talk about home run hitting and speed?
I want that to happen so bad.
The fan base will flip if we spend another second round pick on the right.
I know you're right, but you're right, and
he's good. He's good. He's good, bro. He's good. He has that speed, bro. He's
what the running back room is lacking.
And it would be the perfect situation because he's not an every down back either. He's always shared carries at Ohio State. So he needs guys to take the pressure off. He needs somebody that can bang like Chuba, like Rico, and then let him be that change of pace. Like, okay, y'all soften him up. I'm gone, bro. I'm taking a seat to the crib like he did in the college football playoff. Or I'm hitting the cutback. And then whatever, because we got the O-line, bro, we got because I talked about it in the shout out to Ricky on the draft guide. I wrote an offensive summary in that. A great thing. Ricky,
shout out to y'all.
Yeah, and Panthers on tap. We're seventh in the league in yards before contact, meaning that's the yardage that the offensive line blocks. And then after that, it's up to the running back to get the rest. He's the type of guy, if you get him clean, he can get to the secondary, he can take it to the house. And so, putting him in our offense is a thing. I don't see it happening because one, we went offense in the first round. Two, we took a running back last year in the second round. So with not malpractice, but this would be some trust in the board type ish if we took Travion Henderson.
If we took Travion, If we took Travion Henderson, then y'all gotta have a daggone Doctor Strange. I saw the future type of vision, bro.
It's you want to talk about sticking to your guns, right? That would be sticking to your guns.
What?
They're talking about RJ Harvey, and I agree. RJ Harvey is my guy. He's a home run type, but he doesn't have the long speed, but he reminds me of Bucky Irving. He's the guy that'll be there probably day 3. That's why I think that you don't take Travion Henderson because you met with RJ Harvey. You don't take that because
he's a
RJ
great
Harvey
zone runner, bro.
Yep, and
Oh
he's
my
smaller, so
God.
he's good at being in a committee where he doesn't have to be the main guy. He doesn't need all the carries. But that's why I think you. But look, man, this dude right here, man, he's probably my favorite back in the class. But I don't see it happening. But
I forgot Luther Burton did not get picked up, and I know we won't get him, but
yeah, we're not. If we double dip, that'd be nasty work. You really gonna get the Excel questions? What does this mean about Excel? What does this mean about Coker?
If we got Luther Burton, bro, the Excel getting traded, bro. But I think, to be real, I'm calling it like it is, bro. But that's crazy that Matthew Golden and Emeka Ibuka went before Luther Burton. That's wild.
Yeah, there's some not off the field. And I talked about those quote unquote character things. Some people say that his girlfriend is very involved and stuff, and like she's just not handler.
I didn't hear that.
She speaks for him a lot. Like this was one of those rumor pages they be putting out BS. But a lot of it, and the thing is, bro, and this is worth the conversation a little bit. Like people talk about like they knock people for transferring all the time because they running from the grind and they want to do the whole Dame Lillard thing. But like Luther Burden, had he transferred, he probably would be a first rounder. The fact that he stayed at Missouri with a bad offense cost him money.
It really did.
So maybe he made it. Maybe he made it up in NIL, but at the same time, had he transferred to another SEC school or I don't know who won. I mean, Ohio State, maybe. Like you know what I'm saying? Like who puts out wide receivers like crazy? Who Emeka Ibuka, who he's clearly more talented in naturally. Maybe he goes earlier and makes some more money. If they talking about running back, we're just going through this list of best available. We're just saying this is who the guys that they've met with. These is who are available. We're just assessing everything. We're not talking about.
We're not saying we're gonna pick them. We're just going through the list, bro.
And like we said, the reason why the fact that we took Tech number 1 is the reason why we don't think we're going Travion Henderson or Luther Burden or stuff like that. We're probably going defense the rest of the draft. We may go O-line. I would expect O-line. Because
I expect tackle.
I don't think anybody will be mad about that either, especially with Moulton being kind of in the air. But like outside of that, I don't expect us to go offense. Maybe a running back because it's so deep, but it is what it is. A running back later on day 3. Quinshawn Junkin, I don't think he's on our list. Carson Swessinger. We went to this private workout. There were 7 teams there. I think they said they didn't really. It was really hush about who went. I think it came out maybe 2 weeks ago that we actually went, even though the workout was like a month ago. But Luke Kuechly actually name dropped him on the Panthers podcast talking about his instincts, and that's the first thing. And instincts is what made Luke Kuechly. And I shout out to Trayvon Wallace, Jody Jules in his final year of contract.
Yep.
If he's there and if the edge I think edge is the priority tomorrow. People talk, like I said, my source told me Swinson. If Swinson's there, we go Swinson. Carson Swinson, though, is the guy that he could end up, if they stick to their board, he could be a BPA type of guy.
So, question, bro. Your source, is this source new to you, or is this source been around and they've been accurate?
He's new, but he's been pretty accurate. He not accurate to the point that like
accurate to the point where you're saying it on your channel. So accurate.
It's worth giving him a mention. I'm not gonna give him a full credit until it happens, but it's worth giving him a mention because like
fair enough.
And this is not the guy that did the whole thing on Twitter, but he was one of the main ones letting me know that hey, like we were actually interested in DK before the DK stuff came out. Even though like he told me that like hey, we weren't going to bid this price. That's why we lost DK. He told me that. He told me like the reason why we didn't get DK is because we were never going to give a second. We were never going to do that because they liked. He didn't tell me they liked Ted, but he was just like basically yeah. Basically, the reason why they didn't want to overspend on DK Metcalf is because they liked Ted enough to the point that it's just we're not going to spend a second and a third on BK. We just use our first on Ted. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the back and forth in the conversation they have. Like, we're not going to spend that type of draft capital on DK Metcalf, who's 28, 29, 30 years old. Give him X amount of money. We'll take the 22-year-old that we're going to have for $5 million for the next 4 years and do it that way.
With a 5th-year option.
With the 5th-year option. So cross control went, and that's the type of conversation that people have. And so that's why I trust him, because he gave me a little bit of heads up on the DK thing a little bit before. And I wanted, because I wasn't that big on DK, but I knew we needed something. And because I didn't think we were going tech. So I was very, very desperate to go DK, because T. Higgins was my first personal. Garrett Wilson, T. Higgins, and then DK. I think DK, because of the mentality, sometimes he can be a little bit hot-headed. I didn't think that would mesh well with Bryce, especially how Deontay Johnson did. And I think Deontay was a lot of the reason why Bryce was off his rocker. That's another story for another day. But I thought it was similar. I think it was similar. I think DK is a better receiver, but I think it's still the same mentality. And even Dame, he got on my podcast and talked about it too. He was like,
he did.
He had 6'3", 220, and he towered. Imagine him towering over Bryce Young, being 5'11", 200 pounds, and like you see that on the sideline, and it's just not a good look, and the energy is whatever. And so I get it. But all that being said, Carson Schlesinger, linebacker is not like it's one of those positions where, like, if we're just like they say, if you stick to your board, we could definitely use an upgrade there. It's not a need, but we can get better. And that's a lot. I think that's a lot of the Panthers areas. You know what I'm saying? Like corner is not a need, but we can do better than Mike Jackson. Nickel is not a need because we have Shaw, but we can do better. Obviously, safety is a damn need. We literally don't have anybody outside of Damani. And I like Damani. I think Damani will get a chance to start and play. I love his upside. Undrafted free agent Jim. Shout out to, he's underrated in my opinion. Koki gets a lot of gas for being undrafted free agent, but I think and Damani may not ever be a Pro Bowler, but like being able to get starters and depth that can actually play, and you can count on them to do their thing, is a big thing. Especially when you're not paying him nothing. You're paying him probably doctor money. You're not paying him NFL player money. So that's a good pickup by Dan Morgan. All that being said, and that's kind of why I like Mason Graham was potentially a guy that we consider like, hey, we have guys, but we have guys good enough that we will pass on a good talent like Mason Graham. You know what I'm saying? So like we have a lot of guys that like we can do better. Only place I would not do anything is O-line and maybe center, but we have a crowded center room already. But like that's the only place where I was like, oh, we can't do better. I don't think we're gonna do better than Moton from day one. We're not doing better than our guards from day one. You're not going to do better than Icky, in my opinion, unless you draft somebody on day one, and we're never doing that. And then center, we have two guys that has given us quality play. And so, like, outside of that, in receiver, we already did that. And running back, I don't think we're going to do much better at running back in terms of talent and production, but we can get a different skill set, but you can also get that later. So, like, in terms of like upgrading on the defensive side, Carson Schlesinger is a guy that I think has to be considered. Trey Amos is one of my guys. He could play man. He could play corner. He's going to be a guy that can again, I'm all about freeing up JC Horn. Everybody wants JC to travel. That's the guy. Hold on real quick. They're talking about us on NFL Network. I want to see word. Yeah. They put feeling like McMillian Bucks is what the Panthers Twitter page tweeted at.
I like it. I like it.
It was the one tweet. They just shouting out social media stuff. They went right to Matthew Golden. I thought they was gonna let Steve talk about him. I probably missed that part. But Trey Amos, he's almost 6'1". He's very, he doesn't panic in coverage. I think he'll be top 40. I think he'll be on very, very early tomorrow. I have to look at the order, but I could easily see somebody trading up for him. I thought he would go to the Bills in the first round after his pro day. He tested very, very well. His only question was long speed. He ran a 4.4 at the combine. He looked very smooth at his pro day. They say he's average twitch, but like the average twitch is because he's smooth. He's not like sudden. That's kind of like Tet's not a smooth, a sudden separator, but he's smooth. That's what he is. He's smooth. He doesn't panic. He plays the ball well in the air. He can take the ball away. Like I said, that's what he said. The same thing. It's the only question I had was the speed. He ran a 4.4. Another good guy. Landon Jackson is intriguing. I don't know if you know much about him, but he has that weird little. I like Landon. He had that weird high school video where he was like slapping. He looked like a that
went viral.
But he gained so much weight now, bro, and he's one of those guys like those. I compare him to a hooper. They hit those gross person 8th grade, and they're so awkward. Their body type because they haven't gotten used. They grow too fast for their like equilibrium is always off, so they don't know how to handle their body type. And I think that's what he is. I think he has great upside.
No, for sure. One thing I would say. Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off. My bad. one thing I would say, my source, like in terms of like source, bro. So I did an interview on my podcast with the agent for Wasserman, NFL, which we're gonna do another interview with him in a few weeks to talk about the free agency and all the picks. And one of his clients is Landon Jackson, and he didn't tell us at that time, but he said, like, look out for some of my people out there, this, that, and the third. They want to keep it quiet because as agents, you can't say who you got because it's a dog-eat-dog world out there. Somebody can just take your client. But when Landon Jackson did what he did in terms of, the vertical and all those different things, they tweeted, and I was like, oh, Landon Jackson's one of your clients, this, that, and the third. So
very well.
He tested very well. So
is
I
he
heard
on the
about
Panthers
Landon Jackson.
Is he on the Panthers radar?
He did not say. He didn't say. He didn't say in terms of that. He kind of kept that under works. He did tell me a few of the free agents in terms of who've already played in the NFL who were interested in coming to the Panthers, who the Panthers did not pick up, i.e. somebody, what running back was it? The running back from, I can't think of his name right now, and it sucks, but the running back from the Denver Broncos, who is not the Denver Broncos now.
Oh, Javonte Williams, that went to the Cowboys.
Yes, Javonte Williams was interested in coming to the Panthers. He wanted to come here. He wanted to play with Chuba, but the Panthers weren't interested.
It's that O-line, bro. That O-line, bro. People want to get behind that O-line, bro. Like I said, yards before contact is huge because, like, the elite running backs, if there's penetration, they can make those guys miss and still do things. That's a big Christian McCaffrey thing. Like, being able to break tackles and keep going, that's what separates the good running back from the great. And I love Chuba, but in terms of being one of the elite guys, that's the difference between the elite guys and Chuba. But Chuba is a 1,000-yard back is good enough, in my opinion. I love me some Chuba. But that's the difference between him and a Christian McCaffrey. But the fact that we have an O-line that's not going to allow people to get in the backfield and make you get hit in the backfield or have to dance in the backfield, running backs love that because if you can get straight to the second level, that's what the big guys do. They get paid to make guys miss in the hole and hit home runs. Running backs love that. So and Devontae Williams went to North Carolina too. I think UNC Chapel Hill.
He did.
So
It makes sense. Yeah, he wanted to come home.
Landon Jackson, one of those tweeners. Not like through the Jalen Walker thing, to the fact that, like, does he stand up in the 3-4? Does he play a 4-3? Should he be a defensive end in a 3-4? You know what I'm saying? Like, he's one of those type of guys because he's 6'6", super long arms, super long wingspan. I think he has a lot more upside because that growth spurt, he's gained a lot of weight because he filled out that frame that he had coming out of high school. He had a great Senior Bowl game. The week of practice was horrible, but the game, he was unstoppable in the game. It's crazy to me. Like, he was falling. He couldn't walk and chew gum during practice during the week without hitting the ground. But the game, bro, which is what matters, he turned it on, man. Benjamin Morrison. So, like, somebody else mentioned another corner, AZ Thomas from Florida State. Shout out to Law, Florida State guy. Another corner. That's 5 corners that we named. And AZ is more of a man corner. He could play some zone, which is what we do. Another corner is on the board. So there's a lot of guys left. Oh, I forgot about scoring.
No, I didn't. I talked about him when you left. Nick Scored. Nick Scored.
Shamar went before him, which is nuts, huh? Like the same teammate. And the thing is, bro, the A&M system is like, it's not great for production in general. I think had he stayed at Purdue, he probably would have been a higher pick. Because I think he went for NIL, but he had 10 sacks in 2023. But like Shamar Stewart only had 1.5 sacks. I think he only had like 5 sacks this year because, like, it's not the best. You play the run first. You don't really play on the outside. You play kind of inside of offensive lineman, and you take on a lot more blocks, and it's not the best. Right. Higgins, we ain't look at receiver no more. We're not doing that. But Higgins is there. I don't think we're going interior O-line, but Jonah is a good player from Arizona. Darius Alexander is a good D tackle. He had a great Senior Bowl week. I think he'll probably fit with us, but he's older. We love younger prospects. We don't really like older guys. And the quick conversation on that is like the Rams, they like older prospects. They like a guy that, like, okay, when you think, because when you think a younger guy, his ceiling is, you think as he grows, his body matures, he'll get better because he's younger. An older guy, if he's not a finished product coming out of college, you're like, okay, hey, by the time we get you to the end of your rookie deal, you're damn near 30.
Right.
So, like, why would we
DJ
do that?
Johnson?
Yeah. But the Rams, they'll take a Jared Verse like last year, and they'll be like, hey, you may have a low ceiling, but we know from the jump we're going to get 8 sacks out of you. We may only get 8 sacks from you for the rest of your career, but you're going to hit the ground running, and we're trying to compete for championships because we got Matt Stafford, and he's 36 years old. So we ain't got time for no developmental guys like the Panthers do. So that's kind of the hit and miss. You may take an upside guy like a Brooks, who was 21, or Jatavian Sanders, who was 21. I think Tet's 22. I don't know who else we took. I think Wallace may be 21 as well. We have a lot of young guys that have upside. And because they think like, hey, we're not competing this year, may not compete next year, but like, hey, within the next 2 or 3 years, when these guys really come into their own, become grown men, get in our program, they'll develop. That's the thought process. JT, somebody mentioned him as well. I think he's a 4.3D in just FYI because he doesn't really have the athleticism to stand up and play. I think he's a bigger body, 4.3, but he's a great player, man. I think he's one of those high floor, low ceiling type of guys that'll make an impact for a team, and he'll be good. Noel was a guy that we targeted. We brought him in for a 30, but we're not going receiver anymore. Arroyo, we had no connection to him, but he's a tight end. I think we do target tight ends. Beck is a guy we met at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah,
he's
a
good player
now.
Yeah, I think he's a 3rd round pick in my opinion.
Caleb Johnson is somebody I really like.
The hype for him was high.
I really like Caleb Johnson.
I compare him to more Arian Foster, who had like deceptive speed to turn the corner, outside zone run guy. Doesn't really have a lot of moves, but is a big body guy that like, hey, if you let him turn the corner, get to the outside, he gonna stiff arm somebody and he gonna take off on you. That's who I really compare him to. He would be, I guess he's the 4th running RB4 currently on this list, current to DJ, because Travion was 3, and then Caleb Johnson is 4. Noah Williams, another corner. Noah Williams is a guy he can play the nickel as well on the outside. Jared Wilson, he's a center. I don't see us drafting a center. Like I said, if we go O-line, I think it'll be tackle.
I agree.
Harold Fannin is a tight end. I don't see him being a pick. I think we want a bigger body guy. We're not going receiver. Terrence Ferguson is a guy I think we should pay attention to. I think he'll probably have to be
around that 57 rank.
Yeah.
Depending on
if we don't trade up and like edge rusher is not on the board, it would be like the fan base will riot if we go back to back offense, especially tight end after we took one. But like
they would.
And this is an example of like, this is our board, guys. We're sticking to our board. We're not, even though Dan Morgan likes to trade, this is an example of sticking to the board and not doing it. Somebody mentioned Quincy Riley. He's a nickel, but I think he'll be probably round 3, day 3 or so. So you like Arlie Gordon the 3rd? We met with Arlie Gordon. Yeah, Landon Jackson's up there. So Cam Newton wears capris. Okay. There's a big scoring fan from Michael Tran. Say Princely in a second. I think Princely he's the ultimate fallback plan, but I think Swenson is the guy if he's there. But I wouldn't look if we get Princely at 57, I'm clicking my heels. I may do it on the stream. Who knows? But we definitely need a safety. And Kevin Winston is a guy we haven't really talked about him in terms of meeting, but like not Dan Morgan, Joe Person has been mocking Xavier Watts for the longest. He's at 63. So does he make it to 74 potentially? We'll see how it goes. Is it somebody we take at 57 if the edge rushers are gone? To me, I think you got to go edge in the 2nd round. I think it's going to be right for the picking. And if a guy falls to you, you're going to be fortunate that he's there. I think you're going to have to move up for him. But if I wouldn't take it likely if a guy falls to you because he ain't going to fall again, in my opinion.
Right.
Some people do have Braden Swinson going at 74 to us. And so that's just the thing. But I don't know.
And I agree with Money 2K. He's saying Jonas Sanker. I've seen a lot of that too.
I've heard he's been mocked in the 4th round, but like I've seen some people recently saying the 3rd. It could be agent talk because agents be going to a lot of these. And I've learned, and shout out to Dame because he be schooling me on this draft talk because he in the trenches. Anytime I be tweeting something and I be like putting eyeballs and stuff, he always check me on the side, be like, bro, that's the agent. That's agent smoke. Like, don't buy into that. Like, you know what I'm saying? He keep me grounded because I'd be like, bro, do everybody be lying? He'd be like, pretty much, bro. So he was just like, not too many of these dudes don't be getting paid by agents to put this stuff out. Because there's a guy, and I ain't gonna call him out by name, But like there was a guy that was gassing up, and we met with this guy, and I think he could be there in the third. Oluwafemi Oladejo from UCLA, and I like his game. He had a great Senior Bowl week. They were gassing him up to potentially go in the first.
They were. I remember that.
He's not going in the first, bro.
Oh well, we know that for sure now. But
I tweeted that, and I tweeted that out, and I was like, I put it in the first with 4 question marks. 10 minutes later, I got a text from Dame. He was like, bro. He's like, trust your eyes, bro. He's not going in the first. He's like, that's agent talk. And he was just like, bro, like, don't even worry about it, man. Like he's like, that's just agent talk, bro. He's like, don't even worry about it, man. But yeah, somebody so Trey said he's like, Femi in the first. Yeah, it was crazy talking to me. He's a developmental guy. I like the upside, but he's been playing middle linebacker his whole college career except 1 year. Let's scroll back down real quick. Jordan Burch was the guy we met with. He started at South Carolina, transferred to Oregon. He was a local visit, so just have to do that. Alfred Collins has I didn't know about his medical concerns, but he has medical issues. I'm a very, very high guy on him. I don't think we take him, but Dan Morgan went to the combine and said, like, they like height on the interior. They like guys that are strong enough to be able to stack and shed. We talked about it being to lock guys out with your arm length and shed the tackles. He does that to a T. It's just his medicals, apparently. I found that out recently. His medicals are bad. I don't know how bad, but his medicals are bad. So he may drop. But if they want a big body guy that's over 320 pounds that can play that interior for the future that's young, he's that type of guy. But I think he was a second-round guy, in my opinion. If he was healthy, he may slip to round 3 or day 3 because of the medicals. And I think the medicals are more so like Will Johnson's type of, like, he may not be good long-term type of energy versus like who else would I talk about? Siobhan Revel, where he just had an ACL injury. Because like he's healthy now, but I think the long-term prospects because of like maybe a tendonitis or something. And I don't know exactly what it is. I'll have to look it up again, but I saw that on Twitter. But he fits. He's the same. He's literally the same measurables as Derrick Brown, 6'5", 320, same arm length. Plays similar to him against the run. Just doesn't have the pass rush bag at all. But he has the traits to be able to develop that. But like from day one, whoever drafts him, he's going to be an average run defender, and we can use that. But we got Bobby Brown, who plays the interior, but we don't know if Bobby Brown's the long-term answer.
We'll
Jack Sawyer mentioned, somebody mentioned him for 3DN. Siobhan Revel, local kid, of course. He's better at man coverage, so I don't know if he's a guy. Ozzie Trapillo is who I think is the tackle we would go with tomorrow in round 3 at 74. If we don't move around, he's a guy. He's 6'8". He's huge. Yeah, he's huge. We went to his pro day, 6'8", 316. Went to his pro day. He plays right tackle. He's rated at 6'31", will eventually be plus starter. He was all ACC. We went to his pro day, and I thought about it because, like, it was reported that, hey, the Panthers went to the pro day to see Trapillo, and there's a center on their team as well. That's a good player as well that we checked out. But I didn't even think about they probably went to see Donovan Izaraku as well at his pro day. They brought Izaraku in for a 30 visit. So, like, I think they may be hot and heavy on Izaraku, so pay attention to that. But nobody reported that fact about them meeting with Izaraku. They just said that he went to the pro day because Izaraku didn't work out at the pro day. But he was there. So I'm just saying.
Interesting.
He just, like, attention to big gap makes him hard to beat on twist, accurate hands, and good arm extension. Stays connected at the top of rush. Accurate hands, hustles off the snap, above average grip. His dad was in the league. So he uses the reach and field hands more than he doesn't really punch. He needs to play with quicker hands. Average foot agility, which makes sense for a guy that's huge and body control. So that makes sense because he's that big. Struggles to generate movement because of elevated pad level. Yes, it's hard to get low when you're tall. He gets torqued off balance by stockier opponents because, leverage wins. If you get lower, you can beat these tall guys. He ran a 5.24. You can see here in the bottom right corner, below average bend and adjustment. He's tall. So, like, whatever disadvantages you have of being a tall guy versus a smaller guy, he's going to have. Is what it sounds like. So he had a good season. His ankle was better, but I think he still needs another 10 or so pounds of mass to hold up against power. That's fine with me. He don't need to start as a rookie for us. He could be a guy that we can let marinate about 300 degrees, and by next year, he's ready to play.
Right.
Shout out to the NC State moderator. I said, don't look to the stream. Do you think Ajiro's talent evaluates skills? Do you trust his talent evaluates skills? If they don't, I can understand not investing in premium picks. And I don't want to call you irrational because this is actually a great question. Because he's in the final year of his deal, bro. A lot of people think like, hey, they think he's got one foot out the door. Why would we give this man the type of players he needs when he ain't really picked anything great regardless? And we may be having a whole different DN. And I get it. But to me, if they brought him back, they're not going to bring him back without giving him what he wants, right? It just doesn't make sense. They would have been better off trying to go after Salah or whomever else is out there because Salah has a connection. But to me, and I said it before, Mike K, and you said you were late to the stream, they don't really play rookies in the Ajero system. He doesn't really play rookies. He likes vets. There's a lot of communication that has to go in the system. There's a lot of things you have to recognize on the fly. And so it's made too much. It can be too much for a rookie's capacity to handle. So maybe they think that, hey, like we'll bring in young guys that can rotate. And I know safety, which is huge because we had a bunch of miscommunications. I still think there's an opportunity we take Blackman. We draft the safety, but Blackman could be a guy we still bring in anyway as a bridge in a 1-year deal. We met with him before the draft. I think the draft kind of gives us more clarity if we are desperate for him, or is he just a guy that like, hey, we need a veteran presence. We'll give you a vet min. If you don't want it, we're good if you walk. But if we don't draft safety that we think can start from day one, bro, we need you. We're going to overpay for you and get you in here. All that being said, I think it's not that they don't trust it, but I just think that they're sticking to their board, man. Dan Morgan said it, and I have no reason to think he's lying. He said I took a gummy. No, you good. We all. I'm not on a gummy, but we all geeked up about the first night of the draft.
For sure.
More ways than one. But
for sure.
I don't think it's don't trust them, but I like I told Lo, I didn't see him in that draft video that we saw in the draft room. I saw all scouts and offensive guys on staff. I wanted to see what defensive guys are going to be up there clapping like they.
I might need to go back and review the tape, bro. I got to run that back, Turbo.
I didn't see it, so we may run it back. Maybe we get some more behind the scenes stuff. You know, they always drop the video like, "Oh, this was when he got the call."
Yeah,
but see it. But nah, shout out to you, bro. You good? We got the question. What you think, Lo? You think is it something about they don't trust Evero? Or do you think?
I don't think it's that.
Because the premium pick isn't number one pick isn't just a premium. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather give Evero somebody that fits. And people always say like, "Oh, we don't need to like not skip on talent for Evero guys," but like, give him exactly what he needs. I don't want him to take Jalen Walker because the front office likes him more than Ajiro. Like if Ajiro ain't really hot and heavy for Jalen Walker, don't take him. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't just force it. So, like, what do you think? Do you think they don't trust his evaluation skills, or is it just like, hey,
no,
or fail?
It's how the board felt, man. I think that one thing that I love about the Panthers, and based on what they say, is that they really take into consideration everybody's opinion on what's going on, and so it's not even Bryce apparently because he's sitting on a table. But I think as though. Dan, of course, Dan has a final say so, but he's listening to Brant Tillis. He's listening to Dave Canales. He's listening to Evero. He's listening to all these different people. Dave, he's definitely listening to David Tepper. Let's keep it a buck. But he's listening to all these different people, and everybody has like their opinion on what's going on. So I don't think I disagree that, I don't think that they don't trust Evero's talent evaluation, but I do think that they want to make sure they don't give him something that's not going to work. My biggest thing, and I've said this on the pregame podcast, is I like Jalen Walker, right? And I think that he's going to be a great talent in the NFL. But I was always nervous on how Evero would have used him based on how he has used other players based like in that same measurement and skill set, if you will. So with that being said, like you got to find somebody that's going to fit his particular measurements that works for that particular defense, which would have been a Michael Williams, but Michael Williams didn't fit the productions that Dan Morgan talked about. Dan Morgan always said that I'm looking for productions over traits. He said that in a few different interviews. With that being said, the BPA on their board, I feel as though was Mason Graham first, and then Ted.
Yeah.
Mason Graham went at 5 to Cleveland Browns. And then, of course, the next person they were looking for was Tedero McMillan. And so I think they probably knew that. Evero probably knew that. They had these conversations. And so I don't think it's his evaluation skills, because at the end of the day, it's not just Evero. It's a whole scouting department that's looking at that's evaluating the talent. And so it's a team effort in terms of how they get into their board. So it's not like Dan Morgan's not looking at the defense and saying, oh, you just tell me what you want. Everyone's looking at the defense and saying, hey, what makes sense, right? Or the offense and saying, hey, what makes sense for our team? So that's how I feel about it. And that's why I don't think it's like the premium picks. It's like we're at 8. We were in a very interesting spot. We weren't going to get one of those blue chip players that was going to make a difference, like a Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter, right? But I think there's this. We talked about it earlier. This draft is deep. We can find somebody that could be a good either rotational player or somebody that could be really beneficial for our defense moving forward.
Yeah, 100%. And it, I agree with you. We're not really in a position, and you do draft for need at the top. People say like BPA, but like I think we were actually in a position for BPA because like our defense was horrible, but our offense wasn't good either. Like it wasn't great. So like we can literally, we're not in a position to turn down good players who are high on our board. And like you said, I think if Mason Graham was there, I don't think we were in a position to really turn him down. And that's why I didn't think Ted was an option. I thought a lot of the smoke today felt like Mason Graham would be there. And I thought that, hey, I believed all the Jalen Walker love. And when we talked about it earlier, like maybe it was just that. Maybe it was manufactured by us fans. Maybe it was manufactured by the media. And maybe like everybody loved Jalen Walker's personality. And we just happen to be the ones that they asked about because he's from North Carolina and he's a local guy. And everybody they kept pressing that button. And like it felt like the Xavier Legette situation, but like Xavier Legette is really the culprit. That's what it tells me. Xavier Legette was the guy that spilled the beans. It wasn't Panthers just being like, oh, the Panthers can't keep a secret. They always telegraphing their picks. People said that, and I was like, I don't remember them telegraphing all the time. Like, I mean, Bryce, the number 1 pick always comes out before the draft. So like we knew that eventually. Icky failed technically in the draft. At the combine, Icky was in the conversation for the number 1 overall pick. Crazy as it sounds, I found a tweet and I was like, what the hell? And I was like, yeah, he was in the conversation. People were telling me like, yeah, he was in the conversation. I was like, Icky, nobody thought Icky would fall that far. There were 3 good tackles that year. We were going to take a tackle. Icky just happened to fall. I don't think we telegraph these picks like people think we do. And I think today was a lesson in that they threw us some smoke screens. The trading narrative was just to them to try to, hey, like you said, for them to actually get calls because people wanted Genty, people wanted Travis, obviously, and clearly they didn't want that. I thought they wanted Tyler Warren. They didn't want Tyler Warren either to trade up for. So like that was probably Dan Morgan saying like, hey, let's do what we can to get people to call us because we're not in the most advantageous spot for us or for anybody else that wants to trade up. Let's try to drum up some calls to get us up there. And they tried, and it wasn't enough to get Ted. I think they might have gotten an offer, but it wasn't enough to move.
And his rumors saying the LA Rams tried to trade with us, but they tried to trade up to get Ted. So I think that just shows you
way too far for us, though.
Oh, way too far, bro.
That was like 26.
Yeah. So I think that I say all that to say this, bro. Everyone had so many negative things to say about T-Mac, but it shows that the LA Rams, who has Puka Nacua, who now has Devontae Adams, still tried to get a talent like T-Mac. And everyone wanted to say that this man wasn't this at a third. And we know Les Snead and Mike McVay are great with identifying talent and finding it. And they wanted to, especially receivers, and they wanted Tedero McMillan
because they don't spend They don't spend top picks on receivers.
They don't.
But the one guy that they identified, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like,
look, bro, look. I'm just telling you what I saw and what I heard, and now it came from a Diana Rossini, per other people. That's just, to me, that says a lot.
It does, and I don't really care for the victory laps, but it's a little bit of vindication, right?
For sure.
For like the people that didn't waver and like knew, like I said, logic prevailed.
Sure.
In the fact that it's 6'4", 215-pound receiver that had 18 touchdowns and 2,700 yards. Yeah, maybe he may be a decent player. Maybe. You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. But back to this list real quick. We can wrap it up here soon. Because a lot of these guys we haven't really targeted. Let me find the guys we target. RJ Harvey at 99. He's a 4th round target or 5th round target, preferably 5th. We have 2 5ths. If we don't move up and trade into the 2nd round with one of those 5ths, take RJ Harvey in the 5th. I know we just drafted a running back. He has a little bit of a different skill set. He's a better pass catcher, I think, than Chuba. Probably equivalent to Rico in that terms of being able to do that. But again, he gives me really, really good Bucky Irvin vibes. TJ Sanders is a guy people ask about a lot. He's a little bit undersized. Great player, though. He came to the local pro day visit. You can't really ignore that. We met with Scatterboo at the combine. I don't think he may drop to the 6. I heard that the people saying that he ain't got no juice. Runs hard, but he ain't got no juice, and they think his run style ain't sustainable long term, which is very, very interesting. Demetrius Knight, linebacker again, local guy. He's older, but people talk about his instincts, how he's able to play. Former DB coach D'Angelo Hall's cousin. Does that matter? Because D'Angelo Hall is not employed anymore.
He's not there anymore.
But it's what it is. Princely at 110 on this list. And like
That's
I said,
crazy.
DJ has been wrong clearly about a lot of people, but the fact that he's only 2 spots between him and Q is big for me because Q, I like Q. When we met with him, he could be a 4th round guy, in my opinion. And if we double dip on edge, I would love Swinson / Princely. He don't even have Swinson. I think Swinson is down his list. Now I'm thinking about it. We ain't even got the Swinson. Yeah, he don't like Swinson. He ain't a Swinson guy. They go sinker. He don't even have him on the top 150.
Sheesh.
There he is, 87. I passed him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Brady Swinson 87. You see the gap between him and Princely. So I think one of the two will be there. Princely is probably, Swinson is the guy. Obviously, you see the gap. And then Princely is the backup. I think Princely is a good pass rusher, but Swinson has a better chance of being an every down player if he gets that run defense together. Because when people pull and like run those like power schemes and there's like lead blockers coming, he ducks his head when taking on those blocks. You can't do that. You got to be able to keep your eyes on the ball and do that. But that's something you can coach. He's tough enough because we saw him almost knock somebody's helmet off on the first one. So it's not like some guys are a little bit like timid, like taking on that contact, but he likes contact. So like it's just something he has to be coached. Princely's just a pure pass rusher. He has some run defense upside. He just doesn't like to do it. But they've met with him. He said that the Panthers are one of the teams that show him the most love. He said it on the mic at his pro day. Q Robinson is a guy we brought in. I don't know if we did a 30 visit. We might have did a 30 visit. But our new D-line coach, AC Carter, who we got from the Rams, who helped Fisk and Swinson, Fisk and Turner, he ran the drills at Alabama Pro Day when Q Robinson was going through it. So, there's a connection and conversation there. Quincy Riley, we brought him in for a 30. He's a nickel. Ashton Gillette, whatever his name is, he's they call him sawed off because like they compare it to a shotgun. He's like he's powerful, but he's short. He's like 6'2". He's 6'3" actually, but he has we like 33-inch arms. He doesn't have those. But we brought him in for a visit. He's super productive, bro. He's a good rotational piece. He can play standing up. He can play sometimes inside on like 4 down when we go in like pass rush scenarios. They have him great as a 4-3 defensive end, but like I said, he has the athletic ability to stand up, play 3-4. But he had a better junior year than senior year. You can see it here. Also ACC, he's ACC. 14 and a half tackles for loss. It's crazy.
Right.
He was 11th in the SBS with 11 sacks. Very productive before. So one of those production over traits type of guys. He doesn't really have the traits, but he's productive. Look at him. Jalen Lane was a receiver that if you want to talk about speed, I think he'll be probably around 5 or 6. He's ran 4.3. Local visit guy. He's from Clover, South Carolina.
You see us double dipping?
Maybe if it's late and it's only for a speed guy. We may just go to undrafted route, but we still need a guy that can boogie a little bit. Tet, and I agree with people that have the complaints about Tet because of lack of speed. I understand. Somebody says it's possible we get either Raku and Swinson. I think it's more. You talk about double dip. I think it's more likely we double dip at edge than any other position.
I think we should.
I agree.
I definitely think we should.
I agree, but to Amari Barno and DJ Johnson better be on notice. Let me tell you right now, DJ Johnson better have his bags packed. Do not unpack your luggage, my brother. You better live out the suitcase, my brother. Barno has the speed and he's been hurt a lot, but he's no ties to this front. Well, I guess he has ties to Morgan, but he's been hurt the past year and a half, 2 years. He's in trouble.
Yeah,
Christina is our fastest receiver on the roster. Yeah, we need some speed, bro. Somebody said Jimmy Horn is an undrafted free agent.
I like Jimmy Horn.
I like LeJonte Wester as well, the other Colorado receiver. Who has the lowest floor, Tet, Golden, or Mbuka? Probably Golden, in my opinion. I think Tet has wide receiver 2 floor. Golden has wide receiver, low end wide receiver 1 upside, but I think he's more likely than not to be a wide receiver 2. Typically, separators translate very well. And I already talked about Mbuka earlier. He's an easy evaluation. He's gonna have a very long career. I actually love Mbuka.
Yeah.
Somebody said we would have had to wait like 2 hours if we traded with the Rams to go from 8 to 27. Yeah, that would have been nuts.
They had to get us a kitchen sink for that.
Yeah. 2 firsts. And more. Like a pick swap of first, a first, and another first. I'm talking 3 firsts total. You said I'm praying Dante Thornton. He's running 4.3, but he's like 6'3". I think they go with more of a jitterbug type of guy than a tall speed guy. We have enough height. He talked about the basketball team in more ways than one, but I think we would go with Jalen Lane, who is, I didn't know he had a 6'5" wingspan. That's insane. Is that true? We're gonna find out.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds crazy.
His wingspan ain't on here. But he ran 4.34, 40-inch vert is nuts. He's a great athlete. The quickness is there, man. Like 4.12 is flying, 6.75 is flying. He's trying to find his full athletic profile. But yeah, Clover, South Carolina, he's a local guy.
That's wild.
Apparently, a lot of Virginia Tech fans are just saying, like, yeah, he was misused. He has a lot of upside because Virginia Tech's offense was just horrible. He was misused.
I can see that.
Me too. JJ Bagace, we were at Ole Miss Pro Day. He's a little bit smaller, but he can run that. He runs that little quarterback. We need a quarterback sneak guy. He can be that. He runs that wildcat type of thing as a big man on the refrigerator.
Really?
Yeah, he does. He can pass a little bit too. He did drills running like routes at the pro day after doing like pass rush.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Ollie Gordon we met with.
I like Ollie.
CJ West we met with at the All-Star game.
I like CJ.
I do too.
I like CJ a lot.
Future interior guy, like a nose guard. I like him too. Jonas Sanker. He's 147 here, but again, DJ has been wrong. And he has been wrong, so we'll never know. But as far as like where he really is, but Jonas Sanker, if he goes forward where he's projected, that would be a great pick. I think he'll be able to start right away. He may take some lumps. He's better keeping everything in front of him. He's able to break going forward and making plays on the ball and like, hey, I need to turn and run and look over my shoulder and make pass breakups. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't have the loose hips to be able to turn and run, that can be a struggle for you. And that's where he is. But he's better. And we have a defense where like we give a lot of cushion and we play going forward. So that's why he's a target and that's why he fits. But that's all that for the 150. Yeah, man, I'm gonna do a giveaway. I don't know if you want to. You don't have to stay on if you want to. I didn't give away anything yet, so I got to give away something. There's 180 people on here. If you've been staying on, man, I apologize for forgetting. Shout out to y'all. It's 115. The last thing I'm gonna do is this giveaway in the chat. But you don't have to stay on if you don't want to. I can see you tomorrow if you need to.
No, I low key want to see who wins. You know, shout out to y'all.
Okay, say it. That's a bet. So, what should I give away, chat? Let me know. I got hats. I got the Diamond 47 hat. I have the new revamp kind of paint splash black and gray gunmetal black golfer hat. I have the Super Bowl commemorative 38. It's 47. They redid the best Super Bowls ever. They redid hats for that and gear for this best Super Bowl ever. And we made the list. We lost by a field goal, unfortunately. I know we lost, but somebody may want it. Super Bowl 38, Panthers Patriots. And then I have the regular draft hat. And then I have a book bag and some slippers, but I'm probably gonna do it tomorrow because tomorrow gets long. I like to keep the chat engaged, so I'll do the good stuff tomorrow. Just to make sure y'all come back tomorrow. This is the beer cooler, a Panthers beer cooler. It holds about 18 beers.
Oh, that's gas.
The backpack. And then I got these house slippers that look like sneakers, but they Panthers on it.
Oh, that's gas. I like that. I like that.
You know what I'm saying? So, what do y'all want to give away? I'll give away. I got 6 items. 2 days tomorrow. I guess I'll give away. It's only 180 people. I don't want to rob the people that were on here because we had about 250 at one point. So I don't want to lose too much for them. I won't give away the draft hat because I think people like that. And I won't give away the Super Bowl hat because it's pretty rare. What do y'all want to give away? What do y'all want? Y'all want the splash or the diamond? This is what one of the two is giving giveaway tomorrow. I got to get busy tomorrow because we have a lot of space in between picks, so I'll figure it out. What y'all want? Because all you have to do is you'll have to leave a comment in the chat, and I'll do a raffle based off of that. No purchase necessary. I see a splash. I see a diamond. Somebody said a draft hat, a golfer hat, golfer. This is technically the golfer because I think the reason why it says golfer is there's that little line on the inside on the forehead, a little mesh to keep it cool. But let me know in the chat. Let me see. Golfer, we got splash. A lot of splash.
Yeah, a lot of splash.
I'll give it 30 more seconds. Another diamond came in. It's pretty even, man. It ain't obvious. I'll have to count. I didn't want to have to count. But just look at the detail again on the diamond. They're both snapbacks, FYI. They're both snapbacks. But this is the paint. Splash gray. Dang, like back and forth. One diamond, one splash.
No,
one diamond.
Sheesh.
All right, let me count real quick.
So if you do one right now, would you do the next one tomorrow?
4, 2. I think it's tied right now. You pick low. What you think? What should I give away first? Because we're gonna do the rest tomorrow, but I would definitely give one so everybody has a chance tomorrow. Yeah. Right, we have more people on.
I'm gonna say diamond.
I said do heads or tails. I think you're on mute.
You can't hear me?
It says mute now, so try unmuting it again. It's showing the mute signal, so try unmuting it now.
Can you hear me now?
You might have did what I did earlier. Somebody said he said diamond. Did you say diamond?
I definitely did say diamond too.
Oh, you said splash?
No, I definitely said
Give me
diamond.
a thumbs up if you said diamond. Somebody said they hear you. Is it me?
It might be you, bro. If they can hear,
I hit mute. My bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I said diamond. Go
Okay,
diamond.
all right. So diamond. All right, diamond it is. Diamond it is. All right. Let's think of let me fire up this giveaway. Let's think of the hashtag. So what you gotta do is gonna be a hashtag. Leave the hashtag. All you have to do is leave the hashtag in the chat. I'll leave the giveaway open for
I got the
5 to
hashtag.
10 minutes. Huh?
I got the hashtag they need to put in there.
What's the hashtag you think?
Hashtag Nalo.
Actually, don't do it yet. Don't do it yet because if you do it now, it ain't gonna count. Let me start. So maybe remix what you were thinking about, add a little bit onto it, maybe.
All right. I got it.
Maybe Nalo B or something like that.
Or no, Nalo, but the A is a 4.
Hold on now. You gonna it's some old folks on this thing, man. You can't.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You might get a little too complicated. I did it last year. I was getting a little too cute. It was like I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means. What you mean? No.
They was a little bit confused. Let's see. Open the giveaway page.
Hey yo, Trey. Trey said Carnalo. I'm weak.
Bro, I'm trying
what?
to see if that makes sense, but it don't. All right. Send me the hashtag in the private chat.
Say less.
And then I'll fix it up and then I'll let people know what it's to be.
Let's see. What are we gonna cook up?
Y'all be ready. Whatever hashtag he gives me, I'm gonna drop it in there and I'll announce it. You leave it in there. I'll give you 7 minutes to enter it in there to give people a chance because I know some people watching this on TV, so they may need to go to their mobile or whatever because Roku don't let you type on this. So I'll give y'all some chance. I'll be 7 minutes. Or if it starts slowing down, I'll stop and just go ahead and cut it short. But whatever it ends up being, make sure you leave it. And so no,
we do that one. It's fine.
No, you good.
No, I started have a different one, but I was like, no, we do that tomorrow.
So what you need to do, all you have to do is leave the hashtag in the comments and there's an entry into it. It's only one entry per person. So spamming it ain't going to help you get more chances. I'm going to tell you that right now. Spamming it will not help you get more chances. Again, we're raffling off this. What you need to do, if you win, you can either DM me on Twitter and I'll put that information up there or email me. Everybody got an email. Everybody might not have a Twitter, but everybody got an email. So what you need to do is all you have to do is put this hashtag in the chat and you'll be entered to get this never been worn. I haven't even tested. My greasy mohawk ain't been in there yet. It's clean as a whistle. I got my own. I bought 2 of everything that way I can give one away to y'all. The hashtag is Nalo Bryce. Nalo Bryce is the hashtag to win the giveaway. Make sure you enter that in the chat. I have the entries going. Enter Nalo Bryce as soon as possible. Hashtag Nalo Bryce will give you an opportunity to win that. Let's do this. Yeah, Nalo Bryce. Here it is. We got 1 entry from BNB. Can they bribe them? All right, we going now.
They coming in. A little
bit of a lag, obviously, so I'm gonna give y'all 7 minutes, and if it goes a little bit faster, I'll cut it down. Once if the entry starts slowing down, I'll go ahead and cut it off because I gotta get to bed. So
and first off, too, shout out to Dunk for raffling off these hats though, man. Like I think it's dope, and everybody know, bro. Look, let's just keep it a buck. And I'm not gonna be on my T-Mac glaze. You feel me? I'm not gonna be my T-Mac glaze, but my dog got some heat. All right, my dog can dress. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
He's been called out by Jonathan Stewart. You know what I'm saying? All the way in Germany, where he was like, "Yo, you one of the freshest ones out here." You know what I'm saying? So my boy knows swag. You feel me? So the fact that he got something never been worn, you know what I mean? Shout out to my guy, man.
The price tag's still on. So you gonna see what it's
W Dunk.
You're gonna see what it's worth as soon as you get it. I ain't gonna tell y'all on air, but hats ain't cheap these days.
No, it's not. It's not at all.
Look, man, shout out to y'all that stayed on here. There's 156 people watching. You have to be subscribed to comment. FYI, that's just the way it is. But some people probably watch it on TV, so the competition level is low. Only 14 entries. So shout out to y'all for staying on this late. My reward to y'all. Again, like I said, there were some people that were on here earlier that I'm not going to give away everything because I feel bad because I can't expect everybody to stay up this late. I'll be sure to do my giveaways. All my giveaways will happen during the draft tomorrow. I'm not going to give away everything tomorrow, but like I won't wait till after hours because this is late. It's not fair. So I want to give y'all something for being on late, but I don't want to rob everybody else. Said one love, don't. Shout out Bamani 2K. It's been 14 entries for 2 minutes, so we may be able to close it up. Because shoot, a lot of people. Like I said, 153 watching. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody watching.
Facts.
Dap yourself up because I can't dap you up. Give yourself a little fist bump or something. I can't do it. I give you a virtual one or elbow, whatever you into. You know what I'm saying? It ain't COVID no more. But I'll go ahead and wrap this up and then I can do the giveaway. Y'all see it live. All right. Y'all ready? No other entries in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's draw. This is why I like StreamYard, bro. It's pretty dope.
Ooh, D-Mac.
D-Mac won it. I thought what's the name had it for? Ben B had it for a little second. It faked me out with a pump fake. D-Mac, you have won the Diamond 47 hat. This is a remake of the vintage diamond style of hat they have. I had the OG one in white. Shout out to D-Mac. Y'all clap it up for him in the chat. We'll give away more tomorrow, but shout out to all 14 of y'all because like the few and the proud, your chances is pretty strong. But the 14 of y'all that entered. Email on this. It's a long email. I'm sorry. This is what I got when I made the page. It's long, but screenshot this if you have to. Email me or DM me at Dunk on Demand D-Mac. Let me know it's you. Let me know it's you. Let me know it's you. Say, hey, I'm D-Mac. I won the hat. Make sure your name on your page or whenever it is makes sense because somebody else in the chat gonna come at me. His name is gonna be Carlo may DM me and say like, hey, I'm D-Mac. He ain't D-Mac. You know what I'm saying? But but I want to make sure I know it's you. So email me or DM me. I'll give you till probably in a draft weekend to do it. Honestly, last year, this is late. So actually, I'll give you to the end of day 3. If you don't hit me up by the end of day 3, I'm gonna put it back in the raffle. Just gonna make sure. But D-Mac, you here? I appreciate the support. You were one of the first ones to hashtag, if I'm not mistaken.
He's one of the last ones. He did it twice.
You were third. Oh, he did. Yeah, he did it twice.
Oh, he did it twice.
Oh, yeah, he responded in the chat. So yeah, email me D-Mac or hit me up on Twitter. One of the two that you prefer. This is yours. Let me know your shipping info. Let me know like confirms you, and I'll get your shipping info. I'm gonna send it out. But shout out to D-Mac on the support for that. I'm not familiar with your game, so you probably maybe a new user. Obviously, you subscribed if you're commenting, so I appreciate that. 149 people strong. It's been a good night. Low, we're gonna get up out of here. What do you have to say to the people about today? And sum it up. You picked the hashtag Nalo Bryce. Why did you pick the hashtag Nalo Bryce?
Because we got T-Mac we got T-Mac, man. Look, I think the biggest thing is we noticed that we are not, you said this earlier, it's like not being familiar with people's game. We were not familiar with Dan Morgan's game. We were not familiar with the front office game, and they played a great smoke screen for everybody. We all thought that it was going to be Jalen Walker or somebody from defense when their darling of the draft was T-Mac. And so the biggest thing is, and I've been saying this since free agency, I'm going to say it. I said it tonight on Twitter. I'm going to say it again tomorrow. Buckle up, y'all. Buckle up. They are prepared for this particular draft. You know, we talked about BPA, and BPA doesn't necessarily mean what we think is best player available. It's best player available on their particular board. So I think that I have a lot of respect for Dan Morgan and how he handled this. Great smoke screens. We have an elite wide receiver one. Can't wait to see what he's going to do. Great first night. And I got to spend it with my boy Dunk. Shout out to Dunk.
Hey, I ain't got my sound effects like I got on NK Live. I would have put a little DJ horn in there. But yeah, man, I agree with your sentiments. My first night thing is like, hey, man, like this discipline is what I'll say is my word. Discipline, man. Like sticking to your guns, sticking to your board, and like maybe we'll find out later the real intricacies. But like some people may say, like, oh, you how much help does Bryce Young need? Or you have an offensive head coach and Dan Morgan just bended the knee to him. Or I mean, no offense to anybody, but Jared Vero, they don't trust him. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of it's gonna be a lot of questions. You know what I'm saying? So I respect that. And yes, we will be doing a film breakdown on Ted McMillan for sure. Not during draft weekend. I'm gonna have to get some sleep at some point. It's probably gonna be early next week. We got something in the works. Just FYI, just wait on it. But definitely Ted film breakdown is going up, man. You already know. I did one for Jalen Walker. It'll probably be similar for Ted. The big 12 or 10 or whatever they're in. They're not as strict on like copyright, so I could probably just do a traditional one. Sometimes I like being up there on the board.
Put up that last comment, bro.
It's a like, share,
Doug
subscribe.
is cool. Cool. Hey, that's a fact, bro.
Hey, man, I appreciate the kind words,
dude, bro. Doug
man,
is that dude.
We're this is a new, and I said it before, man. Like, and shout out to Money 2K, appreciate you, bro. And I've said it before. We've only had in the modern NFL, the rules are slanted for passing, for receivers to be able to run freely. You don't really get your head knocked off going across the middle. Quarterbacks are throwing for more yards than ever at times. I mean, there's some bad quarterbacks, of course, but quarterbacks are throwing for a lot of yards. The Panthers have only had 2 4,000-yard passes in their career. Steve Berline, shout out to Stevie B. He has the single season passing record, and that was set in 1999, 26 years ago. Sometimes a little bit older than some of you guys that are in this chat. We need to come up into the modern era of football. It's time, and not saying that Bryce is going to throw for 4,000 yards, but we haven't had a really potent pass offense in a while. DeLome had his time, but Steve and Moose were the guys. I mean, we were still a running team, and we'll still be a running team. But I think giving these weapons and support that we never really gave Cam Newton is a big step. You know you got your guy in Bryce Young. Give him the help that he needs, bro. Don't let him fall by the wayside. And that's what I think they made a statement. And obviously the board is the board. But being able to do that, being able to give Bryce Young the weapons he needs, I think Bryce Young has a chance to be the most prolific passer in franchise history in terms of just skill, talent, accuracy, and production. And giving him the weapons, they call him a point guard. Give him those guys that can catch those alley oops. And I love the basketball team analogy that we got from Dave Canales. This. I talk about discipline, sticking to their board. The value is the defense in the draft, man. This was the smart thing to do. And shout out to Kyle Sutherland that had the edible. He made a great comment about it, saying that letting defense fall to them in a deep draft. Now, he wasn't the one that I apologize. I don't want to put the allegation on you. It was NC State moderator. But Kyle had a great comment about the smoke screen and then leaning into the depth of the draft. It seems smart. So I got to give Dan his credit. I got to give him his credit, and I like what they did, man. Lo, we'll be back tomorrow. Plug in where they can find you. And
man. Yeah, so we shout out to Dunk. He put it in the chat earlier, man. But at the pregame PC, man, we have a podcast. We go live every Thursday, 7:30. Fusion of sports and pop culture with my co-host Shot from Panther Nation podcast, Vashti from Carolina Blitz, beat reporter. Make sure y'all come rock with us, man. And I'll be here if Dunk allows me. I'll be here tomorrow to rock with y'all. But yeah, this has been fun, man. I enjoyed the dunk, man, and I can't wait to see what's gonna happen tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna say a lot. This was a good pick, but tomorrow is the sweet spot. That's the sweet spot,
bro.
That's where you earn the money. That's where you find out if you're a real GM or not. Let's just keep it a buck. The first round is easy. Day 2,
we never have a problem in the first round.
We don't. But day 2 is where it's at. That's the real deal. And I'll be ready. I'm gonna do some research. I'm gonna do some writing some things down. I'll be ready to talk about it tomorrow. But that's what you get. That's what separates the men from the boys.
And I'll be on a little bit early. You can join low if you want to. I'm gonna probably talk about whatever news drops overnight. I'm gonna do a best available player video morning, similar to what we just talked about, but it'll be a little bit more specific on fits and the 30 visits. I'll probably drop it. It's gonna be a regular video, not a stream. I'll drop that sometime during my work day whenever I find a break. And then obviously the stream will be back tomorrow. I gotta figure out what time the draft starts. It'll be 30 minutes before the first team goes on the clock. So
yeah,
and then we'll if Lowe's here, we'll talk about some stuff as well. But if not, I'll catch you guys up on like, hey, what we've been here. It's gonna be some rumors overnight. Look, it's a lot of time between now and tomorrow, Low. This is when them phone calls happen about trades and stuff.
Every year, bro. Every year it happens.
It's all about trade. Somebody said that. It's all about trade ups. 7 p.m. Appreciate you. 7 p.m. Friday. You know what I'm saying? 7 p.m. Friday.
It's 95 degrees.
The great Glow would say. You know what I'm saying? 7 p.m. on Friday is going down.
I ain't got no picks, and no picks ain't got me.
You know what I'm saying? For sure. But Kyle, appreciate you too. See, it's about trade. You're right. It's gonna be moving and grooving tonight. Who's working the phones? They said they were done for the night, but they're not going home. I mean, they're probably going home now because it's the East Coast. But in LA, it's what 11 o'clock in LA,
and you know how I know they didn't go home because around 11:30, Vashon was still at the stadium.
Facility. Wow. Okay. So tomorrow, guys, I probably won't stream. I may do something. It depends on my work schedule is. We're gonna get Tet hitting the drum tomorrow. He's gonna get that walk tomorrow. So we'll get that presser actually here with good sound and technology tomorrow. So we'll get that. I'll be tuned in for that. I'm excited, man, to see Tet. I'm curious. You think he gonna wear that number 4?
He should.
Who got it? Nobody got it, right?
Isn't that what our kicker wore? Eddie gone. Eddie gone. Hello.
Eddie. Somebody said Morgan don't sleep. You can tell, yeah, them eyes be wide open. He be wired, bro.
Wired, bro.
Yeah, so Eddie, we appreciate your services. Not really. That four is gone, brother.
Peace.
So if Nalo Boy want it, he can have it. I think, like you said, putting that 4 as the A, I'm sure he'll stick to it. It's part of the brand. It just makes
the brand. It does.
Somebody said we may have to do kicker by this weekend. God willing.
Round 7. Round
Morales
7
from Miami.
He nice.
That's the guy that I think we should target. But Lo, I appreciate you tuning in, bro.
You already know, bro.
Tuning in, coming in when you could and rocking with me for the length. We're going on 6 hours. We back at it tomorrow. Like you said, meat and potatoes tomorrow, man. It is what it is. Y'all take it easy. I'm out of here. Y'all know what I do. Peace. End stream.